How you doing, Amanda? Hello? Hey, hey, hey. Come on in. Wait for a few more people to get in. I'm Mama Bear. How are you doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning to all of you from America. I'm good. I did a very early live this morning, which I do for the Australians and for people outside the country. I mean, outside the country of, the UK, and I do the UK audience. But the UK audience probably all gone to the bloody beach. Um, because the weather's really, really damn good over here right now, which is a bit shocker, but it is. Um, Everything. I mean, other than that, I mean, just wait for everyone to come in. The notifications are going out. I can tell by my mobile. What time are we? It's only 1:40, 1:47 p.m. Not well, nearly 2 o'clock. UK time. Come on in, come on in, come on, come on in, come on in. If you wanna see me. I 7. Well, in the morning there. Where do you live, Mama Bear? Oklahoma. It's Teresa's area. So it would have been in the middle of the night, basically, when I was coming on, when I was really doing UK hours. Amazing. So what we try doing is that's why you end up I do a few lives to try and get the American crowd at the same time, as well as the Hawaii crowd and the. I mean, look at Aussie people. I mean, they're like 5 hours ahead of me even. So they'd be in the afternoon, well in the afternoon when I come on in the morning. I'm like, whoa, damn. It'd be like 5 something, like PM, when I'm just roll out of bed and come on here in the morning for for them. It's crazy. And I see all these time differences, and I'm like, oh hell, you know. Of course, our page has been promoted massively, and we're proud to say that this channel is almost to the community tab. We are 480 strong. So 480, a couple of more, we'll get the community tab. Get that at 500, obviously, and then another 500 euro monetized. And someone who's just taking a liking to me, who knows a lot of Asian channels. Who's willing to promote outside of all the other channels. So we get separate subs. Don't know what channels they're coming from, but they're coming. And I'm really happy. Because yesterday we were only 349. Today we're 480. That's only one day. This person said they're not going to stop till they get me to the 1,000 mark till I get monetized. And if you get me that amount per day. Hi September, saying good morning. We wait till everyone comes in. I mean, 222 here in the UK. Just wait for him to come in. It's 820. It's 802. Good morning, Mary Teresa. How you doing, honey? Did you see the numbers, Mary Teresa? I know you did. Because you emailed me. See the new channel numbers from yesterday to today. Happy days. We're nearly there to community tab, which is 500. We're 480 to community tab, and a few more to go. Probably have the community tab tomorrow. Or later on this afternoon, who knows? I dropped the cigarette on the floor. Damn shame on me. Looks like you're stuck with me for the weekend, because we're still not coming to Monday. For some strange reason, my father calculated the dates, and he gave me the wrong dates. Yeah, we're being promoted massively. Of course, when I woke up this morning and seeing the numbers, I nearly died. And the person who's promoting me came into me. And I said, wow. She said, you have your hours done. I said, have I got my hours done? I have 10,000 hours done. You only need 2,000 to be monetized. She said, right. She said, give me time. I'll have you up to the 1,000 people. Good morning, Crystal. Yeah, 471, yeah. Mm. We're nearly at the community tap. And that was only been done since, yes, well, different timings, obviously, but I just woke up to it and I was like, and she's going to continue on until we get to 1,000. I was asked, did I have my hours done? I go, I've 10,000 hours. You only need 2,000 hours of, you know, but put in. Well, the last time we checked, it was 10,000. There's probably more now. Um, yeah, I'm really happy our numbers are finally moving. I'm really happy the numbers are moving because my numbers took a massive down spiral turn. Never, never guessed why that happened or who did that, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. Everyone's slowly going to come in. And it's all good. Going to gain even more back here. We only had, yesterday, Crystal, we only had, I'll tell you what, we had I don't know, what was it? 349 yesterday. We had yesterday with 471 now. For 71 or 481. It's one of them. Are you going to be working in your flower garden, Crystal? That's what today brings us. Sun is finally out after 5 days of rain. Oh, don't you mention the word rain to me. The weather's only kind of changed here in the last 2 days. Oh, that's good, Teresa. Making donuts for the kids and grandkids. Good on you. We're hopefully going to set the pool back up. Is that a small pool or a big pool? I'm going as far as extent of loving to want a pool. Not with the weather in this country. More maintenance than anything else. Those big deep pools you buy, right? I mean, they all buy them here in the UK as well. I don't see the point in them. I really don't. Well, probably in your country, I do, but not in the UK. Because you might get maybe 2 weeks of good weather and then it all goes to hell after that, So, and the town down this morning was like chocolate block down that town. Madness. 15 to 45 inches deep and not big. Not that big one at all then. We get these really big massive ones over here. They're not that pricey, they're not. But the amount of crap you have to do to set them up, then purify it, it ain't worth it. Not for a couple of maybe 2, 3 weeks if you're lucky with the good weather. Yeah, you can get a rain cover with them as well. But yeah, you've been needing a rain cover over here more than you've been using a pool. Unless you set it inside a glass house where it'd be always warm, I don't know. Easy to set up. Big ones aren't. Not for a person with my conditions. It's good for the kids and it's good for, where you are. Tracy, you're in Oklahoma. Weather's good, When it goes good for you. So I don't blame you. Big ones are a lot of work, yeah. They are. And that's what everyone does over here. The bigger the better. Yeah. Florida is known to be very hot. So, I can understand them having pools and stuff. A hot tub. Not many people in here. 10. Mm. Water bill. I was talking about their water bills yesterday. You get charged here for water too. Oh no worries, September, son. The but in Ireland you don't get paid. You don't pay water. Use all the damn water you like over there. You don't pay water in Ireland. It's in the constitution. But UK you do pay water. It's only another tax scam, paying for water. I I come from a country where they don't pay for water. Because why? The country's surrounding the fucking stuff. And then suddenly the country say, well, pay for water. UK do the very same thing to make people pay for water. Why? And why are they doing that? They're surrounded by water as well. Ridiculous. That's just my opinion on that. I don't know about America. The chlorine has doubled in prices since start of the year. It's £10 container of tablets. Last year it was 25 buckets. This year 15 buckets. I don't understand that. 15 buckets. 15 buckets. I don't understand any of it. I guarantee if I went over there I'd probably get ill. I drank that water. $25 last year. For the whole year. This year's $50. This gone up by half. It's crazy. Yeah, money. I know. I see dollars. I see, over here sterling. Crazy. And that's only a bill amongst many bills. Doubled in price, yeah. Absolutely crazy. Everything's very expensive now to Crystal Sand. I wonder why. I know, but I'm not saying. What's going on in Ukraine? I can't say the name of the person who caused it, obviously. Or you get a strike. Mm, I hear ya. US seems to be the worst affected out of all the countries. And your petrol prices, oh my god. Someone was telling me what the normal price was, and then they would show me the 99 dollars, $7.99 per gallon or whatever. I was like, wow, that's fucked up. It really is. I don't hear my father bitching about the prices of petrol, so I don't think it's really gone up too much in Ireland at all. Maybe a bit, not much. Hmm, cost you a fortune just to get there. Can't even can't even outrun the money for your healthcare system. 12-hour drive. It'd be probably cheaper to fly, and they'll probably put taxes on that as well. God knows, huh? Crazy. Just crazy. Sure, gonna be at home. So let me trace it. How did you notice my numbers have changed on my channel? I woke up this morning, I got a fright, I got a shock. I was like, what? Can't even out. So, wait a minute. Something closer to home, yeah. Oh, I must be getting on too early because, like, there's like 8 people on. I think I had more on this morning. But then again, it's pure early over there. You're only starting to wake up. Teresa, detective work, right? Hi, good morning here, Peg. How are you? Everyone must be out and about enjoying the sun. Not me. nearly there to the community page, Teresa. A couple away. After that, then we're going for the monetization. Love you too, Teresa, and you know it, girl. No problem, airbag. You should get your coffee into you and stuff. Yeah, Teresa, it's lovely. It's beautiful. Sadly enough, I can't play it on here.
Alarms.
I'm checking.
Listen, Fairmont. I am nature. I am self. You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And
The
told
Amber
her
Heard
that
case.
he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist.
Get it. We're gonna try and get it on, but I don't want to risk getting a strike. Hereby it's raining where you're at. Well, Mr. Sunshine, what the heck is this? I don't know. Oh God, wake it up. Oh, oh my God. Oh, I consider all no one they hadn't tell me. My Savior, Jubilee. Ah, 9 people in the bed, and the little one said, roll over, roll over. So one rolled over and 2 fell out. Yeah, throwing it to me like that when I pressed on StreamYards, it's going to give it to me at all. But I did see the Shirley, if that's the Shirley Temple one, that is belong to YouTube, and YouTube I cannot play. People can go in and watch it if anyone today. I have it saved in my WhatsApp. Yeah, I've shared the link for the chat. No problem, Teresa. Hello. Really, Amanda, had game night on last night. Was it good? I did fall asleep. I didn't get to watch it. I mean, it was 2 o'clock in the AM. Hi, Kelly, honey. Did you sort out your back garden with your what's the name? With your hens and stuff, Kelly? Yeah, her chickens got attacked. They got into her hen house and got attacked by a fox. We are working outside on the pen all morning. Yeah, that's the only way you can do it, Kelly. Because nature is nature. But I don't agree on you having to lose your chickens, because you've grown. Yeah, she was quite upset, to be honest, Crystal, because she loves her chickens and she loves collecting the eggs and she likes doing that kind of stuff. And I understand that. I do get it. I totally understand that. She lost a few of them. How many was it in total, Kelly? You lost. I think it was. I don't know. That's the best thing to do, Kelly. Yeah. It makes you feel happier when you know you're out doing something. something. You lost 7 out of 10. Wow, that's a lot. She lost chicks. 7 hens out of her 10 hens she had to a fox. So she's out there making it more secure. And she said this morning she's going to buy in some more. So then until she has the problem fixed, then she can buy more. So anyway. Yeah. You were given the eggs. With us, my mum, my daughters who live near close to you, yeah. It is pretty upsetting, and it's a routine to have the hens and to go and get the eggs and see how many eggs are there. I get it. People say, well, it's nature. Yeah, but it's kind of a little bit personal. But put that wire well under the ground and all that, and secure up the hens. Hopefully you'll be okay. Should be able to enjoy your doing your thing you do your same routine. Probably every morning going out getting them eggs. You know, I get it. Yeah. He's coming on Monday. My dad calculated it wrong. Of course he would. He's coming Monday. 30th is on Monday. I should never ask my dad to calculate nothing for me. Today's only 28th. 29th is Sunday and Monday. Yeah. So I'll be probably offline for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. Might get on maybe late in the evening. I don't know, but let's see. Maybe he's in sleep or something, you know. But then again, he'll burn me out so much I'll be probably too tired. I don't know. But he comes first. Don't ever ask your dad to calculate something because you're guaranteed it's going to be calculated arseways. I know. I only noticed it when I was looking at picking up of the dates of my meds. I'm like, what the hell? 30 is not until Monday. What's my father gobshiting on about? So yeah, won't be asking him to calculate the thing again. My son did say the 30th. Yeah, I can't wait till he comes. No problem, Crystal, honey. A whole lot in her anyways. Mm. Oh God. You went out just to find the fair feet. Oh my God. Well, they eat them alive, don't they? With them foxes. Morning, Purple Nights, honey. Yeah. Kelly's Kelly was talking about what happened to her chickens. A fox got to all 7, I think, of them. She had 10. What is the price start here? It's going to be. I'm gonna probably not gonna go watch Kelly because everyone's coming from London down here because I'm in the holiday destination side. And hi, Kelly Mason. And I'm not getting to see you again. Thank you very much. You know. Yeah, I mean, I went down to town this morning, and if you just seen it, it was just jam packed and the stalls and everything. It's gonna be like that for the whole week. The big festival. I just want to spend quality time with my son, and we're coming up with the idea of how to remove this flat. Mm. Hi, Kathy. How you doing, honey? Yeah, we can watch it on TV. I don't know if I can do it that way without getting a strike. I'm doing good, Kathy. Thank you for asking me. I'm doing good. Hi, Faith Ward. Miss Sue Bug. Give it time. People are just coming in. Morning, Glamour D, honey. Not to worry, Faith Ward, honey. Not to worry. I haven't been in my couple of lives. I know, honey. I know you haven't. Yeah, we will have content with the Queen's Jubilee. Did you miss anything? Nothing special, Faith Ward. Nothing special at all, honey. Hi, Brenda Lee. Brendy. I haven't slept yet. Try and get some sleep, Brendy. Hopefully we'll send you off to sleep. Listening in. I do that sometimes when I find it hard to sleep. I'll turn on someone's channel and just listen in. Hopefully you get a nap. Much need a nap. And there's feckin' Mary Teresa with the sorry temple thing again. I don't live in the same country as you. We don't do Memorial Day in the UK. We're doing the Queen's Jubilee. Memorial Day in the UK is the 1st of September. Yours is different than ours, than the UK one. She needs rest. Hopefully she'll get rest. So I find it helpful. It's helpful when you're listening to someone who's not screaming and shouting with an easy voice and they end up falling asleep. Hmm. Purple's game night was last night, but Purple's so tired a different girl took over for her, and the next game night will be next Friday. Next Friday for Purple, I think, if I'm correct saying that, Purple. Hi, Misdemeanor. Rila Mendez in the house. Okay, Mary Teresa. Oh, you poison ivory on your legs and on your face. Oh, back in the day they said dog leaves. Um, I'm sure you can buy something in the pharmacist for it. Want to go to the pharmacist, honey. They'll know what to do with that. Airbag. She was not in the woods. You were out in the yard picking it up. Yeah, there you go, Fate. Fate World Game Night will be on Purple's channel on Friday. And Kelly should get something in the pharmacy for that, couldn't she? Hmm. Better go and get to the pharmacy and get something for it. Yeah, and go to the drugstore. They give you something for that. You've been taking medications? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Very nice. I think going on YouTube tonight, and we're going to be live later this afternoon. It could be me, but then again, I don't know. I'll stay on as long as I can, obviously, here now. I have a discussion with Tony and whatnot, and see who comes in and what we can discuss. Hi, Jane. Hi, Heidi, honey. That's good. You're having a great time, Heidi. Glad you're getting out. Well, I'll have some good stuff coming up when the Queen's Jubilee starts. I'll start. If I had to put the damn tablet in front of the TV and set it back so you can watch it, I'll do it that way. It'll be on a news channel, so I don't think we'll get striked. You won't get striked doing it that way. Yeah, she deserves a break. I don't know. I think everyone's tired today for some strange reason. Is the weather or what making us all sleepy? Oh, Kelly, don't I know? I hear everyone whinging about their coffees in the morning. I'm like, oh, you're crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. All about the coffee. Caf- Coffee and sweet iced tea. Oh, I'm tired. Still tired. Yeah, I have to sell them in the shops, the cold iced coffees. I had one or two of them. Not particularly mad about them, but still I try it out. You can get the iced tea over here as well. It's already made in the bottles. I prefer the lemon one. Iced tea lemon. You have a lovely day, September and Sun, honey. You like lemon in the tea? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Morning, Rocco. Iced tea, coffee in the summer. Yeah. You can get it in the shops. Already made. Well, not too bad. My sub count has gone up to 470, so we're nearly to the community wall. I went yesterday from 349 to 470 overnight. Rocco, you'll get your turn when the weather gets better. If you refuse to camp in the rain, I don't blame you. Yeah, Jen, it really did. Yeah, and there's more to come. Person promoting this page is not going to stop until we get the monetization, and they're asking, well, how many hours have you done? I said 10,000. And they said, what? I goes, yeah. I'm not sure the hours. I just need the numbers. So that was just done in one day to get me up this nearly to community tab, community page, so-called famous community page. I don't know anything about it. Another 500 after that. I'm monetized. I'll get the Wi-Fi. If you lose up the reception. Oh well. Well, the Heidi, as long as you have a great time with your husband and your friends, that's the main thing. Well, that's good, Heidi. You picked a good timing. For the 40 subs I lost, I regained 2 times more. Yeah, I bet the dog is loving it as well, yeah. Dogs love that kind of weather, that terrain. Okay, Heidi, drop your link. There you go. She might be able to get up, but she mightn't. Let's see. No, I don't think so, it's working. Probably not leaving her up. Morning, Chris. No, I don't think it's allowing her up. Maybe her internet isn't strong enough, I don't know. Normally when you keep her camera turned off, that helps. But, of course, until you get up. So how are you doing, Chris? I think everyone's getting ready to make their coffee. They're only waking up. We're still trying to wake up, Chris. Yeah, congratulations, Faye. You did your graduation. I'm doing okay today. How are you doing, Faye? You're doing good? But that's good, isn't it? It's on 10th of June. Yes, the graduation's on the 10th of June, honey. Okay. Okay, honey. Think everyone's gonna have to make their coffee. When did I graduate school? A long, long time ago. Long, long time ago. As far as I can remember. Oh, you're so sweet, Faye. I'm thinking, I'm just gonna do something for 1 minute. No, not that. It's gonna come out of here. Oh, thank you, Faye. American Pie, the song takes you right back. I know, right? It was the first concert you ever went to? No. Mm. All over the place, really. They asked me, when did I graduate, and I said I sang that song long time ago. Just a bare bit of it. It struck up a lot of people's memories. I just come out with things I don't think. Yeah. So how are you getting on, Purple? You taking rest? Yeah, that's good. Good you take rest. Downstairs. Oh, oh. Yeah, you have your daughter's graduation coming up. You must be very excited. 'Cause, anytime my daughter and stuff graduated, and my son, I was pure excited. I'm singing bye bye, Miss American Pie. Oh, we said it, shattered through the letter, but the letter was dry. Good old boys drinking whiskey and wine, singing this one little time. This will be it's too low. I'm tired. Can't think of any good songs to sing. I was going to do a karaoke afternoon yesterday, UK time, which wouldn't have because Amanda's 8 o'clock is 2 a.m. UK time, so there's no bloody well I was staying awake that late. So I'm taking care of my sleep. Your first concert was the Bee Gees. I always think the Bee Gees were brilliant singers, to be honest. I mean, they're you don't get singers like that anymore. Is anyone else up to the Mean Girls? Anyone at all? She's only one sub away from 400. The numbers are pretty low right now. But I do have a lot of new subscribers, and they've subbed up. We will get you that one person. Has anyone else subbed up to the Mean Girls? She's one sub away from 400. Ah, bloody hell, you know what? I can do it. Because I have 2 different accounts. 1 minute. I'll get you your 400. Type it in. Go into here. What's it called? Never do anything for love. Never do anything for love. Never do anything for love. But I won't do that. Anyone know who that song belongs to? But I won't do that. Google. Just gotta find a. This is a whole separate account. Done. Mean Girls, check out. I've got you up your 400. Yes, correct. It was me. It was Meatloaf. Bless him. He passed away, didn't he? He had great music as well. You're welcome. Love to help friends out. I just subbed now, so refresh and have a look. It should come up on a total different account again. I'm nearly to the community wall right now. Hi, Iris Rainbow and things. Oh, thank you, Glamity. Yep, 400. There you go. Now 402. How many have I got? Can someone check and see how many I got now? Oh, Mean Girls, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. You call it out as it is. Of course, we'll support in every way we can. Yeah, I love the Mean Girls Club. I'm 471. Woohoo! We're getting close to the community wall. I was only 349 yesterday, and I'm 471 today. And these numbers are going to keep jumping. I can tell you that. They're not going to stop until they get me to 1,000. Yeah, 471. Imagine that. And I took a major hit of a loss of 440 at one point, and within one day, a special person came to me and said that they love my singing, they love me, and they're doing major promotion on the channel. I woke up this morning to find that I was at 471, and I was like, holy hell. And they said they're not done. They're not done. That's just amazing. Because of all my hours put in, if anything, I could give hours to other people. I've over 10,000 hours done. You only need 2,000 hours to be monetized. But we're nearly there to the community wall. That's halfways. So celebrations all around. Mean Girls is up at 400. But that figure may change tomorrow. I could wake up tomorrow and it could be a totally different figure. Seems to be happening overnight, to be honest. So I know it's from a different country. It's not from America. I have an idea. Hi, Skinner. Good morning to you. I subbed twice. I got you to 400. 400 hours of time, and you have what 200 and well, you have it then, Iris. You have your hours you need in. You need 2,000 hours, and you need 1,000 subs to become monetized. At the 500 mark, you will get the community page. Now I'm at the nearly at the 500 mark already, which I thought I'd never see. 4,000 hours, and no, it's 2,000 hours. Purple, how many hours you need? I had so much hate watching. That's what got me up the hours. Only hate watching. I think I'm up to 10,000 hours. I know 10,000 hours is not what I need at all. I don't need all that. If I could give some away, I would. But obviously, it don't work that way. 4,000 hours, which I have 10,000 hours and 1,000 subs, yeah. And I'm coming up near the community page area. Community wall is 500 subs. And then after that, then another 500, and then you're monetized. As long as you've no strikes or anything on your stuff, you're okay. Well, Amanda, you only opened up your page. Everyone has to start somewhere, honey. Everyone has to start somewhere. Get people to watch your hours, or start looping them. Get them on your mobile and start looping your hours, looping it up, your watch hours. And if you have enemies like me, they're gonna get your watch hours up very quick. That's a good question. I think you'll get an email. But Purple will know. Purple, when you're up to the 5,000 subs, how do you know when you get your community wall? Don't they email you on that? It'll just show up and you can take a week, right? Because I'm nearly up at the community wall area. What's so good about the community wall? I don't get it. But anyway, it's a milestone. Oh, they don't email you about the community wall. Okay. It just appears. I think by tomorrow I should be up at the community wall. Ah, gotcha. Go to channel and swipe over and it just comes up. Yeah. And I'm at 471 right now. I reckon the rest of them will be got tonight or the next day or so. Hmm. Yeah, very true. Oh, excuse me. Mhm. Oh, Dermody, sweetie, have a great day, you as well. Have a great day. Yeah, music does bring people together. And what I've been asked in order for my channel to be monetized is to keep carrying on singing because I seem to love it. And I find that fascinating because it naturally just comes out of my mouth. Um, so, but it's a complete different country what's doing all this support with me. It's not the US or anything like that. So how's everyone been doing? Whoa, you have seen some of the best, very best. Yeah, hereby guys, yeah. Where is Tony? Tony, Tony, Tony. Soft angel, lie away from here. Yeah, but you have seen the best of singers. Sometimes late at night, I lie awake and watch her sleeping. She's lost in peaceful dreams, so I turn out the light, lay there in the door, and the crop top bus passes my mind. If I never wake in the morning, would she ever doubt the way I feel about her in my heart? 1, 2, 3, 4. If tomorrow never comes, would you know how much I loved her? If I cried, trying every day, show her every way. She's my loving one. If my time on earth was true, she would face this world without me. Oh, it comes to mind that one. I used to sing that to my daughter when she was young. You know, being a single mother, you think you have it hard when they're kids, babies, trashing the house up and making a mess and all these things. But, you know, I'd love to turn back the clock and just be back to the year 2011. Unfortunately, that can't happen. You'd like to have seen The Who. I've heard of the band. I don't know who sings, what songs they sing. Not unless we can find a special wormhole we can go back in. Back down. Don't quite know. Is that a song? Don't back down. Or something like that. Or am I completely wrong? Four 4:17 here, PM UK time. What time's up with you guys? Baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Something wasn't right here. Oh, pretty baby, I should have let you know. Oh, 10:18 a.m. Mendes time. I can't believe I'm drawn a blank on the words of songs. Whoa. That happens to me anytime when I take my meds. I know these songs off by heart, and suddenly I would stop and I go, it's just a complete blank. And I know the medication are doing that to me, and it's frustrating. It really is. Because as I said, I've been doing quite a lot of singing throughout my non-military life before I joined the military. Airbag is 11:21 where you are. Okay. Hey, Vegan Montclair. Take a look at our numbers, Vegan Montclair. Remember yesterday we had 349. Have a look now. We are growing in a rapid speed of time. And the person who's doing this said they're not going to stop until we're monetized. As long as I continue on laughing and singing. And that can be arranged. Because I express myself through music all the time anyway. We're nearly at the community wall. The community wall is 500 subs. We're almost there. Another 500 subs after that, we're monetized. Our hours are in. Everything's set to go. Amazing. For the 40 subs we lost, we tripled up. Just because the narrative didn't fit, but the narrative will fit pretty soon, trust me on that. Yeah, it's a shame that all the good bands are gone, yeah. It is. The best of singers are gone. So have vegan Claire Mum, how are you enjoying the hot weather? You want it hotter? It'll get hotter. We're early yet. Remember, we're only in May. July and August is normally the best time. Any Bonnie songs? You'd have to name out the songs. I know I sing a wide range of different songs, but I'd have to know the song. It's which song. If I don't know it, I'll tell you straight out. I don't know it. Well, there's nice cheery songs. What songs are there? By the rivers of Babylon, where she sat down. Yeah, yeah, na 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 na, something like that. I don't know all of it. I have to look up the words a bit better than that. But I will learn it. I know it. I do know it. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, I look up the words of it. I must keep an eye on the words. I haven't sang in a while, you see, and I'm only starting to express myself out through music. When you hear me singing that song, "How Great Thou Art," that's because I think of my son a lot. That's not a sad song. It's my son's song. I think about him a lot. You know, my daughter's one was sometimes late at night. Sometimes late at night, I lie awake and watch her sleeping. She's lost in peaceful dreams, so I turn out the light, lay there in the dark, and the thought crosses my mind. If I never wake in the morning. That's a song I used to sing to her. Well, Annalise wonders how great thou art. And if tomorrow never ends, would you know how much I love her? If I try in every day and show her every way, 'cause she's my loving one. If my time on earth is done, would you know how much I stand? That was Monday song. Ali's one is great out. Y'all know Ali's one. So one of the days we're going to do some form of a YouTube kind of karaoke singing kind of a thing. This is something no one does. I haven't seen anyone do it in any of his channels. I don't want to be taken away from game nights and stuff like that because that's Purple's thing, and you know she does that really well, and that's her thing. Well, I like to do guess the song or guess who's the singer or whatever, you know. And I could sing some songs, and you gotta guess what year it came out and who sang it, and it's gonna be pretty easy because bear in mind I am a 1980s child, um, born in the 1980s. So anything upwards, I mean, I'd probably know. Don't let parties. So we are going to come up with some strange things like that, things what not other people are doing. I don't want to follow other people. Don't want to take away from them in any manner. I have my own talents. I know what they are, and I can use that to my advantage and give the channel a lift. Because as it is, let's talk, let's sing, let's do what we like. We're not bombarded down to the one thing. So I don't think now party. Let's party. What would you like to party here? By give me an idea. If I sing a part of a song, you gotta give me the name of who sang it, and it's going to be probably be easy for back. See, I'm not prepared for this, so I'm just going to do it off the top of my head. I don't have a load of songs written down or anything like that. Let me have a look at my mobile phone and get some ideas. We will get you that one person. Has anyone? There's something I'm going to do another day. I'm going to have to really go through it. Let me see how hot it is. I'm just running through the mobile there. I gotta be prepared for it. So, okay. It's gonna be something we're gonna do. I'll write down. I'll have the name of the song written down. I'll sing a portion of it, and you gotta tell me who that singer is. Who brought out that song, more or less. So I wonder where Tony is. Does anyone know the Indiana time? It'd be fun, Claire. I'll do it. I'll write down a load of songs, sing a portion of them, and have written on a piece of paper with a pen, and whoever gets the name of the artist correct, we'll do it that way. But we certainly won't be taken away from what Purple does with game night, because that's not at all what I'd like to do in any way, shape, or form. It's not a game. It's a bit of a game, but it's not a game night. We can call it a singing party, something like that, in that manner. And you'll know the day we're doing it because we'll write it in the title, Singing Party. So that'll be something to do. Some days we'll just have open discussion. Let's see what comes. If there's anyone who has a crisis and we need to help them, we will certainly help them to the best of what we can. We will not be handing out any false information, something that we can't talk to them about. They'll have to go to the GP or doctor or doctor's office or whatever they call it. Because I wouldn't want to take responsibility of anybody doing anything wrong to themselves. You know, I came into YouTube being a bit naive, thinking I can take on a mental health channel. Well, now I was thinking, feck it, even the mental health team, professionals can't even feckin' sort that one out. So I didn't have much and to stand on, to be quite honest. You know, and then you have a person behind with mental health, with challenges as well, with PTSD as well. So we're definitely gonna change everything up, make it interesting. Does anyone know the name or the name of the person who sings this song? Keep smiling, keep shining, know that you are there forevermore. That's what friends are for. Anyone know that? Good morning, Brenda, honey. Do you know who's brilliant to catching the songs is Glamour D. Anyone know this one? I would do anything for love. I would do anything for love. I would do anything for love. But I won't do that. Anyone know the song? Person who wrote that song, who sang that song? Anybody? Doop, 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 doop. Time is passing. Come on, that's an easy one. Meatloaf, Mrs. Misdemeanor, you are 100% right. It's one of his famous songs. Meatloaf. Hi, Dolly Vision, how are you doing? Meatloaf, yes, you're 100% right, Dolly Vision. We're just having a little bit of a game. Can anyone guess the song? See, can I think of any more? I would have loved to seen the Meatloaf concert. Oh, it's too early in the morning. It's not here. It's 4:41. It's 5 o'clock nearly p.m. Who sang this one? Sometime. What's her name? I'm gonna cut it in. Cut it in and see where. I used to think you think I had the answers to everything, but now I know life isn't always go my way. Feel like I'm caught in the middle. That's when I realize I'm not a girl, not yet a woman. All I need is time, a moment that is mine, while I'm in between. I'm not a girl. Man, the 1, 2, 3, 4 got it. Britney Spears. I didn't want to pick the obvious ones. I wanted to pick it one a little bit more out. Yay, Amanda. Well done. Oh, baby, baby. I picked that one. That'd be too easy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lonely river call. I heard a young man calling. Michael, they are taking you away. For your stone Shabanion's corn, and the owner see them all, and the prison ships are waiting under bay. Oh Lord, the fields of Athenry were once young. Anybody? The sky. I knew that'd be a hard one. Just think of what country I come from. If you can't name the person who sang the song, what country do you think that song came from? Prison ships are waiting in the bay. Anybody? Any takers? You don't have to name the person who sings that song. It was Britney Spears on the other song. But the song I just sang there has no one has copped on where that song. From the country and which country the song comes from. 1 second. I might have pressed the wrong one. So I'm back. Just doing something there for a minute. Oh, that was terrible. If only I had. Huh? I was listening to an article my husband had been reading. It was about a shooting in Texas, and it on from okay. Threats of shooting the schools or rampaging girls. Wow. No one called the police. Airbag. Well, yeah, they gotta start putting a system in because if this is gonna continue on, they gotta put a system in to protect these children. This is not right. It's not right. And I don't understand. I just don't get it. Why anyone would try harm babies? I just don't get it. Well, the last song I sang, and copped onto it. It was actually a very popular song from Ireland. I tried giving you a hint, but you didn't cop onto the hint either. I don't believe you did anyway. Hold on, have a look. No, it's an Irish song. I didn't. I said just pick the country, don't pick the actual artist even. No one copped on. It was an Irish song. Well, just reading Brenda what you're writing, honey. How many people here on this page, females or even males, have been in a DV relationship? I guess a lot, right? You can do one day DV as well. You, Dolly, yeah, you were in DV. So was I. So we may do you, Mr. Maynard, you as well. There you go. We might dedicate one day for DV people. We can do a discussion on that as well. I'd be very willing to do that because have been in a bad DV relationship myself. And yeah, we can do that. We can make it fun as the songs. Guessing the songs will be a fun time. We can do lots of different things each day. I'm gonna write out a plan for what days we do things. Now there's a brand new channel. And we're gonna make a success of it. So you've experienced, Claire, about DV as well. Taboo. That would be great. Yeah, we will do one day on DV. I don't even have to research it because I have a story to tell. Of course, it will be an interesting one too. Everyone's one is interesting. It's interesting how they can depress you. People say, "Well, why in the hell didn't you get out of there?" It's not that easy. You're in a situation, and your heart tells you it's wrong, but they're financially destroying you. We'll talk about that. Walking on eggshells around them, and the gaslighting. If they try to burn down the kitchen, they blame you. God forbid you might be in hospital getting your appendix taken out. So yeah, I will definitely do 1 day a week DV. We'll change it all up. We won't do the same thing every day. Same thing every day it's just we'll 1 day of open discussion, we'll do open panel. I hope when people start getting comfortable, come up, speak. It will be great. 10 years you put up with it, UK, Dolly, UK. That's a long time, girlfriend. That's a long time. You had an ex-stalker. So yeah, we can collectively all put in things and talk about it. And guys, the panel is not that scary. It holds up to 10 people. It's not that scary. You don't have to, I never make anyone turn on their cameras. I don't like the camera myself. That's when my camera's not on. I don't like it. Some people like the camera, some people don't. That's what makes us all different. So we can do that as well. And we can also talk about the red flags. There's red flags to all of that. So we're gonna make the channel, we're gonna make it, change it up, make it very interesting. What the hell is wrong with people? You don't do the no. Emotionally is sometimes the most damaging. But yeah, it is. The emotion or being physical, being headbutted into the head and stuff like that. And here in the UK, I mean, I brought a person for doing things to me like that, and they got away with it. But what I did get was a big ban order on them. They cannot come within so many miles of me. They cannot phone call me. They cannot text me. They cannot talk to me. And a different creator, I won't even talk about it. So I'm very much willing to talk about all these things. And I'm going to do a list up, and we're going to tell you exactly what day. And when I'm writing up before I come on, you're going to know which day it is, what day we're going to be talking about each thing. And of course, in the middle, we're going to have some, in the middle, maybe a Wednesday, I'm thinking can be an easy laid up day. We'll do 2 days of talk about important things and 1 day of guessing out which singer's which, and then open panel day could be another day, and we can talk about the DV problems and stuff like that. And there's a lot of you in here, including myself, who had went through stuff like that. Trump within my past, which I don't mind speaking about. Yes, the police caught him. Yeah. Mm. That's brilliant. So yeah, we do DV one day. DV one day. We'll do all different things. I'm gonna write it all down. And the first thing I will say to anyone who went through DV, and you're not alone. You're certainly not alone. Everyone's experience of DV, you they find them, but no jail. See, that's the thing in the UK. It's really difficult to get them locked up. It's so difficult to get them locked up because I brought a certain person to court as well and was granted all the protection stuff to protect me. But when it came to jail, they got off. They literally got off. I remember there was 4 judges there in front of me in the Exeter Crown Exeter Court, and they left him off. He was drinking and not telling me he was gay. You still look over your shoulders. I don't, because I know what they did was get rid of this person and send him back to where they came from, and that's the Republic of Ireland. And he's over there and he can fuck right off. Divorced shortly afterwards. I've been on my own for about 5, 6 years now. I'm not 100%. I know it's around that. It could be even longer. And it's not like I count it. You know, I certainly don't count it. Did they, Dolly UK, you brought him to court? Did they make you do a victim impact statement as well? Because I did. They did a victim impact statement. We're definitely going to do a day on that. So sometimes it helps just to even talk about it and have people in a room with you like this setting, and these people will all relate to what you're saying because these people have went through stuff as well. So I think that'll be good. I want to change everything totally up. So yeah, that's something to think about. Actually, I've been just thinking. I don't want to do it on a Monday. I want to do it kind of maybe a Thursday. Oh, thank you, Teresa. We'll do it on a Thursday midweek, or maybe Wednesday, and we'll do the singing competition thing on a different day. But Mondays when people are kind of just waking up, and you know, so yeah, we'll make it interesting. It's not that it's making it interesting; we'll make it good. Give everyone a voice. There should be a soccer registry in the UK. Claire, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. Just didn't have the guts to tell you he was gay. So sorry to hear that, Brenda. No. I bet you thought there was something wrong with you all the time, and in fact, it wasn't you at all. It was him. He was gay. But Brenda, if you don't mind me asking, did you see any signs of it? Was there any signs you seen that you thought was odd in your heart? Brenda, I'll drop you a link and you can come up and talk if you want. You're not shy of the panel. You want me to drop you a link? Much easier to get your word across than, typing. Because I find this interesting, to be honest. Brenda, do you want me to drop you a link? If not, just let me know. And I say the word interesting, I don't mean it interesting in a derogatory way at all. We are all survivors, indeed we are. Every single one of you. And Dolly, have you moved on and found someone else, or are you just going to stay by yourself? Because my plans at the moment for me is just to move to London and be around my kids. I'm not really interested with anybody. But that's why I'm asking, do you want me to drop you a link? You can tell us. Because typing it is one thing, but you coming out of your mouth, different. There's all DV people in there. I could listen to Brenda talking all day long. Stay by myself. Me too. Me too. Yes, they do. That's called gaslighting, Claire. Okay, let you comb your hair. I could listen to her, this lady, all day long. She's just fascinating. She's not shy to panel. Let's listen to what Brenda's gonna say. What all views have in common. They make the victim feel it's their fault. Yep. They try to make you second guess and even, well, did I do something wrong? Did anyone ever feel like they were walking on eggshells around them? Or when they pass you, you get to shake. You start shaking. Okay, Brenda, I'm going to drop you a link, honey. You can tell us all about it. So Brenda's going to come up and tell us all about what she went through in a previous marriage. I know, I can tell you now before she comes up, she's already remarried and she's happy married. Abused about your 15-year-old boyfriend. You left him when you were 25 with my boys. You took the boys with you, yeah? Here we go. Here's Brenda. She's fantastic. Still very sincere, lovely lady.
Hello, Susan Love.
Hi, Brenda, my darling. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I just
That's
wanted
good.
I just needed to insert that because I don't think if he had been honest from the beginning, it would have been
Mm-hmm.
something, I probably wouldn't have married him to begin
Right.
with, but he kept it a secret and he tried to
Yeah.
hide it. And I didn't find out till years later that he had been sleeping with people I knew that were gay.
Right.
And
Right.
they finally came to me and told me, I was talking to a friend of mine, Jimmy, who I had been friends with for years, even though he was gay. I mean, he was still my friend,
Mm-hmm.
and Kevin and I could have remained friends if he had told me and just never got married.
Mm.
But he didn't do that. And as time went on, he started drinking and to cover up what he was doing, to cover his
Right.
emotions. That's when the bad side would come out. Like we'd have people over and, he'd be fine the whole time that people were at our house. And as soon as they would leave, he would start like he'd grab the bag of trash that was in the kitchen where people had put their plates and everything,
Mm.
and just start throwing things everywhere and just being mean, And
Yeah.
of course, I would just say, knock your shit off, I'm not putting up with your bullshit. Then finally, I realized he was hiding beers in the back of our toilet. Where
Right.
your pump is to keep
Yeah,
them
I do
cold.
that.
And he'd go into
Right.
the bathroom and he'd be in there for a while. Finally, I linked onto it and I checked the bathroom, and there were bottles of beer in the bathroom, and that he had drank. Some were empty, some were full, And I finally confronted him on it, and that's when we had a big blowout. And I was I was cutting coupons at my table, you know, and for the week's shopping, which I did every Saturday.
Mm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He was a good worker. He was a good provider. He couldn't tell me I don't know why he couldn't tell me whether he was ashamed of it or he didn't want to hurt me. Well, he hurt me more by not telling me,
Right. Yeah.
And when he came out and I was arguing with him about the beer, and he come out of the bedroom and he had both his fists closed, and he was coming at me. And I just grabbed that pair of scissors in my hand and I just said, excuse my language, motherfucker, come on, hit me. Because one of us are going to die. I'll kill you. I'm not shitting with you. I'll kill you. You lay a hand on me, you're dead. I'm not playing games. And he walked out of the room and left, got into the car and took off. Because he knew I would not put up with that whatsoever. Because I stopped it in public when I've seen it. It's not something that I grew up with. It's not something that maybe he did, but I didn't. I never, my father hit my mother hit my father. So there was no way in hell any man was going to lay their hands on me. And then finally, I told him, I said, we've got to file, we've got to get out of this relationship. It's not healthy for you. It's not healthy for me. And I was trying of course, I blame myself. What did I do wrong? What was I not performing sexually? As a woman, that's what you think of.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to understand. I did a lot of self-help books. I joined a group about, women that were, that their husband had lied to them, and started seeing the facts of, how it's not me, it's him. He's the one with the problem. And I was just the person covering it.
Right.
Because he didn't want anybody else to know. So that's what it came down to, but it took me years to be able to forgive him. Years. I have, I have forgave him. I mean, we talk on the phone every now and then, and he doesn't hear me or see me, he'll call my daughter, and he'll see what's going on and what's wrong. And, so he does care. And he said to me many times, you were the only one that truly loved me for me. And I'm like, well, you blew it. There's no two ways about it. You blew it. If you were honest with me, things would have been different, but you weren't. So, I mean, what else can I say to that? I mean,
exactly.
it was a hell of a journey. It was 16 years we were together.
Wow.
Then
basically, he took 16 years of your life.
right, exactly. 16 years of what could have been entirely different, if things would have been different. I mean, he joined a church. He had them all fooled that he was, wasn't this person, and he was a great, worshiper of God, and he wasn't. He'd go to church on Sunday, come home, and be so angry at himself because he had been at church. And it never clicked in my mind why, he'd be so angry and mean after going to church. It just didn't make sense to me. It never, still hasn't, because he was faking it. He was telling people all these stories, and it wasn't true. I mean, I don't doubt in his own way that he loved me, because I'm a very compassionate person and I'm very loving and giving. So I don't doubt that he did love me. I don't think he loved me the way he wanted to. And that's what was killing him inside, because it was a lie.
Yeah. Oh, there's something else. If he had only told the truth, things would have been a lot different, and he wouldn't have wasted your time.
Exactly. And it was funny because I remember his dad telling me, and his dad and I were very close. And his dad said to me, I think, Brenda, you're the only one that can straighten him out. And I never caught on to what he meant, till now, straightening him out. You can't make somebody go straight, no matter how you try. That's in them, that's whatever trauma happened as a kid, or maybe not even trauma, maybe just he was gay and that was it. And but I mean, just the honesty part. I mean, I don't know why he felt he couldn't. Well, I know why, because of the church. He knows that the way the church would have reacted, they would have told me just to get out, because it was unhealthy
stuff.
Yeah.
And was it a Catholic church, Brenda?
We started. We didn't get married in the Catholic Church. I was raised Catholic. He was raised Episcopalian. So we got married in the Catholic Church on the island, and we never attended the Catholic Church.
Right.
He, because he was Episcopalian, so it's it's close, but it's still different.
Yeah.
So, and no matter where we went, whether it was Baptist, whether it was the non-denominational churches, it was all the facade that he put on. They had him as they even had him on the altar singing with the band, lying the whole time.
Wow.
And you got stuff like that in your past. You're not going to be on the altar singing and part of the opening services of a church. It doesn't happen. But he wanted to be so accepted as a straight man, and he wasn't. And that was his downfall. He couldn't be open. Once we got divorced and he became open, he continued to lie. I think he was a pathological liar because I would see people that I knew him, and they would say, "I'm so glad that Kevin's being a great father to your daughter." And I turned around and looked and I laughed. And I said, "You got to be kidding me, right?" And they said, "No, why?" And I said, "Because he hasn't seen his daughter since we broke up, since he left. He has not made any attempt to see his daughter. His daughter lost out on him being a dad through the roughest time, to preteens, through her teens. He was not there at all." So, I mean, I feel bad for her because I was always very close to my dad. I mean, I was daddy's girl, and she never got that. He just like would say he was doing it, telling people he was lying. He was to cover up the real person that he was, and even today, he very rarely gets in contact with her. And he'll send her Christmas stuff and, birthday stuff, but they're not close, they're not. And when she moved to Texas and she said, she offered me to come down and stay. Well, he wanted to come down and stay. And she told him, "No, my mom comes first. My mom was there through everything. You were not. I want my mom here, not you." And he was very taken back by that, But he's got no one to blame but himself,
It's true. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, at least
window of
now
opportunity when people break up, there's a window of opportunity for them to keep in contact with their kids.
Exactly.
And
And
if
your
you don't
daughters
bother,
need you. Your daughters need you. Now, my son never got to meet his father, and which is a whole other story. But he tried to be a dad, but in the wrong way,
yeah,
You can only be what you were taught, you know what I'm saying? If your
Yeah.
parents weren't that way with you, you can't be that way with other people. So I don't know if that was half of the problem. He was raised in an environment where his father was an alcoholic. His mother laid in bed all the time. She never did no housework. She never cooked any meals. So it was a very
seems like a very sad upbringing.
yeah, it was very dysfunctional. He had very dysfunctional upbringing, and all the kids, it reflected it in their lives, all three of them. But
Hi, Tony.
my son won't even speak to him. My son wants nothing to do with him. He says,
I
"Don't have
don't
to
blame
witness
him.
this to my mother." He says, "I have no respect for you." And I can't say that I blame him. I never told him to do that. I let them make their own decisions,
Yeah.
But, well, that was that story. I look back on it so many times and I said, if he had only told me, it would have, so much of my life would have been different, And I wouldn't have been so down on myself and blaming myself. For years, I blamed myself. What was I doing wrong? I was a queen. I mean, a lady on the outside and a whore in bed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I know.
So as far as sexually, and his brother asked him, his brother told me, I asked him, "So how's the sex?" Right? His brother wanted to know if that was the reason. And he said, "It's fantastic." And his brother's like, Well, what's the problem? What is the problem? If you're being satisfied sexually, what is the problem? I don't get it. And I told Glenn, I don't get it, And it's one thing I'll never maybe someday it'll, I mean, God showed me a lot, but, a lot of times you just have to realize it's not you, you didn't do it. You had nothing to do with it. You couldn't know if they don't tell you. There's the only hint that I got one day was my son was in the basement, and this was towards the end. And he come up and he said, Mom, I got to show you something, but I don't want to get in trouble. And I said, what? I said, you're not going to get in trouble. Show me. And he brought up a stack of gay magazines. And so I said, okay, put them on the counter. I'll handle this. I said, you're not in trouble. You didn't do anything wrong, And so when he got home, I confronted him with them. And he says, yeah, so? And I said, so are you gay? And he said, no, I'm bisexual. And I said, are you sure? He says, yeah, I'm bisexual. And I still didn't believe it, because it was the way his personality would go from just like an on and off switch, one side to the next. And he's a Gemini to begin with, so they have two sides,
Hello, Susan and the
Hi,
bitch.
Tony.
How's you girls doing? I came in to say hi to y'all before I got all the grandkids over here, and it's gonna be water balloon, and I'm gonna fight and I'm gonna throw a water balloon at every single one of them.
You go get him, girl.
Well, it's this machine or this thing that you tie to your hose, and
Yep.
in 60 seconds it fills 100 balloons, and it ties
Oh,
them.
wow.
So I'm excited to, not let the grandkids play with it so much, but me just take over the toy. So
Yeah,
you
that
smoke
sounds
one
like
of them
fun.
big ones, vapes that my daughter does. My daughter smokes like a huge vape like that because it's cheaper to buy it like that than it is individual all the time. Yeah.
It is. The individual ones, they're not as good for you. Where you have to put the cartridge into the bottom of them.
Yeah. It costs more too, she said. It's cheaper this way.
More, and the actual fluid or the gases or whatever, the vape they put inside, it's not a curated pure vape. It has other chemicals in it.
Yeah.
So, they're not healthy for you. Those are the ones that cause that popcorn lung. It's those. It's those cheap ones.
Yeah.
So I went in and I got a bigger one, and I'm trying, I mean, I still smoke though. I can't just, not until I get to a point where
honey,
I'm ready.
There's a lot of people, babe, that start using the vape and they don't fully quit smoking yet, but they're using the vape sometimes, and that's getting them down,
Right. It's clearing the lungs. It clears out the lung part because there's nicotine in there, but it's very low. And I use organic vape fluid, which is even better, it's very clean. And but it does clear because I get a lot of stuff out of my lungs,
Well, I'm just gonna tell you, when my daughter exhales that, I'm like, damn, my cigarette smoke gets to you, and then she'll exhale that shit, and there will be so much smoke.
Oh, I mean, you can put it fully open, and it's all smoke, and you can keep it lowered so that it's not quite as much. You have a valve that you can open and close.
Yeah.
And I don't put it fully open because I just don't. I mean, I never tried it, but I keep it like at 3/4, and that's what I use. And but it does help. I mean, it does help clear your lungs. And that's what I was looking for because my lungs were getting pretty bad. So I'm trying to get that to a better state
Right.
for myself, you know. But yeah, they're
Yeah.
nice. I mean, they're not very expensive, you know, and
Mhm.
I mean, it would be what you would spend probably in 2 weeks of buying cigarettes to buy a vape.
That's what my sister.
Yeah.
And then your
Yeah.
juices are like $3. Well, your the fluid part is like $3 a bottle, and you
Mm.
can pick the level of
Different
nicotine
flavors,
you want.
too.
They go all the way up into the 50s, and they start out as low as one.
Mm.
1% nicotine. They go 2, 3. I started at 3. I didn't want to go any higher. And
My daughter
next
actually
month I'm going to buy.
with the vape.
Right. And when I get to 2, I'm gonna next month when I go, I'll buy 2s. This month they didn't have any when I went. The 2s were all gone, so I had to stay on the 3.
Right.
But next
I
month
hope
I'm gonna buy the
everybody.
2.
I came on here for probably about 15 minutes to make sure that everybody is having a wonderful weekend. If you can, get
Yeah,
out there in nature. If you can't, then do you something fun inside the house.
right.
Just enjoy it.
Yeah, it's
I know
been a
I'm
good day so far,
Yeah.
but it's
it's been
hot here.
okay.
It's 90 degrees here already. You know,
Oh wow.
it's gonna be a hot one.
See,
Yeah.
my medicines almost a lot of my medications say I can't be out in the sun.
Yeah,
You know, I'll just have to watch it if I get too, you know. I just can't wait to start hitting everybody with these water balloons. I mean, I told
yeah,
my
that should be
husband I got
fun.
one aimed towards your face, one towards my son, and one towards my daughter. So I'll probably be stealing all the grandkids this fun. Oh, they got a slip and slide too. Now, if I was in better condition, I'd go slipping down that slide.
Right.
Can't do it though now.
Yeah, I know. I wish we had a pool. I don't mean a big pool. I mean just a small pool
We're gonna get that.
where I
I
could
think I
just
know
go
what you're
out
talking
there.
about.
You know,
Yeah.
just one that you could get a tubie and just cool off, jump in, float in the water for a while, cool yourself off, get out. You know,
That's what we're gonna.
but I won't go in the ocean here. I miss my ocean. I miss Cape Cod. I miss the beaches. The ocean's down here on this side of the Gulf there. So bad. You don't baby
Okay, just stop
towing
it.
me.
You're making me envious of any kind of ocean around you because we live in Indiana. There's no ocean.
Yeah,
No.
I've been to Indiana.
Michigan
I've been to Fort
Lakes is
Wayne.
pretty good.
Well, I spent time in Fort Wayne with a man I was seeing, and that's where he lived. So I spent about 2 weeks there getting to know him, and before starting a relationship, he came down to meet me, and he stayed with me for about 2 weeks. I went to meet him, his family, his kids. And Fort Wayne wasn't bad at all. I mean, the only thing I didn't like was the tornado things going off all the time.
Yeah.
But they were never in Fort Wayne. They were everywhere else.
Indianapolis, they call Little Chicago now, Indianapolis.
I bet it is.
Chicago. I'm so happy to hear, Susan, that you're almost at the 500 mark to get a community page.
Yes, she is.
So we need to
She's
get
doing
that up.
good.
Woo, woo. Did you guys go to game last night? Game night?
No,
With
I know
Ron?
he's going.
Yeah.
You
I didn't.
I seen your text
I
message, but when you got to think about it, when you're doing your game nights in your country, that was coming up as 2 a.m. UK time.
Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. So I was
Yeah,
well asleep by then, you know.
I stayed up later. And I'm not used to staying up past 9, but I stayed up. And I thought she did a good job.
Did
Yeah, she
she?
did. I had a quick look over it this morning when I woke up.
She's such a sweetheart. She really is. But
Mm.
we need to get your numbers up. Hopefully this week we can get them up to 500. And once you get that community page, you're just gonna love having that community page. I don't know much about them, but I do know, when I first met Purple, all she wanted to do was just get to that 500 mark for the community page. She didn't,
Mm.
envision, I think, way more than that.
We're
So,
at 471 right now. I believe we'll get the community page within the next day or so.
oh, we will. Even if we
And
have
they're
to
not
have
stopping until I'm monetized.
sub marathon and be like,
I'm
we've
not
got to
going to do
reach.
that because I have people who
I'm
are
joking,
doing what
Susan.
they're doing for me, and I'm not going to do that because it'd be unfair.
No, I'm
Right.
joking. You'll
I
get it.
have the Asian community are supporting my
You know,
channel.
Susan, all this negative turned around into positive for you. I
It
think it's
sure
You know,
did. It sure did.
when
it got her
people
numbers up and all. So
people see
Yep.
what it is, people see what was done.
Right.
and we're
It
glad that
doesn't
you're
take
doing
rocket
better.
science
I
to see
really
what
am.
was
I'm
done to
glad.
me.
And then now you have something. I mean,
All
look.
their drama and their incidences just made the channel go up higher,
Yeah. Your critics are your
So,
biggest fans. You know that, Susan? Your
Yeah, they
critics
can
are
be.
your biggest
yeah.
fans.
So
So all that hate turned in some love on this channel.
I know when it
Well,
all happened, I know that I had
when
lost
the
40 subs, and I was really kind of upset that I lost 40 subs because I worked so hard to get every
I know
sub.
that.
But I had a girl come in and tell me, "I'm going to surprise you," and she said, "Remember your sub count." So she told me my sub count yesterday. But when I went in this morning, I said, "Oh my God." That's all I can say.
I was
And she
so
said, "I'm not going to
excited to
stop.
hear
I'm not
that.
going to stop
That's a
until
lot.
you are monetized. I'm monetized." So
We need
it's
to get you
it's
to a sub. It's 1,000 subs when you can get monetized, can't you?
we'll get the community page in the next day or so. We'll probably get it tonight even. You just don't know. Um, and we're not
Well,
going to
I'll
stop
hop on
until
tonight if I can and help you, and we can
I get
just
the first 1,000 subs to get monetized. And
yeah.
after that,
You're not
free
that
reign.
far away from that.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
not too
just
far.
sorry to make extra names and just go under there and just you know keep subbing. I'm gonna cheat.
Oh, it'll happen. It'll happen, Susan. It'll happen,
Yeah,
happen quicker than you think.
It's gonna come easy. Um, I was just shocked to see how much those numbers had went up with all the dirt was done to you and said about you, but you rised above it, and now look, you're almost at
mm,
Yep.
500, and we love you
yeah,
and we support you.
Your critics. Your
Yeah,
critics can,
yeah.
the
Like I
more that
said,
they
they're the
say,
biggest
the more
fans.
people want to come and see to see if it's
Yeah.
really true,
It's almost as if,
and
Susan, you know how some of these stars weren't stars until they got a sex tape out there and then they were
right.
famous? It's kind of like that with you, but you ain't got no tape out there.
no, not at
Like
all.
Kim Kardashian, what did she get famous on? Well, her father was famous in the OJ trial, but what did she get
Right.
famous on? A sex tape.
I, I don't
Your
know.
sex, right.
Well,
Paris Hilton, I didn't hear nothing about her until sex tape.
Right, right. I mean, it's
So it didn't
weird
hurt
the
their
way it
career,
works,
it made it.
Yeah, it's weird. Same thing with Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah,
She
so,
started
yeah.
as a child actor, and then, she was so messed up, and all those critics, she just got so recognized she got some great deals out of it, you know? She got some great movies, and now she's quiet again, and she's battled in. Same thing with
People learn
Brittany.
things over lifetime and
Yes,
over
they
years.
do.
It brings them more knowledge on things they wouldn't have known before, you know, to kind of like stay away from or veer themselves away from. Some people learn their lessons and they take that with them in life. And then there's those out there that don't learn their lessons and they keep doing it, or they're narcissists. And it's just whatever they say is the truth. I mean, if you went outside and you said, "Oh, the sun's out," they'd look up at the sun and say, "It's not."
Yeah.
So I'm happy.
It's just people in general, you know. People don't know what to think when they hear things.
And I'm sure you agree, and Susan agrees. Women need to build each other up. We need to empower women to be the best that they can be. Because it's proven we're stronger than men. Sorry, guys that are in the chat. But when you have a child, it's like having every bone in your body broke at one time. Google it.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that, but mine was brought my cesarean section.
I mean, we gain strength from what happens in our lives. We don't realize it. You know, as we're going through it, it's devastating. And, you know,
but you will overcome it.
Right. And we shall overcome. And, you know, as long as we stay on the path and we keep focused and we know where we want to be, where we want to go, what we want out of life, that will. Right. There's nothing that can get in your way, you know, unless you allow
I heard you a little bit earlier talking about how you had got away from a marriage. I mean, so like, you know, you saying that it's true. It can happen. I mean, look at you. You got away, you learned, and something wasn't right, you know. I think you were saying you were feeling.
Right.
I just want women to empower each other. We try to tear each other down so much.
Right. Well, once they get past that, what did I do wrong state where you blame yourself?
Yeah.
Once you get through that and get over that and realize you have no control over somebody else.
No.
And their sexual preference and whatever they want, whatever they want to be. You know, once you get over that and realize it was nothing you did and you see that light, you know, you just zoom. You just go right past it, you know. And it just makes you stronger.
That's it, yeah.
I'll have to rewind it and watch it over from the beginning.
You'll hear me telling you what way the direction on the channel where I want to take the channel in the next phase of this channel. I was explaining what I want to do with the channel as well. I want to do one day on DV. I want to do certain days on certain things. I would not be doing a game night because that's purposing.
There's something echoing. I'm gonna mute.
No, stop that one. No, still echo. But yeah, there's terrible echo. No. Have you got YouTube open?
I don't think so. The only thing I got on is my radio. Let me check.
Yeah.
Let me turn off my radio because that usually causes feedback. I'm still in my jammies, so
don't worry about it.
I haven't gotten it yet.
I live in my pajamas.
Well, you know, I try to get dressed, but we were talking and the subject came up and Susan's like, would you like to come and tell us? Because she found it fascinating. And I was like, okay, let me just brush my hair at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So up I came. Because I wanted to get it out there. And it happens to so many women, you know, and as women, we are the nurturer. We are the, you know, we give birth, we nurture our children, we nurture our family,
Exactly.
we nurture our husband. Very natural. It's instilled in us as women to nurture each other. And when something like that hits you in the face, I mean, a woman cannot compete with another dick. I'm sorry. No matter
No, I always said that.
you just
I
can't.
told my husband, I can't compete. I can compete with any woman. But not
Any
with another
woman,
man.
anytime, anywhere. Right.
Yeah.
But I cannot compete with a dick. I just can't. I don't have one. So
What about a
it would be
strap?
different. You know, I mean, if it was another woman, it would be hands down. I would, you know, I didn't get the Golden Tongue Award for nothing, you know. But I mean, I know how to take care of a man between the sheets, and I'm not ashamed to say that.
Mm.
But you know, I mean, as far as, you know, how they, when you're up against another gender, you're just not made that way. And you know, if that's what they want, then you might as well just hang up your flag and move on, you know. But they got to tell you. If they don't tell you, you have no way of knowing.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that's the hard part, because a lot of them, they want that. I was like the cover, you know. I became the cover of what he was hiding from everybody, you know. Everybody he was hiding from. He didn't want anybody to know that he was secretly being with men. So I was the cover. By getting married, people wouldn't think of him that way. But then it came out, as it got on, it brought out anger, and then he started drinking. And you know, I wasted 16 years of my life. I mean, I have 2 beautiful children, so I'm not saying that was wrong. He was my best friend. You know, he just never told me. And why he didn't tell me, the fear of it probably was me not wanting to get married to a man that was gay, because I can't compete with that, you know?
Which is totally understandable.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't. No matter how I try. I mean, and I wasn't going to have a sex change to please somebody else. That was for damn sure, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it can be, it just can be devastating to any woman. And I don't know if there's others that have gone through it. I'm sure there are. I've never seen anybody talk about it on this channel. But I was in groups. I used to be in groups, and I used to go and talk, and people would bring up things, you know. I'm not really a public speaker on it, but I do enter into, they were mainly spiritual groups. They were put on by the churches for wives of women that were or are involved with gay men, and you know how it affects them, and you know how they have to get over that hump. It's not them. God made you in his image. You are perfect. It's the man that is, going through whatever he goes through. It has nothing to do with you. I mean, it just doesn't. But I helped 3 or 4, no more than 3 or 4, but several women through that ministry that helped them see that it wasn't their fault. It had nothing to do with them, and they needed to stop blaming themselves and beating themselves up, because they were. One lady was saying, well, I bought a vibrator and I did this and to try to help him out. You're only adding to it.
Mm-hmm.
Only making him want it even more. You know? But God says what happens in the marriage bed is considered sacred and holy. But that doesn't mean you go to the extreme to add something that's going to ruin your marriage. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of women learn that the hard way because once they do that, the marriage really gets bad, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's just stuff that we have to learn when, you know, we go through things. I used to ask God, why? Why? You took away my first love, you know? You took away Dwayne, who was Josh's father. He was my first love, you know? And we had a great relationship, very close, until he was using drugs. Then, as I was like 3.5 or 4 months pregnant, and I told him, you know, it's either me or the drugs. I'm not raising my child in that kind of an influence. I said,
Brenda,
you have
we get
a choice.
there's the static on your end. I don't know what that is.
This static.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's echoing. Everyone's saying it. Are you on your mobile?
Yeah, I'm on my mobile.
Yeah, I think it's giving me problems.
Okay, I'll switch over to my tablet. I'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, you can drop down and come back up again. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Brilliant. All right, Brenda, honey. We'll be waiting for you. Right, Brenda's gonna come back up. I mean, the static is she's talking really. Yeah, it's echoing me as well. Um, my uncle married my aunt and had 3 children. He left her when he was 50 and had a man. He would be 90 if he was alive. Wow. See, it's not so common, but it's not uncommon, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, in order to get Brenda to say it, it's best that everyone can hear it as clear as we can do it. And we are on the best StreamYards, and we are on a really good device on my end. So I know it's not my device whatsoever. As you can hear me speaking right now, there's nothing happening. It's just she's on her mobile, and her mobile's giving her problems. It happened before as well with her actually, but if she switches over to her tablet, it comes out pure clear. So Tony, you can come back up again. It wasn't your device at all. I'll drop another link. It's hard for the subs to hear what's going on at the same time, you know, and that's what we don't want is for you not to be able to hear. I was finding it difficult to hear myself because the static was getting too much. There's yeah, I kept cutting in and out and echoing. Yeah, it did. Tony, there's a link if you want to jump up. She's going to switch it onto a different device, which doesn't do that. It's a hard subject to discuss, but it needs to be discussed. I mean, these things need to be brought to light. Let me have a look at the chat. I was scared. We were scared of being accepted. I wear my clothes. I sleep in all day. My leggings and. Vegan Claire Mom, I don't think she has a channel. I don't know. Vegan Claire Mom, do you have a channel? Because someone's been dropping your link. We'll just wait for Brenda. Vegan Claire Mom, have you a channel? Yeah, I don't think she's looking for her link to be dropped. And she hasn't said anything to me about it. So, we need to be careful about links who we're dropping for, as my channel is starting to get notification and notoriety, and we're starting to build our numbers. I mean, I don't want to be dropping the links all over the place, you know, because I've worked damn hard for what I'm getting, and I've been torn down, chewed out, and spat out. Don't worry about it, Teresa, honey. Don't worry. But as our channel starts growing, we won't be throwing so many links out. Subs are really hard to get. They're really hard to come by. I just don't want to be handing my subs out to anybody, you know, because, well, all the badness what was done to me. No. I know, sweetie, I know you, and you love dropping links, I know. I'll tell you whose links to drop when the time comes. For the moment, we're going to hold back on links for a little bit. No, Claire's not bothered. She's not bothered at all. She maybe some people put things up on their account, but they don't actually use it. All right, Teresa, honey, no worries. There you go. Don't worry, Teresa. Or Mary. Bloody hell. Being Claire, Mom, are you thinking about opening a channel? Because I wouldn't mind to help you, but I'm going to be really restricting on whose links will be dropped from now on. All right, you're back, Brenda. I'll drop you another link. There's the link for you. No, I just upload videos of myself now again. Oh, okay, so you're not doing a channel. Okay. It was just asking. Hi, Amanda. This will be better.
Hello,
No,
I'm
Brenda.
back.
No, that's much better. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
much better.
I don't know what it is with the phone. It's got something to do with it. And when I come to log in, it says log in with Facebook or log in with YouTube, or it doesn't give me a chance to log in with StreamYard. So
Right.
maybe because I don't have a channel, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why. But that's a lot better and you're a lot more clearer as well.
Okay, that's
You
good.
can turn the static noise off, and it was making, when I was saying something, it was repeating me as well. But now
Oh,
that's
I'm
perfect.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, not that word.
I didn't hear that. If I had heard that, I would, I would have
Yeah.
said something, but I didn't hear it.
So we lost out on a bit of your story because of the and I can tell you you're not alone, because someone's after writing something. I just want to read it out to you as well. Lady Buglove. I can't, damn it. My uncle married my aunt 3 kids. He left her when he was 50 and had a man.
Right,
He
right.
would be 90 if he was alive, but he obviously is not alive anymore. But just so you know, you're not the only
Right, and I
person.
know, I mean, I know I'm not alone in this. It's happened to many women, and many women are ashamed to say it because
Mm-hmm.
they think of it as it's on them and it makes them look bad, but it doesn't. I mean, it wasn't you, it was them. They just couldn't be honest, you know? And I
All right.
understand, I understand that you, as a woman, like I say, you're a nourisher. You nourish everybody, you know, and you nourish your kids, your husband, your home, your life. It's just who we are, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so some women are afraid to talk about it. I had women used to write me letters saying how brave I was and that they could never do it. And in the end, they ended up doing it by listening to what I was telling them, talking to them, making them realize it wasn't them and that
Mm-hmm.
they're not damaged. They're not damaged goods that at all. You're not damaged because your husband desires a man instead of a woman. That's his desire. That's not yours. The only thing that you were just used as a front, and it's been happening for years. Men do it all the time,
Yeah.
because of how that they are looked at as a man. It covers them. And like God says, a man is covered. If a woman is saved and a man is not, the man is covered under the woman's veil. So, he gets the covering, but which is what he does. It's like people don't notice it unless I say something. Well, I
Mm.
got to a point where I had to say something because if
Right.
I didn't, it was only bringing me down,
Right.
and so, I finally opened up and started talking with certain church groups and certain um because some church groups will have nothing to do with that lifestyle. They don't even want them in the church. Now it's better and better, and they're getting more acceptance, and I'm not going to say I don't believe that they were born that way because I'm not God. I don't know if God chose them to be born that way, if there's a reason that they have to live that life. I don't think it's a choice. It's a temptation. It's
Mm.
definitely a temptation, but I don't think it's a choice. No one would choose to be treated like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a temptation if the desires are there. Same
Right.
thing with women and women. My
Yeah.
daughter is gay. My daughter is a lesbian. And I can't disown her because she's a lesbian. She's my daughter. I love her. I
Okay.
can only support and, tell her how much I love her, let her know that I love her, and that God loves her, though she doesn't. Ever since her dad left, she wants nothing to do with God because he turned her world upside down. So
Imagine.
she blames God, and that's her walk. God's gotta find a way to reach in and pull her out.
Yeah.
Um, and so I try not to get into that with her. Um, she knows how I feel, and that's all I can do is let her know. Um, but yeah, it can be very sad. It can be very emotionally draining on a family unit if there's kids involved, because the kids have no idea. They don't know what's wrong. They don't know why their dads don't love them the way they did and said they
Mm.
did. They don't know.
I get it. Brenda, I'll ask you a question. Now, where you are in your position today, looking back now, was there any signs when you think about it now that he
Well, there
was
was
gay?
no. I can say there were no signs sexually. There were
Mm-hmm.
no. There were no signs. really until he started drinking heavily, and his personality would change, which automatically means he was covering something up.
Right.
And that's when I started digging to find out what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I did. And then when I found out, we discussed it. We sat, we put everything on the table.
Mm.
And, my son found those books. I brought it to his attention. He said he was bisexual. Okay. That was hard to swallow as it is, And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, let me do research on bisexuality, So I started researching what I thought was, information, articles, books, stuff like that, that most of the time when a man or a woman that's bisexual goes into a straight marriage, they end up cheating. They end up finding somebody that they find attractive.
Right.
And they don't tell their partner that they're doing this. They just do it. It's like a spur of the moment thing. Like they just know. Like I have what's called gaydar. I call them gaydars. And
Right.
I can sense it miles away when someone's walking towards me. Oh, I can tell beep, 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 But
Mhm.
that's just because I know how they hide now. I know how they make themselves look under the public eye and how they are when no one's around.
Right.
I even went into gay bars with a friend of mine, a girlfriend of mine. We just went to see what it was like in the gay bar, to see the now he never went into a gay bar that I know of, but my girlfriend said, let's go check it and just see if we can see anything that pops out to us differently. And there were a lot of straight men that came in perceived straight that would end up leaving with gay men at the end of the night. So it's all a facade, They
Yeah.
just can't be honest with whether they're married, whether they're not, whether they have a girlfriend. Those people don't know. It's like it's a vicious circle until they realize they have to be honest, not only with themselves, but with their partner, whoever their partner is, so that partner can make the decision. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in this. Or I'll stay with you. I just want you for emotional or financial support, but we live separate lives. Now there's some that do that. There's a lot of the actors, for instance, and they proved to us on the screen that they were straight the whole time. In their private lives, they were living gay lifestyles. It happened to a lot of them, I just found out that what's his name? The guy in the what was his name, Michael? Perry Mason, the guy that played Perry Mason. All right.
Right.
Well, I can't remember what his name was, but I just found out recently that he never married. All right, which was a good thing because nobody got hurt. But on screen, he lived as a straight man. People perceived him as a straight man, and the whole time he was living in Hollywood with Rock Hudson as his lover. Rock
Wow.
Hudson had so many lovers. People didn't believe he was gay.
Wow.
Because he looked so straight. He presented himself as a straight man, I mean, so it's in both worlds, but until they're honest, people are going to get hurt,
Yes.
and there's just no way about it. There's no two ways about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there were too. I mean, I remember I think my father knew because I didn't mean to get so close to the screen. My father, when he was walking me down the aisle, he grabbed my hand and he says, honey, you don't have to do this if you don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he knew, he could sense it. He didn't tell me. He should have mentioned something to me, but he didn't. And I can't blame him for that. He was protecting me. And he cried walking me down the aisle. And I had pictures of his eyes all filled with tears, you know, and as he gave me away. But I think he knew. In my heart, I think he knew. And he was trying to protect me by giving me that last, you don't have to do this if you don't want to.
Yeah.
You know, I was 21, you know, I was in love. I was in love. I was totally in love with him, you know. I think if he would have told me then, I don't know if I would have believed him or not. Unless he told me before I got to that point where I was head over heels in love with him. And he perceived that he was a great husband. I mean, he worked 2 jobs to support his family. He would take on any hours of work.
Right.
He would drive his bike out in a snowstorm to make sure I had cigarettes. You know, he wouldn't I never went without anything. But then again, he was doing it in a way where I was more his best friend who was in need, not his wife. You know, he didn't come back and tell me, well, you know, I love you and I'll never let you go without. He never said that to me.
Yeah.
He would just say, you know, you need it, so here it is, you know? Yeah. And so there were things that maybe I didn't see, that he tried so hard to make sure that I had what I wanted, that I had what I needed. And we split the house cleaning down the middle. He would take the front 3 rooms, or I would take the back 3 rooms. We always worked together, you know. He wasn't, you know, he wasn't afraid to do that kind of stuff. Outside work, we did it together. You know, he would mow. I would set up where I wanted the flowers planted. He would plant them. He never showed that he wasn't there, you know, emotional. You know, until he started to drink. That's when it started to change.
Yeah.
You know, because he was hiding it. Yeah. I don't know how many times he got drunk that I didn't know of. There could have been plenty.
Yeah.
You know, where he'd come home and he'd be sick, throwing up. And I thought he had a virus or a bug, you know, and it was alcohol. He was drunk, you know.
Yeah, he was vomiting.
Yeah. So, I mean, you just can't blame yourself. No matter how you look at it, you just cannot blame yourself, because now God could have put me in that relationship for a reason. And many times I've asked him, you know, show me the reasons, show me what I did that was wrong, what I didn't see, or what I was blind to see, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally understand, yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing that I can think of.
Yeah. And he certainly wasn't a diva kind, because
No,
and they like to put the makeup on and
no, he was nothing like that. No. He liked to smell good, but what man doesn't?
Yeah, exactly. So that's,
you know, I mean, he was, yeah, he liked to smell good. He always wore colognes and they would smell really good, you know. He would always buy me expensive colognes, you know. I mean, it wasn't just him, it was me as well, you know. And so, you know, I don't know. He never got into the, like some men do, where they wear the makeup, or they'll, want to wear girls' jewelry, or girls' shirts, or the underwear thing. Nothing like that. Nothing.
Yeah.
He just, there was no true tale to that I can remember.
Well, it's an amazing story, and you got through it, and now I do believe you're happily married again,
Yes, I am. To
and
a very good man, to an
yeah,
awesome man.
and
He
it's
does
something.
whatever he can. He knows all my past. I've told him everything,
Yeah, you have
and
amazing.
you know, he's been
I,
by me through my sicknesses and my anxiety, and I told him to leave because I just didn't want to burden him. I didn't want anybody to bear my burden. And he wouldn't leave. He stayed right here. And he just was by my side. I'd be up all hours of the night. I'd be we slept on the couch because for me, getting into a bed seemed like I was going into a casket. And I don't
right.
understand where that reference came from. I really don't. But that's what it felt like to me at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And, so I wouldn't go to bed. I would sleep on the couch. He would sleep beside me. And if
Right.
I said I can't go somewhere because of I don't feel I'm ready to be out in public, we
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't go. He never forced me to go. He never made me feel uncomfortable about it. So he was really good with that. And I put him through hell. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I really put him through hell, and I had no control over it. I didn't know. I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't me. I'd look in the mirror and say, "Who are you? You're not me. Who are you?"
I know that
Because
feeling.
yeah, it's a very scary place to be,
Yeah.
you know. And he would just say, I love you, and reinforce that he was here, and he would cook, he would clean if he had to. And I was losing so much weight. The anorexic part kicked in, which, you know, you can't control that. That's just part of the symptoms. And so I wasn't eating right. I had lost all that weight, and all I wanted was to be me. That's all I want. I wanted myself back, and I would cry. All I want is to be me. God, why have you forsaken me? I couldn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't feel God was there. I honestly did not feel his presence. He made me go through it for a reason, I'm sure, you know, to bring me stronger on the other side. But for a while there, I know he was there, but he was letting me go through it to come on the other side stronger than what I was when I went in.
Mm.
To be able to know, so people can realize that is not something that lasts forever. You can overcome it. There are medications. There are people to help you. You don't have to feel like, because at that time I was going to try to get help, and the hospitals were thinking I was just there to try to get drugs. I
Right.
mean, what's the logic to that?
There
You
isn't.
know, there isn't any. And they would refuse me care. They would, tell me to go to my primary. My primary couldn't give me anything that was, because she was a nurse practitioner, but
Right.
she wasn't a doctor, so she couldn't really write, or a psychiatrist. She couldn't really write a script. But the hospital was giving me medication for me to try that made me sicker I wasn't eating, number one. So whenever you take medication like that, you have to eat. Any
Yeah.
type of antidepressant or antipsychotic or however it's considered, you have to have food in your stomach. And I wasn't. And they told me, well, you can just have this with a spoon of peanut butter. So that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
I lived on peanut butter crackers, and coffee. No, I wasn't drinking coffee at that time. I was just drinking soda. They told me stay away from the coffee. So I
Mm-hmm.
was drinking the diet soda.
Right.
That's all I had. Every once in a while I'd have toast or maybe an English muffin.
Mm-hmm.
And I cut everything. I stopped all my medications except my high blood pressure medication.
Right.
That I took daily
Mm-hmm.
because I knew that that was a lot of the reasons I had the stroke back in the day was because of my high blood pressure. So I made
Mm-hmm.
sure I took that. And so my primary care said, well, Brenda, if you're not going to eat, don't take your diabetic medication. If you know you're not going to eat that meal, don't take the shot because it's going to bring your your numbers for your diabetes really low, and you don't want that either. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so I stopped taking that for a while, and I would take only one, and that would be at night before I went to bed, and that's the one that regulates it so it doesn't go too low.
Yeah.
It keeps it above you crashing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was trying to stay within a boundary that I wasn't hurting myself, but at the same time, my mind was constantly doing this. I couldn't stop the thoughts. I couldn't stop what I was feeling. And nobody understood until you go through it. You don't know. You don't understand it. It's like a racing mind. And that does not stop. There's no button to turn it off or on. My
Yeah.
son would say, well, Mom, you got to find the button to reset. I said, where the hell is it? Tell me where it is and I'll find it. I could not figure it out. I could not get myself to that point. So I went and seen the psychiatrist because my daughter got very concerned because I was 108 pounds. I was skin and bones.
Mm.
I mean, I had fat sagging everywhere. And I'm like, oh my God, I hate the way I look. I hate this. I hate that. My legs were always good and full, and I always had strong legs. And, I used to lift weights when I was younger. So I always had muscle tone in my arms. And, that
Yeah.
was all gone. It was all gone. And then finally, when they started me on the clonazepam, because I was taking that lorazepam for years. And when I
Right.
got here, they wouldn't give it to me.
Mm.
So they put me on the clonazepam, and that worked the same day I took it. The first day I took it, everything stopped.
Brilliant.
It was fantastic. He saved my life.
Hi, Sunflower.
My psychiatrist saved my life, period. And there was no two ways about it. And I thank him every time I see him. If it wasn't for you, Dr. Kalkani, I would not be where I am right now. And he would say, I know, I understand, and I mean, and that was all everything. Because like they say, when you have PTSD or when you
Mm.
have panic and anxiety, it takes
Mm.
years of trauma, years of neglect and trauma and abuse till it finally gets to a point where that button turns on. When that button turns on is when it starts. Not before that and not after that. It's when it starts, when it's built up. And you can be perfectly normal and then something happened that just kicks it, and that's it. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's flying out somewhere and you can't find it anymore. And I was even to the point of agoraphobia. I was afraid to go outside. I was afraid to be alone. I was afraid to go anywhere. I would rock. I would sit there and rock like this,
Well,
and rock for comfort because it was the one thing that made me feel better was rocking. And that's
Mm.
the comfort of a mother and a child. When a baby's little, a mother's got her in her arms. She constantly rocks with that
Yeah.
baby in her arms. That's the comfort that you look for when you rock. My doctor said there's nothing wrong with that. That's a comfort zone. And that's okay to be in that. If you feel an attack is coming on, you can rock and rock yourself sort of out of it by feeling comfort, And but once I started the medication, I didn't need it, unless something triggers me.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't had too many triggers. I can say I've been on this since February of last year. Mike, is that about right? Yeah, about February of last year.
Yeah.
And I haven't had too many actual,
Triggers, so to
yeah,
speak.
any out of control triggers, other than when I hear people attacking you. Then I get upset. That's when I say Dr. Bitch comes out,
Yeah.
to set them straight, and because
I'm good. Good
no one
flower.
deserves it. Go ahead, hon.
I was just saying, she's had so long with me. Sunflower, I'm doing good. Yeah, that's all. That's all, really.
Yeah, you are. You don't realize how strong you are. You really don't. But
No,
then again, you let it build up to a point where you have no control over it.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you start to go down,
That's it.
and that's exactly what happens. You start to build you let it affects you to a point where there's no way out of the way that you're thinking, and that's when you get so down, and that's when I've noticed. So I tried to stop it before it gets to that point,
Yeah. Well,
And-
I know what I was doing wrong. I was not sleeping. I was totally insomniac.
right,
And
and that's the hardest part.
I know me. If I don't get enough sleep, it's going to affect my mood. So this
Right,
was
I'm
going
the
on
same
for days
way.
and days and days, and people didn't understand it. And suddenly, all of a sudden, I just went boom, kind of a thing. And
Right.
yes, things I shouldn't have said, but that's how I was feeling in that moment.
Right, right. And I totally understood that. That's why I was saying to you, Susan, you need to rest. You need to go and rest. Go, try to go to sleep. When you get so tired, you're staying up, you're not eating right, your meds are off a little bit. And it may not be a lot, just a little bit to allow that to happen. But you were so exhausted from fighting the battle that it was affecting you that way. That's when you were up. You were up for hours. I can't sleep. And I'm like, oh, here we. And that's the way I would be. I couldn't sleep. I'd be up all night long, trying to watch TV. There was nothing good on TV. Nothing. I would watch something for 10 minutes and then be moving channels, trying to find something to watch.
When you find yourself in that mode, your focus on the TV is like
it's not there.
It's like looking at the mirror. You're looking through the mirror. You don't see yourself.
Exactly.
When I talk about insomnia, I'm talking about a whole maybe 2 weeks of literally no sleep whatsoever.
Right.
And of course, when you're not sleeping, the food drive, your food drive to feel to eat, that goes. Some people are different than me. Some people will go and they will eat. All the people are different. Some people comfort eat. I don't.
Right. Yeah.
And I just kind of said how I felt, at that moment in time.
Right.
And to be treated in the way I was treated afterwards was totally shocking.
Right, right. I agree.
It's okay. The video's still up.
You know,
It is what it is.
being used by people, and he knows what he's doing. That's what he is, a PTSD victim himself.
Yeah.
To do what he is doing is very vengeful, it's a very mean tactic. I want to know what's hidden inside of him that makes him feel he has the right to do that to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what is it that because he got triggered? Well, you're not responsible for triggering him.
Couldn't
He
I didn't
has
even know he was in
triggers.
the room.
He
You
has
could have left.
triggers. Okay. We all have triggers. I can't say it's your fault if you mention something and it triggers me. That's on me. That's not on you. You know?
Oh,
And he tried to blame that all on you. And that's what I didn't like. That's why I didn't even watch the video. When I saw it was a video, it was put out, I don't know when it was out there. I
a week
saw it,
ago.
and then I saw your name.
Mm,
Let's discuss Susan Bennett, you know. And I'm
yeah.
like, oh no, click out. I'm out of here. I don't even want to see it because I know I'm going to blow up and I'm going to put Jerry in his freaking place. He's got no right being a radio host and do what he's doing. He should close down his whole studio and get himself some help because he's doing wrong. Period. And I would tell him that, you know, because it's not right, and he doesn't see it as wrong because he's making hits and he's making, you know, making money off of it, you know, making his channel grow. Well, sooner or later, that's going to stop. I mean, when you prove him wrong, he's going to have nothing. He's going to lose everybody. Then what?
What's he gonna do then when I unpack
Exactly.
himself, goes back into the back?
Exactly. Exactly. But he was being fed by somebody, you know, somebody wanted to be part of the downfall. And I'm not sure why he felt as though he had to get involved with that whole thing with, you know who I'm talking. I don't know why, but he felt he had to get involved. And, you know, he shouldn't have. That's not his place. He's not a counselor himself. He's got no right trying to help somebody that he doesn't know how to help.
Yeah.
He's not qualified to help somebody. You know, we haven't gone to school for that stuff. We can only share our experiences. That's all we can do. And how we get through them and how we move on. You know, because all of us have a hard time moving on. But once we get it, we move. It's just, it flows, you know, it just flows right out of us and we go. But some people have a real, and I had a hard time getting to that point. But like I said, once I got on the meds, it was pretty clear that that's what I had to be on. And I didn't want to take it at first, you know, because I had heard so many bad things about it, you know, and my psychiatrist said, just try it and see. If you don't like it, we'll try something else. But I want you to try this because I think this will work. And so I looked at my husband and I said, okay, I'll try it. You know, and I did. The next morning I tried it. I tried a half a pill at first because I wasn't too sure about the medication. And then, because it was morning, noon, and then around dinner time, I took the third one. And whenever I take new meds, I start out half because I don't know how my body's going to respond. My body is very sensitive to medication. So I took half and I felt pretty good for a while and then it wore off.
Right.
So I knew the half a pill wasn't going to be enough. So when I took the whole dose, it kicked right in. It kicked right in,
Yeah.
you know. That's
Oh,
why I
so,
say, that's why I ask you, doesn't your medicine stop your brain from racing? Does it stop it totally? Or does it?
it does do, but not to the point where I neglected myself.
Hmm,
So I got to take responsibility on that side of it.
right, right.
And for what I said on my channel that night, I totally
Yeah, but
owned it.
I knew where you were coming from. I mean, I knew I worried, I worried, but I knew you needed to sleep. That was the biggest thing because you had already gone and I know the way I felt. I went 6 months with maybe 2 hours of sleep a night.
Yeah, which is
See,
not
that's my
enough.
husband. That's all I was working on, you know? And it got to a point where I couldn't do it anymore. And all I wanted to do was sleep, and I couldn't sleep. My mind was just, I let it get, I let the agoraphobia take control. But I
Right.
didn't know how to stop it, the paranoia. That I remember this one lady gave me this medicine. I swear to God, I cannot remember the name of it. And she said, I want you to take this 3 times a day. I took it the first time. It sort of worked okay. I could feel a little bit better. I took it the second time. I felt okay. And then when I tried to take it the third time and go to bed, I had all this paranoia and fear just all of a sudden come rushing in. And I read the bottle and it said that this can cause psychological paranoia and what was the thing? Psychological oh damn, I can't remember. But it was almost like it made it worse. All
Mm,
right. It made you feel like you were losing your mind. I was
right.
laying in bed, peeking out my window. There was nobody outside my window,
Mm-hmm.
but I swear somebody was, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And so I didn't take that third ever again. I only took the first and the second, but I still couldn't sleep at night. I was not sleeping, so it really wasn't helping as it should have. And I told her that, and she wanted me to try this medication from India, and because I wasn't eating, and she said it helps you gain back your appetite. Now, mind you, she
Right.
was from India herself. Do you know I could not find that medicine on any American market whatsoever? And I'm like,
No.
now why would she give me medication that can't be bought? It didn't make sense to me. And I went to every pharmacy in this town and further looking for this medication. And the only way I could get it was to order it online. And my
Mm,
medical wouldn't pay for it. I
right.
ordered it online. So, and I didn't have the spare money to buy it. So, and she didn't care. She said, well, we'll try this. I said, no, I've tried that. It doesn't do anything. Well, we'll try this. No, I've tried that. It won't do anything. I was trying everything that I could think of, from the tabs. Oh, I can't remember what they call those tabs. Um, they said, oh, they work wonders. It didn't work on me. It did nothing. Then I went to Beaumont, another next city over, and my daughter's girlfriend says, well, you need to go in for a psych evaluation. And she wanted to put me in. And the psychiatrist said to me, I'm going to tell you one thing and one thing only. She said, we don't have a program here. If you come in here and I put you in under a psychiatric evaluation, you are going to be in a room by yourself for 3 consecutive days, just eating and sleeping. And that's all it's going to be. And then you'll be released and you won't get the medicine you need. He says, that's considered a suicide watch. He says, I don't see you suicidal. I see you looking for help. He says, I'm not going to put you in. He said, I refuse to do it. And I had my son come in and listen to what the doctor said. He says, she's not suicidal. She's not doing anything to hurt herself on purpose. This is not suicidal. This is it's a traumatic experience that she's going through, and she needs to be on the right medication. And and she has to go to a psychiatrist that can find the right medication. He said, I refuse to do that to her. He said, there's no need to. He said, all her stats are good, except she's not sleeping, she's not eating, and she has racing thoughts. That's anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
That's full-blown anxiety caused through PTSD.
Yep.
He says, which is a long-term, it can be right away, and it can be years of abuse or years of traumatic experiences that you go through. And it just gets to a point where your mind it shuts it down, So he refused to do it. And so my son came out with me, and, my daughter's girlfriend was upset because they wouldn't put me in. She thought I needed to be in there, period. And I did not think I needed to be in there. I told him, I'm not trying to hurt myself. I want to get better. I'm not trying to commit suicide. I told myself, why would I want to live? I want to feel better. I'm not abusing myself. I'm not taking an overdose of pills, slicing my wrists. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I just want help. And so he said, I got to tell you, he says, when you're on Medicaid, which is what I was on, he said, they push you through the system. They push you through and to somebody else, to somebody else, to somebody else. And he said, it's a continual game because it's the cheapest insurance. They can get away with it.
Right.
And I said, well, that doesn't seem to make sense.
Mm.
He said, no, it doesn't. But he said, I'm being honest with you. It's a true fact. You are in a system, and it's a ball, and it's circulating. They should have never taken me off lorazepam cold turkey.
No, it should not. No, I've done that
They should
before.
not have done that. They should have weaned me off that slowly.
Yeah.
To adjust my body. But they didn't do that. They cut me off totally. And they would not give me more. And they said they refused to. So I started going to the emergency room. And I'm telling them, this is what I feel. I couldn't eat. My stomach always hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was just a mess. I can't explain it any better than it was a total mess. And I blame it on the doctor that just took me off my meds cold turkey. Because you don't do that to somebody.
You don't know.
No, you don't do that.
With the Razpan, I was on it. That's one of my emergency meds if I need. I don't take it on a daily basis, but I do take diazepam.
Right.
On a daily basis. But lorazepam can be given to me up to so many days if I need.
Right.
And I should have probably rang the GP and said, look, you got to give me lorazepam. I'm not sleeping.
Right.
I didn't. I went to where I felt safe, which was on my own channel. And I said things and triggering things. And, but what sprung to mind to me was the bounce back. It's because when I took that sleep, I bounced back and I wanted to carry on again.
Exactly.
Keeps me going. But he even complained, Jerry, that why did I come back so quick?
Right.
Well, the longer you stay away, the harder it is to turn that button back on.
It is. It really is.
And I know that about me as well. So,
Right. Exactly. No, you
so,
did the right thing. You did the right thing by coming back because, you know, once you got your sleep and you knew that that was the problem, you could see it, you could feel it.
mm,
We all saw it. We could all hear it in your voice, how tired you were, you know, and repeating things and saying the same things. That's why I said, Susan, what would you do if I came to you and it was me in the situation you're in? What would you tell me?
go to bed.
And right, but you never answered me. You know, you didn't. And I said, you need to go to bed and sleep. That's what your body is telling you. That's what
Hmm.
your mind is telling you, you know? But you didn't answer me. I don't even know if you saw the question, to be honest, because there was
I
so
don't
many
know.
people. There was so many people trying to get your attention and
Yeah,
talk to you. And but I did put it in there because
yeah.
I mean, that's the best way I could think of getting you to look at it was
Mhm.
if it was me and you had to tell me, and I was coming on here saying, Susan, you know, I feel this, I feel that, I feel this, I feel that, and I'm so tired, I'm so drained, I have no energy, but I can't sleep. And you knew if I took my meds, I'd go to sleep.
Mhm.
You would tell me, go to bed and go to sleep.
I just remember going to bed, got woken up at the ambulance at 6 a.m. UK time. They checked me over. My blood sugars went low. And they were only low because I wasn't eating.
Right, right. You have
Um,
to eat.
yeah. So I just kept sleeping, going to bed, coming on here for a bit, then going back into bed, coming on here, go back to bed, having something to eat, slowly building up my food tribe
Right,
again. And well, what I did not expect is a friend who claimed to say he was my friend do what he
right.
done. That
No, I
hurt.
don't think any of us thought that.
That
I was
hurts me
totally shocked. I said, I
deeply.
cannot believe it. Who
And
does
the
he think
question,
he is? He's saying something and he's got no proof of what's going on. He had nothing.
question, to question my military career when I've been severely
I
injured by it,
know.
that
No one
hurts.
should be questioned. No one. You know, like me telling you my story. If somebody says, you show me the documents, what documents can I show what my husband did to me? I don't have
Exactly.
documents to show that.
Mm-hmm.
I
Or if you
don't,
did,
you know?
you're not going to have them underneath your bed or on
No,
you
no.
know. I was actually told by my mental health team to put them documents away and don't look at them.
Right, right, because of the trauma.
Exactly. So they're there somewhere, but until we take the apartment apart and
Right.
find
Then
them
you'll
and
be able to see.
we will find them. We will
Yes,
find them.
yes, you will.
Yeah, I know they're there. I know they're in a blue folder because I know my passport is with them. I know that. And then he
Right, right,
named out the fact that I lived in a council property. Well, council means like, government. Um,
right,
yes, it was a government property at once, but I ended up buying it
right.
under the scheme, the right to buy scheme.
And we
So
don't know
everything,
how the UK works with that. You know, I mean, we have no idea. We're Americans. We don't know what they offer you to buy, you know, as
yeah,
being military. I mean, we have no idea. They don't offer that over here. When you're in
yeah.
government quarters, it's government quarters. It's ruled by the government.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a choice to buy that property. Now, they do have one program that you can get into. I believe it's a 5-year program that helps you save that you put so much, you pay your rent, that rent goes towards your deposit on your property. And if
Right.
that person that you're in is willing to sell, you can buy that property
Well,
through the government, through the they call it the FHA, the
well,
federal government, or
I do like
AHUD.
government property for so long. you have the right to buy. It just automatically happens. And I
Right,
seem to have
right,
I had it cash because over being injured by the military, obviously I got a major settlement over being injured.
right, right.
And I ended up buying this property I'm living in right now, and I'm here a little bit, and I didn't know that he was even looking, and I didn't want people to know that it was a government
Right,
property. I didn't want that
right.
information out there.
No,
I
and
was
that's your right.
asked,
You it doesn't have to
simple
be out
question is,
there.
I was asked, did you buy a property? And I answered yes.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't got the rigmarole of the other stuff out there. I mean, if I did want it out there, I would have put it out there myself.
Exactly, exactly, you know. And
So
people are so they're so gun ho on getting clicks and views and making stories where there is no story. And, I mean, if you want to know somebody, you ask them. They will
yeah,
tell you. They will tell you what they know. I mean, you don't need to go around looking on websites or looking for this or looking for that. Ask them. They'll tell you the story,
I had
you
him on
know?
WhatsApp. He didn't even have to ask me on YouTube. I had him on WhatsApp.
Yeah, see, that's different. I don't use
And
WhatsApp.
he could have rang me and said, well, what's the story here with your, yeah, it's a government property. I bought it, but I don't want that put out there on YouTube land. Simple
Right,
as,
right.
you know, that could have been done easily, very easily.
Very
Right.
easily.
That's why I decided to give everyone a tour around the apartment and show I came from a 2-bedroom apartment to a one, and I have major problems with my storage. It's built right up,
Right,
and to be quite
right.
honest, I'm injured. I cannot get in there.
No, I
It's
can't see how you would.
it's going to
I've seen
be
the closet. It's full.
it's literally full to
It's
the top.
full to the top. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and there is paperwork in there, and that's not the only closet. I should have showed the other one as well. I have another closet, and it's the very same way.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Well, that's what happens when you downsize, You
I
don't have
don't.
room, you
And the stuff
know?
was so good not to throw out. I could not throw it out. And I kept on to some of my kids' stuff for when they were younger so they can pass it on to their children when their
Right.
children comes of, if they have kids
Yeah,
even.
right,
Um,
right.
but never in my life did I think that I would have to pull out my military documents when I was told not to look at them because of my injuries. I was told not to look.
Right.
And now, when the time comes when this flat gets taken apart, and they will probably end up taking the sofa from underneath my backside, but I will be showing my documents on the screen.
Right, right. And you really don't have to because you know, we believe you, but it's him.
These
It,
people have spoken. Look how many subs I got.
right. I don't know why he won't take it down. That's what bothers me. Why won't he take it down? Is it?
Because over 1,000 viewers looked at it. Because he put my name right underneath it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I still think he needs to take it down because he's looking like um it's not making him look good in the media's eyes as far as I'm concerned. I don't trust him. Now, Heidi, that's a different story. Heidi can if she wants to. But I
Here's what
myself,
a lady
I hope he doesn't do it to
said.
Heidi.
It's out of
I hope
order. Some people on YouTube to expect you to share your personal details.
right, right. Yeah, but he shouldn't be doing that. I mean, he showed his, and that's
I
on him.
I didn't ask him. I told him you don't need to do that.
No, right, right. But he did it anyways, and that's fine. He felt comfortable doing that. Not everybody does. That doesn't mean that they don't have that information. That doesn't mean that they're lying. I mean, you don't have to show what you don't want to show. Period.
And
Period.
in my story, I've always said that being in the military was a passion job.
Right.
He claimed that it was a joke job to him, and I couldn't understand how he thought that it was how you could sign up and think it's a joke.
Yeah, it's not a
I
joke.
took it really serious. I was a pristine soldier. I've nothing bad on my records, nothing to hide. And him to say that I went AWOL from Ireland, wow. I was like,
Yeah, I know.
right? I had to go back
He
at
doesn't know
one
what he's
point.
talking about. He's listening to other people who are saying they can't find records. Well, they shouldn't be looking for records. It's not their job to look for records to harm somebody. That
I
should
had to go,
not be
when I
allowed.
came here 2011, I remember I came here 9/11, the year 2011, I came to the UK. I had to
Right,
travel back to Ireland again just to get the discharge paper from the Irish Defence Forces so I could join up the British Army.
right, right.
And another thing, Brenda, people in the UK will know this, they will not take a person who's AWOL.
Of course not. No place will. No place will take a person that's AWOL.
I had to go back, get my Irish documents to come back and give to the military. And I even named
Right,
out where I was in London, Lewisham Barracks for engineering.
right.
And they were really nice. I mean, I thought they were going to be standing off with me because I was Irish, but actually, I met so many good friends and it was unbelievable, and they really liked me,
Right, right.
and they treated me like one of their own. And you know,
Well, that's the way it should be, really, you know. I mean, you wanted more that you couldn't get from where you were
yeah,
at that time. You wanted more, and you had every right to transfer legally from one place to another. You know, I understand you feel bad about it now, but I mean, you didn't leave your country because of bad terms. You left your country to try to better yourself.
yeah,
That's what you did. And unfortunately, something bad happened while you did after you did that. But that's not near or here or nor there as far as why you did it. You know, I mean, you were trying to better yourself, and I can't blame you as a single mother trying to better yourself for your kids.
mm-hmm,
Period. You were
yeah,
doing what you thought was right, and I understand Irish is your heart. That's where you were born. Ireland is your heart. Like
mm-hmm,
Cape Cod is my heart. That's where I was born. That's
yeah,
where I was raised. I'll always love Cape Cod. It's just where I lived, where I was born, where I was raised. I moved because it got so expensive. It's a tourist area. So houses were just the prices. I mean, they were outrageous. You couldn't afford it unless you had the money. So they were allowing the tourists to set up what housing should be priced at. So the housing association was giving the allotments for housing, which is a federal government program, and they set the boundary for the rents. So if a place says they're gonna charge $1,000 a month for a one-bed apartment, that's what housing is allowing. Well, you got a lot of people on Cape Cod that cannot afford that without housing. Okay, there are not a lot of high-paying jobs on Cape Cod. It's not a big island, It's not like Hawaii. It's not like, the Cape Cod, Martha's Vineyard, and Nantucket are small islands. The job, unless you're in the military or you're involved in the Coast Guard or you're involved in the steamship authorities, you're not going to make the good money, where they do the study. If you can get into lab work down there, you got it made because they've got the sea thing that's down there where they go into the ocean and they have that little ship that goes underneath. It's all about the ocean down there. So it's oceanographic. If you're involved in that, your pay is good. But a regular common folk, people that, work everyday jobs in a store or wherever, they got to work 3 jobs to make their rent. And your rent by law should not be more than 10% or 20% of your income. But they allowed it to go so high that people left. A lot of people left, and they can't go back because they can't live there unless by some, mysterious death in the family, you get left a piece of property. That's about the only way you're going to make it, because it's too high. And I know many people that have left, and many people that sit there and struggle to feed their kids. They go without to feed their kids. They're at the churches, they're at the food banks, they're at, wherever they can get help, that's where they are. But it's not a good way of living. It's not comfortable. It wasn't comfortable for me. I don't like going places and asking for help. I just don't like it. It bothers me. And these people know me. My family name was well known. We were one of the first Portuguese settling families on Cape Cod. My grandmother and grandfather had a farm. They had strawberries. They sold to the Indians. They sold to the stores. They had vegetable gardens. They provided vegetables to the Indians, the Wampanoag Indians, the store. They sold. They made a life for themselves, So the name that I was attached to as a family name was Macedo, which was my mother's maiden name. So I saw what my grandmother and grandfather did. I wanted the same. But my uncles, there was over 25 acres of land that my great-grandmother bought for the grandkids. Well, my uncles talked my grandmother into selling that land for some development back in the 70s, okay? That place was worth so much more than what they got, okay? That land was taken from the grandchildren and sold. We would have had land to build our houses and start our lives with our families if they hadn't have done that, and I can't blame my grandmother because she was in the middle of it. She's got 2 sides. She's got us grandkids saying, we want the land. We want to be able to build houses there. And my uncle saying, they'll never do it. They're not going to do it. Let's just sell it. So she was basically forced into selling it. But, it's just sad the way family is not what it used to be, especially down there. I mean, it's just not. It's very sad. I would love to live there. I would love to be back on Cape Cod, on the beaches. That's where I feel at home. That's why I loved Florida, on the beaches, But here I am in Texas. I can't go swimming unless I put a pool up because the water is so bad. I mean, it's just disgusting, But I love the weather. I love the hot. I like the seasons. It's not too cold in the winter, even though when it feels like it is 30 here up north, it feels, if it's 30, it's a different cold. The cold down here, it's very, very different. It's just different. I don't know if it's got to do with the atmosphere. You would think it would be colder up north, but it's colder here than it is up north,
I turned on my camera and people are probably thinking why. Because I'm after finding something.
You found it? That's it. The blue folder. Wow, good for you, Susan.
I need to go through and see. I need to fizzle out and see what actually.
Right.
I have a folder like this, but she doesn't. and I'll tell you the reasons why. I'm going to show it again. I have a folder like this, and we'll click the bear down on this. Collected by Susan Bennett. My folder
Right.
is like this with that amount of paperwork inside it
Right.
because I've been injured.
Right. Right.
So I need to go through that. That's the blue folder I've been looking for, which
Right.
I
Right.
by my mental health team I should not go through. This is the folder, my military folder.
Oh, that's good. I'm so glad you found it.
No,
You take your time going through that. You don't rush into it. You know?
no, I'm not going to rush into it. I'm going to take my time and show what I want to show.
Right. Right.
As I've been injured, he wouldn't have a he wouldn't have a folder like that. Number one, he was not in the UK Army or in the Irish Defence Force, and number two, he has not been injured, so therefore he would not have a folder like that. He just has a piece
Right.
of documentation.
He just
Now,
has his
discharge
honorable
paper.
discharge. Yeah, that's all he has. That's all my husband has.
Yeah,
My husband was in the military. He was in the Navy. He has
yeah,
his honorable discharge. You know, I mean, that's what they get. That's their paperwork. Unless they've been injured, then it's a lot more. You
mm.
know?
That's why I have a lot more than him,
Right, right,
and that's why I was told not to go looking for not to be reading it the whole time because it's my PTSD. I'll be reading
right.
through it and it'll explain to me what happened to me, how it happened to me in Kabul, and it's going to go through a lot of stuff, and therefore I'm going to have to take my time and just
Yeah,
really
take your time.
bit by bit because I have to think of my mental health
That's
at the
right.
same
That's
time.
right. That's right.
That's not just my records. That's not any kind of records. That's not my normal records. That's my military records.
Right, right.
So I'm gonna have to take
I
my
know.
time and go through it.
Yes, don't go quickly because you'll end up getting yourself all upset. And you
Yeah,
don't want that.
and you gotta bear in mind I live by myself, so when I get upset, I'm on my own.
I know, and you know that's the worst place to be when you're alone and you have no one that can sit by you and say, I understand. I've been there, I understand. It's you don't get that when you're by yourself.
No.
You know, you don't get any what do you want to call any feedback. You know, like when you talk to somebody about mental health, they usually give you feedback or they
Mm,
try to. And if you
yeah,
don't have that, it's very hard because your mind has nowhere to put it. You know, your mind wants to get it out so you can get better, but your mind has nowhere to put it. So you're stuck by yourself. That's why it's so hard when you go through these things alone. And I
Stingray said.
totally,
Stingray said you are not obliged to post any of this
no, you're
public
not. You're
information.
not. You're not. And I understand that you're not obliged. You don't have to prove anything. But I understand why you want to do it. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I understand why you want to prove him wrong. You just got to be careful of yourself. You just
Yeah,
got to do it slowly and do it to a point where you can find what you need to show. Whatever you don't have to read, don't read.
yeah.
You know, whatever you can't read, don't read.
I'm going to
You
take my
know,
time to do it. It's going to take a little bit of time.
yeah,
Bear in mind, I've been injured from it all. You know.
right. I mean, that's only going to bring up trauma, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and you know that, you know.
I know
So
that
that's why I say,
110%. Yeah, I
so
know
I say you,
100%.
no,
Reading through
no,
that is not healthy for me.
right, right. Okay, I'm gonna close my camera. I gotta take my shot. Being a diabetic, I always gotta look at the time, check for when
Yeah.
I need to take it. So I'm gonna put myself on no picture,
Okay, that's
and
fine. You can turn
I'll
it on when
just
you're done.
okay. But I'm here.
No worries.
Okay.
Brenda's just gonna do her shot. I knew I'd come across the folder.
Oh, yeah, do 45.
It's there somewhere, to be honest. It's going to take some time for me to go through all that. That's military medical records on top of other stuff.
If she thinks she has to prove,
She has to prove. Jerry put a video up denying everything that she said, saying she was lying and this and that.
And she knows it's not true what he's saying. Just have to prove nothing.
I know, we know that. I didn't watch my microphone.
Private info is private info. You're very right, Stingray. It is, and I'm going against my mental health by even looking for that folder or even going through it. But I've been backed into a corner where I was made out to be a liar. And that kind of doesn't sit very well when you know you've been injured so very badly. And I knew I was only a matter of time before I'd find that folder. Now I found it. And it's up to me what I'm going to do next. Either way you look at it, my sub count has went up. Stingray, yesterday we were at 349 sub count. Our sub count has gone up to 470. We're nearly there to the community page. But I did lose 40 subs because of him. But people have noticed that, and I have people who are helping me right now. He's no proof. There's no proof of anything. Excuse me for not elaborating on so many things because it's dramatic. It's dramatic to be hit up in an IED car, in a car which a vehicle, a military vehicle, and to be thrown up in the air and flung about with having two KIAs beside me, put my hand in blood to think that blood belonged to me. And excuse me if my details were slightly off. You know, I don't remember very much after that. Even still today, I find it hard to remember. How did I feel when I was told that my lower L1 back was broken? How did I feel? I just was devastated to hear that. Devastated. I told you a couple of weeks ago it's in a blue folder. I'm after finding the damn folder. I'm after finding it. This is YouTube. It's meant to be about entertainment. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to be supportive and giving acknowledgement and perhaps doing sometimes a bit of singing, something talking about DV people or other situations. Maybe I was a bit naive by trying to make a PTSD page when even the psychiatric team find that bloody hard and they're professionals and I'm not. So I don't mind changing it to Let's Talk with Me, Susie, It's not meant to be torturous. No, it's not. It's meant to be fun. It's also has opened up because I am disabled in so many ways. because of being in the army, it has opened up the fact that I can click on and talk to people from all around the world. Look, I'm talking to Crystal. She's in the US. I'm talking to Stingray. She's in Canada. I'm in the UK, originally from Ireland. You know, it's it's meant to be, and the amount of people I do morning lives, and I have people from as far as Australia coming into me in the morning lives. I do the Australian, and I do the I have a lady from Hawaii in the morning lives, as well with suit, and it is what it is. But to be bashed to the degree I've been bashed to, I mean, it just makes a mockery of everything I've actually done. It makes a complete mockery of the fact that I'm hurt. I'm in pain every day. Yeah, I'm just going to be me. And people are drawn to me because I am being me. And I'm a very sincere person. If someone asks me not to say something, I won't say it. And this Jerry guy, he just came out of nowhere. Listened to a load of people. And then even in his video, he even says he does not know. No, you do not know. Will he do a rebuttal video apologizing? I don't think so. I don't think so. I won't get any apology for the stress I was put under, or dragging my family's name through the mud. But saying that, I have all you lovely guys, girls, boys. If I hadn't been injured, I would still be in the military today. I'm 42 years of age. I'd still be in the military today. I'd working away, doing my military life, and I probably would not be on YouTube. Focus on the positives, everyone. Yep, no problem. Give me time. I'll slowly make sure bits and pieces. In time. Let's be happy. Let's be free. Indeed, we will be. Crystal, I talk to you offline and stuff like that. You know my feelings on it. I don't need to say it on here, to be quite honest. Apparently, I'm an attention seeker. No, I don't think so. That's not my If I want to be attention seeker, I could do a lot of things to do that. And attention seeker would be, that's not me. So slowly, little pieces of paper are going to come out every now and again. We'll start with the discharge paper, shall we? Slowly, slowly. I gotta go through that folder. I haven't seen that folder in a long time. Yes, we got a lot of new subscribers. Yes, we have. I know Heidi's off having a camping trip, and I hope she has a lovely camping trip. She deserves it to get out. They tortured me, Kelly. I guarantee you I will not get an apology. But I'm gonna that's the medical records as well as the discharge paperwork. Um I don't think I'm gonna get an apology at all. Really I don't. And you can see it's quite an old kind of folder. It's been put there and pushed about and pulled about, and I had it put away, and I don't know what happened. I found it. As I said, I thought it would take me to move to find the folder, but I found it. I knew it was in the apartment. I guarantee you when I start putting out stuff, they'll say it wasn't, they're not mine. So I guarantee you. I guarantee you they'll find something. Hmm. So, oops, I did it again. I found the folder you didn't think I even had. Oh, baby, baby. Oops. What are you gonna do now? Folder's been found. It's just a matter of time before I go through it and start showing stuff. Gotta buy myself a big fat black pen to mark out my serial numbers and stuff like that. Now, who's AWOL? Didn't stop and think that if I did go AWOL from Ireland, the British would not take me on. It's YouTube, guys, you know? It should never have gone personal. Should never have gone that way. That's right, Britney again. I do like Britney. She's a good singer. Oh, Brandy, you got 4 hours sleep. I put you to sleep. Oh, that's brilliant. 4 hours sleep in 2 days, honey. But 4 hours sleep is better than nothing, but 4 hours sleep is definitely not enough. Oh, but at least you got some sleep, right? Yeah, I'll cover up the ID numbers. I need to buy myself a big fat black pen. My serial numbers are on it. Oh, that's brilliant. I'm glad you got a nap, sweetie. So glad you got a nap. Sleep is really important. I know it's easier said than done sometimes, but it's so important. I feel bad for Brittany, but she has got there. In the end, she did. Yeah, I know. I know. It's crazy, right? Yeah. Let's see how I work it. Hi, Betty Boo. How you doing, honey? How are you doing? Brandy was listening to our channel, and she got 4 hours sleep. Which I think is fantastic. She turned me on, slept, fell asleep listening, which is a good thing. It helps, especially when you don't have someone screaming and shouting down and just talking normal. Just be nice. Bit of kindness is needed more in this world. It's lacking that. Yeah, they're all original. So I may have to photocopy them. I'll work it out. I'm going to take my time showing it. I might take a week or so, or even I'll take my time. I ain't rushing. Oh, I'm not going to rush it. But we have them. We found them. And I'll get to a day when I have them all sorted out and I will play it every half an hour. Turn on the camera, turn off the camera every half hour. But I guarantee you one thing, and mark my words on this, I will not. I will not get an apology from that person. Not at all. I've been listening. Helping my daughter pack. Oh, okay, Brandy. Where's she off to? Is she going on a field trip or something? I feel like you've been put under. Yeah, you showed them. So I'm gonna make them wait. But I have the folder. They won't. I won't get an apology back. I guarantee you that. They'll behave like it never happened, but they'll still continue with the video they have up because of 1,000 views on it. It's the most viewed video in the whole of their content. Even more viewed than his own documentaries. That speaks volumes. So I'll trickle out little pieces there and here and there in my own time when I know I'm ready to do it. Just wait for it. So let's say just wait for it. It'll happen. Now that I have it. And the funny thing is, I don't need to show none at all. My numbers are still growing. She's going to see my family for a month and a half across country. She needs to get away for a bit. I'm just scared the hell out of me. Oh, sweetheart. But she needs to have a, leave her get away for a bit of time. She's going to be with your family. I know you're feeling, that you don't want her to go and stuff like that. But, it might be good for you as well to give you a chance to readjust and get sleep and, and spend time with your husband or your partner. Um, Stay on the phone continuously all the time, FaceTime all the time, and it'll give you a chance to get that much needed sleep you really need. And she will definitely have a blast. She'll have a good time. But I know you're scared. I understand that. But call her every time. Get her on that. Make sure she's the phone and get her on that phone every time. And make a rule. If you don't answer my calls, you're coming back. And it gives you time to have a little bit more time and spend time with you and get yourself rested and stuff like that. And I think I'm saying your name right, Brandy. So I have a Brenda up on panel, and then your name is Brandy. Brandy. Um, and I'm so glad you listened in and you fell asleep. It works for me sometimes when I do that, but I can never tune into a person who's screaming and yelling. I'm glad you had 4 hours sleep. I bet you really had a good deep sleep. And what did I say to you yesterday? Monkey is coming home. She's so excited, see? She gotta do it. Make sure she's on the phone with you all the time, though. Set out your times with her and stuff like that. And leave her spread her wings for a little bit. And you spread yours for a little bit. She'll be back with you before you know it. And she'll be refreshed. You're such a sweetheart person. You're just a lovely person. Brilliant. Yes, I did. Yes, he is. We've already set phone call times. There you go. There you go. So try to relax, honey. I know it's not easy for you right now. I'll keep reminding you every day I see you. Monkey's coming home. You've already set your times, your calls. And tell her if she breaks any of them calls, she'll be back home again. Tell her I said it. I'm sure she'll be good. Hey, Purple Honey. Damn it. Guys, look after the channel. I gotta run to the shop. It's like 7:40 here right now. The shop is open at 8 o'clock. Tell Brenda, 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 if you're listening, I'm running to the shop right now. Look after the chat. I'll be back in 5 minutes, less than that. Look at the time.
Okay, Susan, I'm here. It's all right. You go ahead and run to the shop. I can't see chat, so
Cigarettes, but I'm keeping the channel opened, and the mods are going to take care of the chat, and you can
okay.
you can chat away with them. That won't be
Okay.
too-
Thank you.
So hello, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. She'll be back soon. It only takes her like 5 minutes to go and come
You know,
to the store.
or does she drive? No.
Mhm.
Or is it far away?
It's going to be hot here today in Texas. We're going to hit the upper or middle to upper 90s. No? Oh, all right. When I take my shot, I got to have something to eat, so. Wish I could see chat. Kind of stinks that I can't. I hope you guys understood what I was telling Susan about my story. You know, I hope it can help somebody.
It's that on your phone, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Understand. Switch you gotta turn on when your tablet is higher. No.
No, only she can see it. I can't. I can see the chat here, but it's old chat. Once I got up, it went down and went off. So I just see chat on my phone, but that's not working either. So
Just calm it down a little.
we'll just sit here and wait. I think Tony's having a
All got yours.
Tony's having a water balloon fight with her grandkids today.
Ah. Oh, Jesus. That's fine.
So I bet she's having a good time. Said she can't wait to get hubby right in the face. Kind of funny. I bet he'll get her first. Today's laundry day here. That's what we're doing.
Suitcase there. That'd be files or something. Just making that your suitcase.
Anybody got any plans this weekend?
Let's see the response.
No, I can't. I remember back in the old days when it was Memorial Day and we used to go visit all our family's graves that had passed on. I wonder if anybody still does that today. I know we did every year.
Old timers probably.
I don't have anybody here I can visit, so I'm thinking about them though. Okay, I'm back. I think Susan should be back soon. I'm trying to watch it on my phone. I get it all the way down, but do you hear any feedback out there from my computer? From my iPad, rather? Oh, I think she's back. I hear a door close.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
That's quick.
Yeah.
That didn't take you long.
No, because I was driving on mobility really fast. I got my cigarettes in because I know I'm gonna run out.
Scooter.
And unfortunately, where I live, the shops clock at 8 o'clock. So
Oh, I
that's
see.
yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why they close so early.
Yeah, it's just because where I live, it's down in London, it's different. It's just because it's just more of a tourist town where I live in Devon.
Yeah.
But down London, you shops open 24/7 down there. To be quite honest, you don't have to worry about the timing. So I got my
Yeah, we
figures.
have a few of those stores here.
Yeah,
They're open all night long. I think the ones that should be open should be the drugstores, but there are some grocery stores and convenience stores that stay open.
yeah.
So is it warm there, Susan?
It's absolutely roasting.
Yeah.
Really hot. Yeah, dead heat.
Yeah, we're in the 80s.
It's really hot. It's dead heat.
I'm worried about that desert, what do they call it? Desert dust, which comes out of the Sahara Desert and it comes across. When we get that, my allergies get so bad. It's weird because it gives like a glow to the air. You can see like it's a yellowish, like a yellowish green type of dust from the Sahara. It's really weird.
Mm.
I've never seen that before till I moved down here.
Yeah, it's really dead heat out there. I was shocked how warm it is out there. Actually,
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been out twice today doing things, and I just looked at my cigarette count and I thought, well, that's not going to last me for the night. I need to go shop now because
Right.
I can drive down on that mobility scooter because it's a big one and it's an on-road off one. It's taxed and insured and everything. It even has a logbook.
Really?
Yeah, because it's really big and it's really powerful. But I don't like doing the long trip.
Scooter.
How fast does it go, Susan?
And my one goes about 30 miles per hour, but it's run by electricity. It's a twin battery one. It's
Oh,
really
okay.
expensive. Yeah, and I've rain plastics built onto it then as well.
Right.
So you have like doors and the plastics around so you will not get wet. So
Yeah, I saw that when you showed it. It looks really good.
that's an extra. That's not, they don't come like that. That's a total extra.
Right, right. Yeah, that's
Much
how my father-in-law gets along because he's in a wheelchair now. He has a disease called ataxia,
Mm-hmm.
and it runs in the family of like MS,
Right.
and all his mobility skills are gone, basically. He has a real hard time standing up. He can't walk.
Mm.
He has one of those showers that are built in that he can go in and sit down and,
Yeah, like that.
shower.
Mm. Wait,
Yeah, so he has caretakers that come in because my mother-in-law, she has a hard time doing it. So, she has fibromyalgia like Heidi has, and
yeah.
it just takes a lot out of her. So, so they have someone that comes in and cleans, and then someone that takes care of him. And which is good, you know. It gives her time. If somebody's there, she can go off and maybe run to the store and, you know, do something. Because sometimes when he's left alone, he tries to do things, and that's when he falls, you know. And with somebody there, they're watching him 24/7, you know. So
Yeah.
it's good. It's
It's
good.
much better for him.
Yeah. It's really hard to understand him now, though, because that disease attacks the speech. So if somebody was to meet him, like on the corner and strike up a conversation, they would think he was drunk because his words are slurred and it's
Right.
really hard to understand him. But it's all part of the disease, and it's hereditary. And his mother and father both had the gene, so three of the kids or four of the kids, Mike had it.
Wow.
Those three of them had it, and his sister just recently passed, and he had a brother that passed like a year, like a year ago, and but yeah, it's no fun. I mean, I've seen what it can do,
Yeah.
and they go from completely normal to working and everything, and he kept tripping all the time at work, and that's what started it because
Right.
they drag their one foot is like dragging,
Mhm.
and that's like the first sign of it, and then the falls, and then slowly but surely it eats all the body muscle and tissue, and um it's pretty sad. It's a pretty sad disease. Michael's been tested for it, and he doesn't have it. His sister's been tested for it. She doesn't have it. Michael has something, but they're not sure if it's um, early onset stages of Alzheimer's because it comes and it goes. I mean, he'll be fine for a while, and then all of a sudden it seems like he'll have an attack where he starts getting, I can tell right away, when he starts to get it. And his disability is for his back, but we still don't know what caused that by any means. He didn't fall. It just one day he couldn't get out of bed, and he found out he had herniated discs and degeneration of the spine column that goes into the pelvic. That's all deteriorating.
Mhm.
And there was one surgery they could do, but it was only a 30% chance that it would make any difference,
Right.
and could end up putting him in a wheelchair. So
Right.
we opted out on it. It was too much of a risk to
Hi,
put him.
Teresa. Hi, Tony. Talks is True Crime. Just some people coming in.
Yeah, I can't see. Hey, Mary Teresa, my little partner in crime over there. Keep an eye
Yeah.
on those bushes.
I raised both of you up. Tony, look what I found. You'll never guess. Or will she
Yeah,
guess?
it's amazing. She found it.
It's the blue folder I've been looking for. All the stuff inside. Look at that.
All her documentation.
It even has my name. My name is on it.
Yeah.
There you go. So I have to go through it and see which I want to release and which I don't want to release. Nine back surgeries. Wow, Brendy.
Wow, that's a lot of surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did that when my brother-in-law had his whole spinal column from the back of his neck all the way down. He had neck. He worked in carpentry, so you know how they lug those bundles, and he was a roofer, so and built houses, and he messed up his back so bad. He's had like 3 or 4 different surgeries. They said if he didn't get the surgeries, he'd be in the wheelchair. So he did the right. He made the right choice, got the surgeries, but he still gets like numbing in his legs
Yeah.
and
That's nerve impingement.
yeah, that's exactly what it
You were
is.
speaking about earlier. I have osteoarthritis.
Right.
And then degenerating disc disease. So like in
Right.
between the vertebrae, they're almost touching bone to bone. And that
Right. That's what it is.
Yeah. The only thing I found that helps that a little bit that is over the counter is the osteoarthritis.
Really?
It actually builds up the
cartilage.
Yes, yeah. It builds it up. Pain medicine, stuff like that. That just mask it, really don't help. But this,
right.
tries to like and you can move better.
Right.
With me, they have me on gabapentin.
Yeah, they had that. They had him on gabapentin. Then they put him on up north. They put him on morphine.
Yeah.
He was on morphine, and he was on it. How many years were you on morphine? 4 years? I'd say it was more like 4 years. And when we came down here, the VA hospital said they don't give morphine to their clients anymore because it's so addictive. It took him.
What they did, Dr. Bitch, what they did is that they weaned all these people off of their pain medication because of the epidemic they were saying with all that. And then they put them on gabapentin. And now gabapentin is considered a narcotic. And
right,
so
exactly.
Taking that. So my question is, what are these people going to do?
He's not taking gabapentin now. He's taken meloxicam and
that's Mobic. I think it's the name brand of that. They had me on that Mobic.
Yeah,
and that's supposed to help get around.
Yeah, so far it's helped him. He's doing very well. He did have he's on Flexeril too. He did have like a week because they wanted to put him in hospital.
They used to have
when they were taking him.
Those were bad.
When they were taking him off the morphine, but he did it at home and he did really well. They weaned it very slowly, and
they have to. They can't take him off something like that.
No.
I see a blue folder. Does that blue folder have some stuff in it?
Yep, that's the one she was looking for.
Susan? That's the one?
Where is she?
Susan, honey. Oh, she might be doing something.
I'm here.
I'm here. I'd stop in and say hi and see how everybody's day is doing. I'm soaking wet. So I
was wondering if you had fun.
Yeah. We put cocoa butter on the slip and slide because they needed something slick, and I didn't want to put like dish soap because then they'd get soap in their eyes. So
yeah, then they'd be all bubbly.
Yeah.
They'd be clean though.
My oldest grandson, he just started right out. And I'm like, no, Grandma don't have any other clothes. Stop. So that thinking he wouldn't, he was just hitting me with those things left and right. But
it sounds like fun though.
It is. It's fun because it's this thing where you hook it up to the water hose, and in 60 seconds it ties and fills 100 balloons within 60 seconds.
Wow, that's crazy.
It is. So Susan, your paperwork, I really don't think you should have to show it, but it's good to know that it's there. And you found it.
Well, I suppose showing it or not, but I don't ever believe that I'll get an apology.
And
You know,
then getting up to 500. What is it at now?
I haven't a clue.
Let's
I
not
don't know.
check it. Let us all check it before you do it, and we'll keep you updated on it.
I can't check voice. I'm on StreamYards.
Well, I'll on my channel. I'll figure out how I can do it and then support it. But I just wanted to check in, everybody. I hope everybody's having a lovely day, and I'll probably see you later, hon. Bye,
Okay.
guys.
Bye, Tony.
Bye, Tony. Have fun.
Later.
Mm,
I knew she'd end up getting soaking wet.
yeah.
Get down, drown, huh?
It's okay though. When it's nice and warm, it feels good, you know.
Yeah.
If you're out there in the sun, it just refreshes you, you know.
Yeah. She loves having fun with the grandkids, bless her.
Yeah. I don't blame her, you know.
You lost the fight, huh?
She lost her battle. Her grandson, I guess, hit her over and over and over and over.
You got her husband.
I don't know. She didn't mention him. Maybe he didn't even get wet.
It sounds like she got wet.
Yeah. But those
Yeah.
things should automatically be slippery. You shouldn't have to add anything to it, you know?
Yeah.
Slip and slide. So I don't know. My kids used to love that. They put it on a hill, you know, and they'd start running and just slide down that thing, roll over on the grass, get dirty, go back through it again. Then we'd have to rinse off the dirt.
Mm,
You know, the idea is to keep it wet, you know.
yeah. Yeah, water balloons Mary Teresa shed. So I presume they had fun. And the
That's good.
weather's great, you know, so
Yeah.
thank God to show. I'm sick of the bad weather.
I know it's nice that finally. Well, we got some more storms coming through here.
Yeah.
I think it's this week coming up.
Right.
There's a cold front that's coming down from Canada, and the hot weather's going up into the northeast. So those two fronts are going to collide. So I think
Right.
it's gonna end up being the upper states, Wisconsin, all that area and through there are going to get that line that's just going to be horrific rain showers. And I think it's supposed to start Tuesday, is what they said. So until then, I think everything is pretty clear, which is nice. So she should have a good vacation weekend up there in Wisconsin. I hope. I think of Heidi out there in the rain, in the dampness, you know.
Heidi said the weather was good. She was in there today. She's gone
Yeah.
camping. But she's
Yeah, I
gone,
know.
you know.
I kept
Um,
hoping it would stay until she left, you know. I think she's leaving Sunday. So this isn't supposed to happen till Monday or Tuesday, so she should clear it before she gets home. I'm glad she's having a good time.
yeah, she deserves to get
You know,
out and
she
have a
really
nice time.
does. She really does. It's been a tough year on her, you know.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
Same thing with you, you know, you've had a tough year. So many
Yeah.
others. I mean, I get so blessed when I see Kimmy come on and she's glowing all from head
yeah.
to toe. You know, she looks so good and so happy.
Is it working out?
Yeah,
You know, it's such a blessing to see that.
yeah. And Kimmy always stands by my side no matter what.
Yeah, she does. She loves you, Susan.
Yeah.
She always
So-
said that, you know, she always said that.
Yeah. With all my subs in there as well, who believes on me, you know. Heidi's doing good.
You
I
gotta-
talked to her
it's-
today. She's getting much needed rest and relaxation.
Right.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's great to hear. Although she was on here once today. I could WhatsApp her, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave her, have fun,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
relax.
yeah. She needs to get that, she's got such a great husband that's so
Oh yeah,
supportive, and I'm so happy that she has that,
yeah.
because going through stuff like that, and I mean, even though her kids are grown, I mean, I know she doesn't expect her kids to come to her rescue and help her, none of us do, I mean, we don't expect our kids to raise us, even
No.
though, in the old days when the parents got sick, because I know we did it for my grandmother. When my grandmother got sick, my mother, me, my father, and my younger sister moved back in to help care for my grandmother. And then after my grandmother passed, my dad got sick. And so I had to I had to be the one to go to the doctor because my mother she had a hard time hearing. And when she got nervous, her hearing aid used to whistle.
Oh,
So she could never hear what the doctors were telling her.
right.
So I did most of that for her. I got all my father's medicine, got all the paperwork, fought for him in Boston, fought for him at the VA, and eventually he ended up having a severe stroke in the end. He needed triple bypass. What was funny was when he was in Boston, they told him that he was too early. Now, this is how they thought back then. It was too early to do a triple bypass. So he had to wait till his heart was worse. All right. So
Okay.
we took time and we traveled down here towards the Carolinas because there's a big VA hospital in South Carolina in
Mhm.
Charleston. And by the time he got there, they said he was already past the time for surgery, which makes no sense. So they couldn't do the triple bypass. And he was on medication all the time, you know, and
Mm.
it just ended up getting the best of him. I mean, he fought it. He started getting chest pains. He was in the service in Korea.
Mm.
After boot camp, he went to not Korea. After boot camp, he was in the Korean War. So after
Wow.
boot camp, he went to Germany.
Right.
Okay, and when they were doing their routines and everything, running and whatever the maneuvers were they had to do, he would get chest pains. He would go to the nursing thing, and they would tell him that nothing was wrong
Mm.
to go back. So he kept going back, and it started way back then. And he was, oh my God, 1920. He was already getting, signs back then that there was something wrong with his heart. And he didn't find out that he had massive coronary disease till he was 49 to 50 years old. That's when they
Wow.
actually diagnosed him in Boston, but
Mm.
he had what's that disease called? Not rose. Is it Rosie? No, roseola. It's the one where it can attack the heart muscles when when they were babies back then. If they got this disease, it attacked the muscles in the heart. Well, he had that as a baby, and I think that's where it started. But I mean, he couldn't collect from the service. He got out, after the war, came home. He was feeling okay, and he felt okay until he had his first heart attack. And he was working at the school, and he was a janitor at the school. He had been
Mhm.
working there for about 10 years, and he was doing that big machine that they wax the floor with,
Right.
with the chemicals.
Buffer. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had to strip it, and then he had to buffer it and put the stuff back on. Well, once he started doing that, once that chemical was on the ground, he was finding it hard to breathe. So he stopped and he went outside. Well, he didn't call anybody, right? He didn't tell anybody anything. And then when he was done, he came home. And that night we took him to the ER. He was having a heart attack. And of course, they wouldn't take the blame because he didn't tell anybody what was going on at that point. Now, this is going back years ago. So things have changed since then, you know. But yeah, they wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't give him a disability. Finally, he got a lawyer, and the lawyer got him his disability. And he just got worse and worse, you know. He
Yeah.
never got better, you know. It got worse and worse. And he was a smoker, you know. He stopped smoking, stopped smoking, stopped smoking, stopped smoking, you know. And because he didn't find stopping made any difference. Finally, the doctor told my mother, just let him smoke. If you make him stop now, it's liable to kill him.
Right.
Just let him smoke. So they did. Then my mother let him smoke, and you know, he was happy as long as he could smoke. He was happy. He said, "That's all I have. I don't drink. I can't go nowhere. I can't do nothing. All I have." At that time, he was on the CB radio back in those days, and that's all he had, you know. And the last stroke just took him. And they were trying to tell us that it was vertigo. I mean, come on, people. This is a VA hospital, you know, and they said there was I told them to do a brain scan. They said there's nobody here on the weekend, because this happened on a Saturday. There was nobody there on that weekend to run that machine. And I said, can't you call somebody to come in and run that machine? If he's got a blood clot, you've got time to remove it before it does any more damage. And they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. Finally, the doctor came in Monday. By then, it was too late. So they had already gone into a coma.
Oh.
Then they finally got to a point where they told my mother, you know, you're going to have to pull the plug. That was the hardest thing we had to go through.
Yeah.
My mother didn't want to do it, you know. She tried tickling his feet, you know. Because he had very ticklish feet. So she was going up to him and tickling his feet, trying to get him to respond. And no, he didn't even realize. He didn't know we were there. And they said that he was brain dead. So eventually they pulled the plug, and, you know, we watched him take his last breath, and then, you know, we left from there. And of course, after that, we lost our house, because that was my mother's income, you know. So we had to go from there to live in a state park in a tent. And we were there for a few months. And then from there, we went back up north. And, you know, it was horrible. Today, they would have had that thing taken care of in no time. And I said, you know, look how long it's taken, because people have heart surgery and stents and everything like it's nothing today, you know. Open heart surgery, nothing today. You know, they do it so quickly, and they do it right. Well, back then it was only the beginning of it. So they really didn't know what was going to happen, you know?
Right.
You know? Yeah, it's, you know. But I was a caretaker. You know, I had to do what my mother couldn't do. And you know, I just normally did it, you know, not that it came natural, because it did, but I mean, at 17 years old, it's not something that a daughter should have to do, you know, but usually that's when they're out with their friends, they're enjoying, you know, your high school years. I got out of school to help take care of them. You know, I wasn't working because I was there as a caretaker to make sure he took his meds. I had to learn how to do the blood pressure cuff. You know, I knew how to do his pulse. And I would call the ambulance beforehand And I would give them the numbers before they even got there, you know,
Yeah.
so they knew what they were dealing with when they came to the house. And my father would say, I don't want to go back because it's going to cost money. I said, never mind the damn money. You're going, period. You know, don't tell me you don't want to go because of the money. You know, and we forced him to go, but he just didn't want us to have the bills, you know. But yeah, it's sad how things were back then. And today, I said, if this was him today, he'd be all fixed up by now. You know, they would have found a way, you know, to get in there and clear that wherever that blockage was in his heart and
Mm.
treat that disease, you know. And I get tested all the time for coronary heart disease because it did run in our family. And so far, knock on wood, so far, you know, I had a stroke, but I had no heart disease at that point. And but yeah, I mean, your genes are your genes, you know, your genetic makeup.
But that must have been terrifying for you when you had the stroke that time.
It was very, very scary because I remember I was lucky. I had, they called TIAs, I think, or TAIs, which means they're
TIA.
mini strokes, you
Yeah.
know. And
TIA.
I had 4 of them. I didn't know I had 4 till 6 months after I was out of the hospital.
Right.
Is when my doctor told me that I actually had 4. Now, he was the one that fought for me to get my insurance,
Mm-hmm.
my Medicaid, and he put me on disabled and the people over 65. So they cannot take that away from me. They tried. They tried this past year, but they couldn't do it because he said it so that they cannot take it away from me. Because the disability that I have, the PAD in my legs, which is called peripheral arterial disease, along with the stroke, the diabetes, the high blood pressure, there's no way they expect me to work, you know, and I have COPD as well now. Well, I'm a
Mhm.
smoker, you know, I took that, that's my fault, you know, that's my fault. But this other stuff is generic, you know, the diabetes was all on my mother's side. The heart was all on my father's side. My sister got the MS. We don't know where that came from. We can't figure out which side had that, but that too is hereditary. Somebody on one side or the other must have had that. And she got that, and she has high blood pressure, no diabetes as of yet, which is good. But yeah, I was only 39 years old when I had my stroke.
Wow.
39 years old. I
How
was
much is
young.
that, huh?
Yeah, I was young, you know, and it was because of what I was going through with my husband.
Yeah.
That's what it
Yeah.
all stems from. And the doctor put orders on there that if he came in, he was not allowed in my room without a nurse being there. And as sooner or the minute that he got me upset, he was to leave. And because he knew that that's what caused it all, you know. And the doctor knew, you know. And they gave me all the brain tests and all that stuff. And you know, since I haven't had another one, knock on wood. I don't want to say that too soon, you know, because you never know. But I had it, and that was in 1997. In November of 1997. And I lost my motor skills on my left side. My left side is my weaker side, I should say. I didn't have to have like physical therapy. Within a month, I was talking fine. I had that monotone in my voice where it never changed. The alto of my voice never changed, but that came back on its own. And then I didn't need physical therapy. I just recovered slowly. I did things slowly got myself back up to moving again, you know. And my memory is what was the worst. It affected, I want to get it right, 73% of my short-term memory was gone.
Wow.
I say the file cabinet took a ride. It got deleted from the program because I don't remember certain things in certain years, or I remember it differently than what my kids tell me, you know. I said, no,
Mhm.
that's not the way it happened. They go, Mom, it happened this way. Don't you remember? And I'm like, no, I remember it happening this. So it's still boggled in there, you know, but some of it has come back. And by talking online, by playing games online,
Yeah.
been doing things that makes your mind work.
Yeah.
It's exercising your brain, you know. So that helped me a lot, you know, on my recovery of it. But as far as working, I can't stand on my legs for longer than, oh, I don't know. Some days it can be an hour, some days it can be 2 hours. Sometimes I can't walk very far without my legs get all numb, my hips will ache so bad I have to sit down. I sit down for 5 minutes, I get back up, they're fine. That's PAD.
Yeah.
It's just the muscles and the nerves, you know, so no, I deal with it the best way I can, you know, that's all I can do. That's why I started vaping, because try to get that circulation back up and moving and not being taken away by the smoking, you know. The smoking only adds to it,
Yeah, that's very true.
you know, so that's why I started vaping it.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't give me any blood thinners or nothing like that when it happened. I mean, I don't know why they didn't, but they didn't, you know.
Mm.
And then the next year I was diagnosed with a diabetes. And then the PAD was the third year. So I was 3 years I tried to get disability. And you need to have, like I was telling Heidi, you need to have 3 different types of serious diseases before they will give you SSDI. Before that, they won't do it. 1 won't get it, 2 won't get it. It's got to be 3. And a lot of it has to be heart related, or they won't do it, you know? And
Oh,
so,
yeah.
you know, it's a struggle to get the SSDI. Now, with the fibro, now that she's got that, whatever it's called, Hashimoto's or whatever it is, Hashimoto's, I don't know what category, if that's on that list. It may be, because they've added a lot of different diseases. So that may be one that can help her. I don't know, you know. But yeah, it's real tough to get it. And what happened with me was I was a nanny for 25 years after my father died and after all that stuff. I started taking care of kids. And for 25 years, I took care of kids up until I had my stroke. Then
Right.
I couldn't do it anymore because I couldn't pick them up, you know, because I couldn't lift over 5 pounds. Well, some of these kids were 30, 40, you know, and some of the babies I could lift, but the older ones I couldn't lift. And so I had to give that up because I couldn't run around and chase them and, you know, do the things that I normally did with them, you know. So I closed that down. And what happened was everybody always wanted to pay me cash. Nobody wanted me to have to go through the tax system. Well, I thought they were protecting me, but they were protecting themselves. Because
Yeah.
what ended up happening is I didn't have any tax returns. So the last place I worked, which was with my brother in a redemption center, wasn't long enough hours where it was above the table, where he was paying me by check and taking out taxes. I didn't work there long enough for that to actually kick in towards the SSDI. So I couldn't get it. So they put me on SSI, which it sucked because they don't give you enough at all, you know?
Yeah. Oh,
And,
you've been
you
through
know,
it.
so yeah, it's difficult, you know, when you're trying to fight to stay afloat, you know, and they fight you back every step of the way.
You've certainly been through it. I'm just gonna pop to the ladies' room for 1 minute.
Okay.
Turn off this.
How did she go? To that folder.
Let's go to that. Well, Mary Teresa, hopefully you won't have to have stints. They want me to see a what's the preliminary? Yeah, the lung doctor. She gave me these 3 months because I guess my oxygen level was low, but I wasn't having any difficulties breathing. So she said, well, we'll give you 3 months and we'll see where you are at that point. You may not need to. It may just be allergies and air related. So that's when I started the vaping, and hopefully that'll help clear out whatever's in there and bring those oxygen levels back up, you know? It's no fun, is it, Mary Teresa? It really isn't. Getting old or getting older is not fun. I wish I could go back to my 30s and know what I know today, you know? I wouldn't want to go to my teenage years, but at least my 30s and know what I know today. I would have done things so differently. Angioplasty. That's the one where they go up through your vein, right? All the way into the heart with the balloon. I think that's the one.
Yeah, they can get to the brain clot or the clots that
Yeah.
way. Yeah. I've been done to me a few times. Especially with the vaccination, I got a clot in my leg. And that's how
Oh, really?
yeah, did to go through the groin area. I was in hospital for 3 days with that actually, and
You were on blood thinners? Were you on blood thinners?
Yeah, they put me on blood thinners, yeah.
Yeah. See, they never put me on blood thinners, which I never understood why they didn't. They didn't find any. I had all those and the X-ray things or the ultrasounds of my legs. I've had it done of the major artery in the neck, and they didn't. They never put me on thinners. You'd think they would have, you know, because I was a prior stroke patient, but they never did, you know, which is weird.
I'm not on
To
blood
me, it's
thinners
weird.
now. I was on for that period of time, and again, I just said they went through the groin, and Teresa just said yes, they go through the groin. Then they knocked me out
Yeah.
for that. So yeah.
Yeah, they do. They go through the groin area, which again, there's that groin. Mary Teresa and I were trying to figure out yesterday. Women, we don't have balls. Why do we have a groin? And it's like, that's part of the man's area, and they call it the groin. And I think somebody told us yesterday it had something to do with the stomach muscles that's connected to the groin area on a woman is different than a man. I'm like, well, if I've got groins, why don't I have a ball? I don't have anything down there, you know? I didn't even realize that a woman had, because when I had fallen 2 years ago and they told me that I injured my groin, I looked at the doctor like, what the hell are you talking about, a groin? I'm a female. I don't have a groin, you know? And my hip, I damaged my hip. And now they say that it's got arthritis in it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And I landed on this hand and, you know, I mean, my thumb, I can't get grips, you know, and my thumb aches a lot. And they did an x-ray and she said that there were a lot of things going on with my hands.
Mm.
Now, I don't know if it's carpal tunnel like I had in this hand, because I don't know if you can see right in the center where I had the surgery done, down here, for the carpal tunnel.
Right, yeah.
But this hand,
I've heard of carpal tunnel before.
yeah.
I know I've heard about it.
But this hand, I didn't have anything. I was playing the guitar. I was doing well. And then I had those 2 falls in the same summer. And this hand has been screwed up since. So I haven't been able to play the guitar. Nothing. I can't do anything with this hand. I can't. If I hold things, it's not for long. For some
Right.
reason, it just feels like it falls out, you know? Not that it goes limp, but the grip isn't good, you know? So I don't know if that's, no, I don't know. I don't know what it's caused by, but she said there were several things going on with this wrist. So I don't know.
I don't know. I know my father fell on his wrist and he broke it.
Yeah. Well,
Mm.
that's what I was looking. I wanted them to see if there was a fracture, you know, but it's this part, you know, this camera, this part, this
Right.
soft part is where, you know, where the pain is, and then it radiates down through the thumb.
I must ask my
So,
dad about it. I'll ask my dad
yeah.
actually. Mm.
Yeah. So. So you feeling better now that you found the envelope?
I found the documentation. Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
read it in my own time. It's going because there are medical records mixed in with that.
Yeah.
It'll take me time. My subs are telling me don't release it at all.
Well, I
I'll
think
think
it
about it.
depends on. It depends on what you're trying to prove. You can prove that you were in the service, that you were discharged, you were honorably discharged, you
Mm.
transferred to the UK. I wouldn't give them any more information than that. That you served in the UK and you were released because of illness. I wouldn't give them much more information than that.
Yeah.
Just the proof of that. That's it.
I'm gonna have to sit through it and take my time. I was told by
Exactly.
my mental health not to be reading it. So I gotta be careful for me as well, you know.
Right. You got to think of yourself.
Mm. I knew it was in this past somewhere. I just knew it.
Yeah. But you never know. Sometimes all of a sudden you're like, well, wait a minute, let me check this. And there it is.
That's
You
what
know?
it just happened to me today, actually. It's
Yeah.
in front of me. So,
Yeah. Memories are bad, boy, aren't they? Boy, I tell you. I'm not going far. I'm just going to get a smoke. Yeah, I
no
can't just
problem.
give them up, you know? It's so tough. And I roll my own. We roll. Well, Michael rolls for me. Because I can't roll with my wrist. But
Yeah.
he rolls for me. And so these cigarettes are everything is, they don't have as much tar and nicotine. They're very light.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think by smoking them would have made a big difference compared to people that smoke regular cigarettes with all the chemicals and the filters and everything. These don't have that.
Yeah.
These are all pure. The filters are natural, so you don't get any of that stuff in it. But it didn't seem to make a difference. It still affected me, you know. But I originally did it because I was
Is he making them on the machine? Rolling them on
yeah,
the machine?
he rolls them on the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought the machine and everything, but I still couldn't do it.
Yeah,
So
see, it bothered my wrist.
yeah,
It
because of
really,
my neurological pain I have, I can't do it.
yeah. That's why he does it for me. Because he has the
Mhm.
machine. Now they have an electric one
Oh,
where you
really?
can just put the tobacco in,
Mm.
and then you push the little end of the top of the filter onto the machine. You hit the button and it does it for you.
Mm. The way he's made that right now looks perfect.
Right.
So he's doing a absolutely brilliant job.
I'm trying. You know, we're both trying. And he doesn't smoke, you know.
Yeah, so
So
he wouldn't have to do them.
yeah, it gives him a little bit of something to do, you know. And he does it at night, usually after dinner, and rolls for the next day. And then I try to get the vape in as much as possible. And then, you know, my body craves the stronger nicotine, you know, so I'll have the cigarette.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, I don't know if that's bad or good because they say you shouldn't do both. But then some people say, like Bonnie says she'll still smoke a cigarette. She still
Yeah.
had
Well,
cigarettes when she, you know,
my opinion
when
is
she,
I do the same thing. Sometimes I'll do a vape. And what
right,
it does is it cutting down the amount of cigarettes I'm actually smoking.
right,
Like
right,
vape. Sometimes I'll pick up the vape and vape for a while, and then I'll go back onto the cigarettes.
right, right.
So you're not really doing bad. I mean,
My lungs are really bad though. I mean,
Mm.
and I don't know if that's from the actual stroke or if that's just because I'm a heavy smoker, you know.
Could be.
You know, probably both, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're bad. I mean, now like today when we have a quality alert warning for the air quality. So
Right.
today when I got up, I could feel it right away. I mean, I took a drag off a cigarette and I was hacking my brains out. And it took
Wow.
me a while, but I got it all up, you know?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I have to. I can't stand if I can feel it or I know it's there, I've got to get it out. I've got to clap it out. And I do. I push it out, you know?
Yeah.
And which is a good thing. You know, some people can't do that because it gags them, you know. But I do it that way, you know. And but yeah,
How's
the air
Savannah?
quality here. What's that?
I'm saying hello to Savannah.
Oh, okay. Hi, Savannah. I can't see you, honey, but I don't want to cause my speaker to squeal, you know, if I put my
Put on your YouTube and lower down the volume and go into the channel, and you can read the chat that way.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to do now. So do you hear you hear any squealing?
No.
Any feedback? Okay. So I can leave that on.
Keep an eye on the chat that way.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm here, feeling I can go back to sleep. Savannah, did you not sleep very good, honey?
Mary Teresa, your father drank moonshine? Really?
Well,
That's strong stuff.
mm,
My
I've
grandmother
heard
used to
about
make
it.
it.
Yeah.
My grandmother had a still
Well,
in our basement, and we never knew. One day I went into what they call the preserve cellar, which is where she had kept all her preserved jams, jellies, vegetables, whatever was down there. On the side, there was this big round thing, and it had a thing coming out, and like a little stack. So I asked her, "What's that for?" She goes, "That's my moon. That's when your grandfather and I used to make moonshine, and she used to haul it to the states that they couldn't buy liquor
Right.
during the Depression, and they used to go across state lines with it. And my grandmother told me my grandfather told her, if we ever get pulled over, you take that bottle and put it under your dress like you're pregnant. And I act like I'm gonna take you to the hospital because you're pregnant. And they never got caught, thank God. But oh my God, can you imagine?
Mm.
I'm like, oh my God, my grandmother was a gangster. No wonder where I get my attitude from,
Yeah. Oh well.
But it was funny when I heard it.
Yeah. People find way of making some money ends meet back in the day,
Oh yeah, they made good money. That's why my grandfather did it. Him and his brother used to run, but when they couldn't, that's when my grandmother would go.
Right. Yeah.
I can't remember what they called that time. Remember? Began with a D when they stopped all alcohol.
No. Savannah said my uncle was an alcoholic. They told me that he
Told him not to drink with his heart medicine. He was on, he didn't listen, and he drank, and his heart exploded. Oh my word. Oh, wow. Savannah, that's horrible.
I'm so sorry to hear this, Savannah.
No telling what he had. Yeah, they didn't go to the doctor that much when they were back then. I mean, they just didn't.
Yeah. Some people would have to be falling down practically before they'd even go to the doctor.
Yeah. They had to go to work every day. They knew it, and so they would go. And then they'd come home and they'd drink and get drunk and do whatever. Now, my grandmother was a midwife. She was the only midwife in a certain part of Cape Cod. So when the doctor who used to live, I'm presuming he was like 35, 40 minutes away by car, but back then they had a horse and carriage. So it would take him forever to get to the person that was delivering babies, especially if it was a bunch of people having babies at the same time. So he prepared my grandmother to be his midwife. And when he couldn't go, my grandmother would go.
Right.
And she did that for years, and she never got paid. She never got paid for that. Nope.
Wow.
During that flu in 1918, I think, the Spanish flu, the people next door, she went over and helped the woman deliver a baby. The baby was as old, I believe, as my baby, the baby of my uncle's. And she couldn't give her baby milk because she had the virus. So my grandmother would go every day and feed her baby milk from her own breasts, and then go back and clean her breasts and feed my Uncle Johnny. And nobody in my grandmother's house ever caught the flu.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, I thought.
It really is.
It is. It's pretty amazing.
What they used to do back in them days,
I know.
To survive and to help the love and the caring of someone doing that. I mean, it's a big deal. It really is.
It really is, you know. And they even named the baby after my grandmother. And you know, they stayed close, I guess, for many years. And I don't know what happened, if they stopped talking or just lost communication. But she was very thankful, because if it wasn't for my grandma, that baby would have died,
Yeah,
because there was
definitely.
no way to get formula. They didn't have it like today with the
Yeah,
powdered formula, you know. You
right.
had to breastfeed.
Mm-hmm. And the breast is the best milk anyway.
Right, it sure is. And
You
she
know.
had very, very, very strong milk. Her milk
Mm,
was very healthy, you know, and she was amazing to me. She went into the garden, she had the farm. She went into the garden, she delivered my Uncle Johnny in between the strawberry patch, carried him into the house, changed her clothes, put him in. They had the bottom of the dresser drawer already made out as a bed, because they
right.
didn't have a crib for him. She put
Mm-hmm.
him in the crib after she nursed him and went back out into the garden and worked.
Wow.
Yeah,
And you
I,
see the way
I,
people behave today when they're
not
pregnant.
today.
I
You
mean,
wouldn't get people doing that. No way. No way. She was a strong woman.
yeah, they don't have them like that anymore. Well, they do,
No, they
but
don't.
they're hard to find. And
Yeah.
um, I mean, my nan was the same. She was just an amazing lady. I mean, she had
Mhm.
10 kids. One died, and she used
Right.
to watch them at home. She
Right.
never went to the hospital and had these
Well,
fancy
no, they
episodes.
didn't. They didn't. You know. Well, just think. You know what they charged them back then, considering today's even worse, but we have insurance. But back then, most of these people paid their doctors with vegetables and goats, and you know, and the doctors would take it. You know, they would just take it.
It's unbelievable.
They couldn't afford to pay, you know, money, you know. They didn't have it.
Wow, that's just
Even though
amazing.
they had the farm and everything, and you know, they made a little bit of cash. But my grandfather served in the service. He was in World War I,
Mm-hmm.
and he died very young. He died, I think he was in his early 40s. He ended up dying of diabetes.
Right.
Now back then it wasn't like it is today,
Yeah.
you know.
You don't have them fancy.
And they didn't really know that much about it.
Yeah.
So the doctor would come every day and taught my grandmother how to give him the insulin. And it was
Mm-hmm.
in the bottle that had to stay in the refrigerator on ice. And she would do that every day. Well, she gave him his shot that morning, asked him how he was feeling. He said, I'm tired. I think I'll stay in bed. She said, okay. She said, I'm going to go out to the garden. And he used to help her up until then, you know, out there. And she loaded up her wheelbarrow with all the vegetables, got that all done, came back, and he was already gone. He passed,
Wow.
you know, and he was early 40s, I believe, 41, 42.
Wow, my age.
Yeah, and my cousin said he was a very heavy, heavy cigar and cigarette smoker.
Mm.
So cigars are the worst, you
I've
know.
never heard them. We totally see them in Ireland. That's totally for men. Yeah,
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't go
they're
near.
gross. I
You
can't
know,
stand the smell of them.
they smell
Oh, I
horrible.
just, yeah, they do. Now, my father smoked a pipe for a while, and I like that. He bought different flavored tobacco, like he would one that was like cherry, one that was, you know, all these different flavors. And when he smoked, it smelled so good, you
Mm,
know. But that was, and he never inhaled it. He just puffed on it, you know.
right.
Once in a while, he may inhale, but and he did that for quite a few years. And then, of course, he went back to smoking cigarettes. But he was destined, even from a baby. He died, you know, he was born with that illness, that roseola, or I can't remember. No, it's not roseola. The one that caused the heart muscles. Cannot think of the name of it. Oh, damn. But we don't have it anymore. It's gone.
Yeah.
And we don't have it around anymore. But he was born with that and was very sick as a baby. So my grandmother always said, somebody cursed him. Somebody cursed him as a baby. And he wasn't a healthy child, you know, till he got older. And even then, you know, she didn't want him to go in the service because, you know, of his health, you know.
Yeah.
But he went anyways. He wanted to do his part.
Yeah. The services back then were very different than what they have now with all the technology and, you know.
I know. He was a radio man as well, so he was in the trenches and radioing back and forth from whatever to whatever. He's the one that told me the thing about that during, I think it was World War II, or was it World War I, where the Americans used the Indian language to send messages to each other because the other countries couldn't understand it.
Oh, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was kind of fascinating that they picked the Indian, you know, well, it's not popular, you know. It's not spoken, really, you know.
So the enemy couldn't listen to the Americans because they were
Mhm.
speaking that language.
That's right.
I've
And they couldn't
watched a movie on it even.
they couldn't read where they were. They couldn't find them. It
Yeah,
was a brilliant idea,
yeah.
you know.
That's just amazing because back then they used to use Morse code.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So can't
So
remember
that
the
had
name
to
of
be
it.
World War One. Yeah, it would have had to be World War One because in World War II they had the two-way radios that they could use.
Yeah,
So it would have to be one. But my father told me about that story. I thought that was very fascinating,
yeah.
you know. And that was before Pearl Harbor, I believe.
Right.
But yeah, it was pretty interesting to know, you know. I tried to learn as much as I could, you know.
Yeah,
But, you know, I was young. I never met my grandfather. I was young. He died before I was born. So all my stories came from my grandmother. And she spoke broken English. So
Right.
half of it was in American and the other half was in Portuguese. That's
Right.
just the way she spoke, you know? So I had to learn. I had to try to understand what she was saying. And she taught me the crocheting, the knitting, the sewing, the needlepoint. I did all that stuff. I can't do it now. My wrist won't let me.
Yeah.
But she taught me. She did some beautiful work. She had done tablecloths and bedspreads, and she did it. Now there were, let me see, 5, 6, 7, 8. There were 8 grandchildren. Every one had a set that was separate in a bag in her chest. She had one of those old big black chests, you know, that opened up with a key thing. And that's where she put all of our stuff in there. Now, when she passed away and we moved out so that they could figure out what they were going to do with the house at that time, my cousin Jana, who's a little bit younger than me, moved in there with her friends. That trunk was destroyed and everything was taken out. So and they were all named because she showed me. She said, Brennan, I want you to see this. Come here. She showed me. This one's yours. This one's Janet. This one's Lauren's. This one's Ananta's. This one's Louisa's, you know. And this one's for David's wife. This one's for Ricky's wife. They were all gone. All of them were gone. So they stole them all, you know. I didn't get anything. Nothing. I was so upset,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, family can be sometimes they can be your worst enemies, believe it or not.
My mom
You know?
was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, they can be your worst enemies. And it
The
was
both-
all over the house. It was all over the property, you know. They didn't want my mother to get that property. Well, they all had their own houses, right? Everybody had their house. My mother gave up her house to come live with my grandmother so we could take care of her. She wanted my mother to have that house. And then she said, if the house is ever sold, to have it divided between the kids, you know, her 4 kids.
Mhm.
And my Uncle Johnny didn't want that, and neither did my Uncle Frank. They tried to say my grandmother was mistreated. She wasn't in her right mind. Well, my grandmother was at my uncle's house one night, and he was angry with my grandmother for allowing my boyfriend to use the garage to fix his car. And he had a fit, and he told my grandmother, I can't wait till I can throw them out on their asses. And my grandmother said, oh, you think so? The next day, my grandmother went and had her will changed. He was supposed to be executive, but she changed it and left my godmother the executive. So he had no say. So he was so pissed at my mother, and so was my uncle, you know, that the family just, nobody talks anymore. None of us talk anymore, you know?
That's a shame.
It's sad. It's sad, you know? That was my grandmother's wish. Had nothing to do with my uncle, you know? She wasn't going to allow him to do that. She said, my daughter's here taking care of me with her family. You have your house. Your brother has his house. My aunt had her house. Why shouldn't she have this house? She gave up her house to come take care of me. That was the way she thought about it. But they didn't think that way, you know? They wanted the money. It's sad. It's just sad, you know?
Family can you be your best friend or your worst enemy?
Oh, yeah, they can be. So all the things that my kids, all the things that I had growing up with my cousins, we were always together. We all grew up together. We were there at each other's house every weekend, you know, cookouts, clam bakes, fishing, going over the islands, camping. My kids got to experience none of that because nobody was talking to anybody, you know? So it was pretty sad, you know? But what are you going to do? You know, you can't change people's opinions, you know? And my mother said, when I die, I don't want him at my funeral. You know, she said that. She said, I don't want my brother Frank at my funeral. Don't you let him in. How was I going to stop it from coming in?
I know.
You know, I mean, she really didn't want him there. But I didn't say nothing, you know. I let him come in, and, you know, he turned around to me and called me over and handed me $200. I guess he was trying to make up for something. I don't know. You know, trying to make peace, I guess.
Yeah.
And my Uncle Johnny did the same thing. They called us over and handed us, me and my sister, $200 apiece. So, you know, you come here now, but you didn't come and see her when she was sick, you know?
That's it. That's it, really, isn't it? I mean,
You
why
know,
wait
it is.
for person's past to talk great or talk honorably about persons? I don't get it. You know, I really
I don't
don't.
get it either.
I don't get why the world's gone the way it's gone, that you have to
Yeah, I
prove
don't
it.
either. I don't know when that changed. You know, I don't remember. I remember up until, you know, my grandmother died, everything was, the family was, she was all about the family unit. That's what kept everybody together, you know? And once she was gone, I mean, I talked to one cousin that is, that wasn't involved in all of that. And it was my grandmother's sister's son. And I talked to him. He's about 12, 15, 12, 13, maybe 14 years older than me. So he was my favorite cousin growing up. So him and I stay in touch. We call, we talk to each other all, you know, whenever we get a chance. See how we're doing, you know, and what he's doing on the cake, you know. He doesn't like it that I'm way out here in Texas. He says, you know, I can't help you being so far away, you know. He said, if you were closer, I could help you, but I can't when you're out there, you know. And but yeah, I mean, we're the only ones that stayed close, you know. And me and my cousin Jana were very close growing up. She was a year younger than me, so we were basically the same age, you know. And my cousin Ricky was 2 years older, and my cousin David was 2 years older than Ricky. So David was 4 years older than me, and you know, I don't know, I just don't get it, you know. And he was one that abused me, you know. He sexually abused me when I was younger. And I forgave him in my heart. I told my mother, but I forgave him, you know. And he still was one of my favorite cousins, you know. And my cousin Ricky never tried anything. He never did. He wasn't that type of a kid.
Yeah.
You know. And I don't know if he did it to any of his sisters. I don't know. But he did it to me twice. And then I wouldn't stay in my aunt's house anymore. You know, if he was sleeping, I wouldn't stay there, you know.
Savannah, this happened,
you know,
this happened 30 years ago.
Yeah, years ago. I was what? The first time I was about 8.
We gotta
Second
use the word SA.
Yeah, SA. And the second time I was about 11. We had gone camping on the island. And he tried to get everybody, because usually all the kids stayed in one tent, you know, and the adults stayed in their tents. Well, my grandmother would stay in the tent with us. And he tried to get his sleeping bag moved all the way down next to mine so he could sleep next to me. And I got up and I got out of the tent and I went into my mother's tent. I said, I'm not sleeping in there. She said, why? I said, I just don't feel right. She said, your grandmother's in there. I said, I'm not doing it. I said, just give me a blanket, I'll sleep in here. I just left. You know? But, you know, I mean, there's this thing where kids are kids and they're all, you know, kids go through a point of being curious about each other at young ages. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's when they continually do it, you know, and continually, or every time there's a free chance, they'll try, you know. No. There's something wrong with you, not me, you know.
Hi, Rick One Ball. How are you doing?
Hey, Rick.
Rick is in the house.
The first time for you was when you were 4, Savannah? Wow, that's young. Yeah, my youngest was by my grandfather, and that's when I was me think.
It's
I
a,
wasn't in school. Yeah, I wasn't in school. I hadn't started yet, I don't think. And we were living above my grandparents. So I was about maybe 6 or 7. I wasn't that young that I remember. I mean, it could have been before, but I don't remember that. I just remember that one time and me telling my mother, and my grandmother and my mother addressed him, and he got mad and denied it. And he hit me over the head with a glass ashtray because I told.
hey, Rick. And you said,
But he
hey,
was
Karen.
90. He was 90. I'm trying to think. He was like 97. So I want to say it was part of being senile. That's the way I tried to explain it to myself, you know, because he was really up there in age. He was 16 years older than my grandmother,
Right.
you know.
Her name is not Karen. It's Brenda. Trying to call you Karen.
I'm not a Karen, Rick Ball. Trust me, I'm not a Karen.
No, he said, no, he said, hey, Brenda.
There we go. Her great great grandfather, Mary Teresa. Wow. Yeah, you see, they go see at certain ages. I remember when I worked for a cleaning company and they sent me in to clean this old man's house and he was chasing me around his kitchen table.
Damn.
If he can chase me around his table, he don't need someone to clean his house. I left.
No,
I wouldn't go back.
I
I'm
would
not
say,
going back. No, that's quite okay.
I level
I'm
headed.
not being a Karen. I swear to God. Okay, Miss Teresa, go check the bushes.
No, it's Rick made the mistake by calling her Karen. It would take Rick to come in and upset the whole thing. But anyways, just joking, Rick.
LOL, Brenda. I'm joking. Love you. Okay, level-headed. Okay. I forgive you, Rick. I forgive you, level-headed. No grudges.
Not being a Karen. Oh God, crazy. In Ireland, the phrase for Karen wouldn't be a Karen. It's called a Molly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my dad used to always say to me, "Stop acting like a Molly." You know.
Oh, wow. It means the same thing as like someone that's being a Karen, you know?
Yeah, it means the same thing.
Wow.
Yeah. So in Ireland, it's a Molly. It's not a Karen. So if you call someone Karen in Ireland, it doesn't mean anything. But a Molly
Right.
would. You don't want to be someone calling you a Molly.
There's a 5-second delay between my phone and the iPad. That's crazy.
Hmm.
I can see myself saying, I'm not a Karen.
Level-headed drive. You're gonna go. You
Waiting for a
barbecue.
barbecue.
And you went to the zoo today. Well done.
Oh, that's cool.
Level-headed. I have a question for you, and I've seen this. Did you get sacked over Ziggy? I don't know if that's true or not. I've just seen it. I've seen it on YouTube land, like on the streets of the YouTube. But I don't know if that's true or not. I thought I'd ask you. I'm just straightforward. I ask it straight out.
He said, did I get what?
We why did you get the sack over a different YouTuber? Because I
Sack,
seen
like set up? Like set up, you mean?
No, sacked from the job.
Oh,
Did you
sacked from
lose
a
your job?
job. Oh,
Did you lose your job over a certain YouTuber? Because I've seen something about that, but I just said I'd ask, but I don't know.
yeah, I don't know.
See what he says?
Yes,
See,
that's correct, he said.
oh, okay.
Oh, sorry to hear that, level-headed.
Sorry to hear
That
that.
sucks. How dare somebody do that?
You see how in depth they're going on real life people.
Yeah, people shouldn't be
Unbelievable.
going real life on people. It
No,
needs to stop, before somebody really gets hurt.
I've said that a few times. I have said that a few times.
Real Amanda. Z is never mind, I'll be nice.
Mm.
We'll call her a Karen.
We just call her Karen.
Yeah.
We're not calling her out in a certain way.
No,
She don't watch my channel anyways. Um, I don't have any time for her. Or
no, I never really got into talking to her. I don't know. My warnings just went up right away, that
I
warning
don't know
flag
what
or
it
that
is.
warning intuition thing, you know.
Let me see. I'm good. I roll in my mind. The problem is I would.
What's your name does your readings.
Mhm.
Oh, level-headed. I'm so sorry. I didn't even click into it. I just seen it as a headline, and I know that you come into my chat. So me being the way I am, I'm Irish. I just ask the question as it is.
Straightforward.
Mm, that's the problem with me. I'm very
Yeah,
straightforward.
me too. I got myself in lots of trouble growing up because I was
Okay.
always right to the point.
My dad said you're gonna get your the way you talk is gonna get yourself, excuse me, in trouble.
Hmm. My
It's
dad
just
told
who I
me the
am.
same thing.
Just who I am.
I said, I'm sorry, Dad. They taught me to say what I feel, voice my opinion, never be afraid of a bully, never be afraid to speak the truth. And that's just the way I am. I said, you taught me how to do this. He used to laugh.
Okay, level-headed. I just as long as you're okay, you know, I'm happy that you're okay.
And it's just sad.
That's how ridiculous YouTube is gone. They're
I know,
going.
when I first got on, it wasn't like this. I mean, granted, I was in Molly's channel, and that's like one of the biggest, known channels around, but even I used to just get a kick out of her
Mm,
attitude and her I'm not taking any shit type of, because that's me.
mm,
Um, but I try not to be rude unless I have to be, and I try not to attack unless I have a good reason to. You know, um, I don't bring other people into things, like TM and all those other ones.
mm,
So, I had to back out because it was bothering me a lot the way people were being treated. It just got to me. Even I know not many people like her. Um, Jody Sue, for one example. Everybody's been so hard on Jody Sue. Mind you, she's going through cancer and chemo and radiation, and she can't stay where she's living for long. You know, they've attacked her, they've called her kids out, they've abused her kids, you know, used their names in conversations that they shouldn't be used in. And she gets the blunt of a lot of it, you know. And every now and then I go in and I listen to her because sometimes she does speak the truth. And most of the time she has receipts to back it up. And I don't like when they say that word, but you know, I mean, I don't look for receipts. If somebody tells me something, I try to, you know, to trust them on their word unless proven otherwise. If somebody proves to me that they're not telling the truth, then I'm not going to listen to them anymore.
Right.
You know, I don't give you 5, 6 chances to prove that who you're showing me to be. There was an old saying: if someone shows you their true color and they tell you what they are, believe them, because that's the truth. And not to be fooled by it, you know. So I mean, she never did anything to me, and I show her a little. Wait a minute, I'm getting something here on my phone. I had a fight with one of my cousins, and so she's trying to contact me now.
Oh,
But
okay.
I reached out an olive branch. That's all I can do, you know. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't see her as vicious, but I don't know her that well, you know. I mean, I don't know whether she's telling the truth about Summer. I mean, she only knows what she's seen, you know, and that's all she can say. She's offered to do a lie detector test. They told her there was no need for it. She was not a suspect, you know, so it's kind of weird. But I mean, unless I know for sure, and I may be getting fooled. I don't know. But until I see her lying, you know, I give her a little support, you know.
There's no harm in that.
No, there isn't. If I listened to everything everybody said, you know, I wouldn't be in half the channels I'm in, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. It's very easy to catch these people out like I just did today.
Mm-hmm.
I had a route round. I've been rooting around for the last few days, to be honest.
Right.
And I suddenly came across it and I goes, oh, there we go. You know, and I will filter out bits and pieces as I go along. I gotta be careful with my mental health, of course, because there's a lot inside them files.
Right. And make sure you always cover your numbers, your
Yeah.
serial numbers and anything like that. Keep them covered.
So, do I think I'm going to get a video put out, an apology video? No,
I highly doubt it.
no,
I don't think he's man enough.
no, I don't think so either. But he was man enough to get on there and do it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know?
And he's a way of grabbing people in. My heart is racing really bad. You know, I don't want anyone to
I
hate
know,
him.
I know, I know.
The crap.
And that's what people, that's how he rung everybody in, because he was playing on his own PTSD attack, you know? And, but that's his own issue. It's not your issue, it's his. And if he didn't listen to somebody else and other people, that would have never happened. But because they were saying they couldn't find evidence to what you were saying, he got on that bandwagon, and turned completely around against you,
Right.
which is what they wanted to happen.
Exactly.
And
That's
they
what
got their way,
Yeah. That's
which
what
is
they wanted.
unfair. I mean, I'm sorry. It's unfair. That's why I said I'm sorry. I lost respect for him, and
Mhm.
I'll tell him straight to his face. I lost respect for you, Jerry. I'm sorry. You seem like a nice guy. You're all nicey nice and, trying to help Susan, trying to help Heidi, doing this, doing that. You're not helping them. They're helping you. They're giving you the views. They're getting you the views.
Yeah.
You are getting the views for him. Heidi
Mhm.
gets the views for him.
The first red flag for me was when he tried flagging in a different creator, but he used
Hmm.
my platform to do it, and I had an issue with
See, I
that.
miss that. I miss that whole thing. I'm glad I did.
Mm.
I don't know if I got in there late or what it was. I think I got in late.
That was a different time again. I mean,
Yeah,
I wasn't saying anything wrong. I was just doing my normal live, and he was dropping stuff, and I was promoting it, not knowing what I was promoting. And
right.
I confronted him and I said, "You're using my platform to grab them in." And I said, "You're doing that because you know that other creator, you know who I'm talking about,
Mm-hmm.
watches my channel like a hawk because she's
Mm-hmm.
feeding my channel so she can go and do her rant."
Right, right.
So that's the first red flag for me.
Well, I think guys can be more dramatic, and I used to always have guys that were friends. I was never really close with women because when I was growing up, the girls and everything in my generation, they turn their back and backstab you in a happy. All right.
Alright.
I always had closer guy friends.
Mm,
Till today, I still have closer guy friends, but no one like Jerry.
mm,
No one like Jerry. Because I wouldn't put up with it. You know, I wouldn't be able to, that's why he sort of backed down a little bit that day he was on panel and I come
mm.
up and confronted whoever it was. He dropped down pretty quick,
Yeah.
you know. He didn't want me to call him out.
No.
That's what it was. And I didn't even know that had gone on till after.
I had no clue what he was even doing.
Yeah.
He just told me to drop a link, and of course, maybe me dropped him the link because I considered him as a friend.
Yeah,
And
you did. You did.
he called
You and
me.
Heidi both considered him as a friend.
He told
And
me
you
he was my
trusted him. When
friend.
you have a friend, you trust that friend. You don't expect that friend to use you that way, or at least not letting you know what they were doing before they did it.
Mm,
To say, well, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, so I'm going to try this and see if I can get them to talk, and then you would say, well, I don't want it done on my channel, and that would have been the end of it. He didn't even have the common courtesy to do that.
no, no.
No, that's just fake news to me. He's not a journalist. He's fake news.
He's his own. Well, he likes to dress it up the way he wants to dress it up.
Yeah, I know. I know. And he
He,
uses Heidi too. And Heidi's not going to see it, not until it gets to a point where it gets her upset.
mm-hmm.
Then she'll pull away. Which is better than him thinking that we did it. We told her things.
No, I'm not going to say nothing to Heidi. Heidi
No,
is
no,
friends with him and stuff like that. And I
that's fine.
consider
She
him,
can be friends with him, you know.
mm, I consider that he told me he was my friend too. And I
Hmm.
believe,
Yeah, you did. Do you remember when that what was her name? It began Deli.
Deb Lee,
Yeah, Deb Lee. She's the one that came in first, and she was talking the shins. She wanted to talk to Jerry in
right.
private. So that's where I think that connection came through. Is from that. I might be wrong, but if I am, I'll apologize. But that's what I think. And
I
that
don't know.
lovely 15 is probably, if not the same person, a very close friend.
Mm. Well, I'm out of the loop now, anyways, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I'm glad you're not in it. I'm glad that's over.
Yes, he has embarrassed me. Yes, he has dragged my name, my family's name through the mud. That's something why can be not, you cannot be undone. Um,
Right.
1,000 people have watched his video. Um, I've seen it. I had to force myself to watch it, as uncomfortable as it was, and it was
Yeah.
only all based on his assumptions without any
Yeah.
proof.
That's how can you say something with no proof? I don't
Yeah,
get that. That I don't understand. You know, if you're going to make a statement, if I'm going to make a statement about anybody, I'm going to make sure I have evidence to back it up, or a text message, or a document, something to back up what I'm saying. If I can't back it up, I'm not going to put that out there,
yeah,
because if you have no proof, you have no story, period. And any journalist knows that. Where's his proof?
yeah.
There is none.
He even admitted that it's on his opinion,
Right.
and you
Well, you
cannot
know what they
say,
say, when people assume something, they make an ass out of you and me.
yeah, you
And that's
cannot base
exactly what they
the
do.
you cannot base the British military as in the same way guidelines what way they do things, because
Right.
the US military they have their own guidelines and they do their things differently as well.
Exactly. They all do.
And
Just like we
that's
have
just
all
the way
these
it is.
different branches here. Each branch is somewhat different,
Yeah,
and they have different ways of doing things. Even, the ones that we are our closest friends still do things entirely different than we do, and that's how it's going to be. It's not going to be the same in every outfit. It's just not. I mean, some things may be the same, but not all of it.
yeah. It's definitely an unconventional war, and
Right.
it is what it is. And the British have their way of doing things, and the American have their way of doing things as well.
Exactly. But we stick by our friends, though. We don't leave our friends hanging out there, when something's going on.
Right?
I mean, and that's what America's always been about. You
Yeah,
know, if our friends are in trouble, we're always not necessarily at the right time or the right way, but we try to back them in any way we can, you know? And that's part of NATO. That's just what NATO is all about,
Mm.
you know? And Russia and China and Korea or North Korea are not in NATO. I don't even think South Korea is. I don't
No,
think
they're
any of them are in NATO.
no, they're not. None of them.
No, because they don't agree in helping each other.
No.
They're run by one person. It's a dictatorship, and if the people there want that, then who are we to say they shouldn't have it? If they're happy with what they're doing, then leave them alone. As long as they don't start with us, stay out of it. You know,
No.
that's the way I look at it. They start
We-
accusing us and coming over here like they did on September 11th, you know, then
Mhm.
they deserve what they get. I'm sorry. Whoever started it, whether it was Syria, whether it was Iraq, Iran, whoever, they deserve what they get, period, you know? I mean, I don't think Bush should have went in when he did, because they had no proof that they had nuclear bombs.
Mm.
That was all a setup. That was all a setup, you know, on Bush. That was all a setup.
Yeah. And then
And
the
he
UK
fell,
as
you know,
well.
he fell for it, you know. I mean, that's on him, but he's responsible.
Mm. The only thing we can't mention as well on YouTube is the person with the country. We can mention the country's name, Russia, but we cannot mention the president's name.
I wonder why that is.
Well, I got flagged up for mentioning his name. You're not allowed to do it. I got a warning.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
No, you didn't mention his name, so you're okay.
Okay.
Just don't mention the Russian president. Do not mention
Yeah,
his
I
name.
won't say his name.
Mm.
I don't like him, you know. I mean, I just said the countries, you know.
You
That
did.
I don't care
No
whichever
problem.
country it was, you know.
You said country is no problem and all that. You just cannot say his name.
Right.
Strange reasons and wanted to know to do
Can you wait a second? Get some soda?
YouTube writing on names like there's no tomorrow. They're writing on all these different things.
Right. Hey, you just got, I mean, FaceTime, YouTube and everything, they're taking away all our freedoms as far as rights go, you know? I understand the reasoning because they don't want certain things discussed and, you know, but YouTube used to be just like Facebook used to be a pretty open platform where you could discuss different things. And I think what stopped it is when, you know, all that stuff happened over there and they were accused of using Facebook as, you know, running their scams or their, whatever you want to call them, their political divide, I should say. And they got away with that, you know, and that should have never happened. So this is just like a safety net so it doesn't happen again.
Right.
But I think if they really want to get through, they're going to get through, you know.
Yeah.
I know I used to look at a few Russian sites that used to sell, what's the name of the dog from Russia? It was a Russian toy spaniel. And they're very rare in the United States. And we got our hands on one a while ago. And we were trying to get another one. And so we were looking at their sites, trying to find out different things. And then we found some sites here in the US that also had them. So and they were closer to us, so we started looking there. But unfortunately, we didn't find one, and we could never get another one. But their prices are so high. They look a lot like a Papillon, but they're smaller, and
Well,
they have the butterfly ears like the Papillon does with the fur coming out, but they're like this big total. They're very, very small,
well,
and but they're so cute and frisky, and they're good dogs, and it's just hard to find them. You will never find one in a shelter because the rescues will grab them right away because they're so tiny. It's like putting a miniature chihuahua in there with all those diseases from other dogs. They won't live, they'll die.
yeah.
That's why I saw the ad. This woman said she found this dog and it was walking down the street in Providence during a snowstorm, and she brought it home, and her husband doesn't want her to keep it, and she was going to take it to the animal rescue league or to the pound, and I said, don't do that. I said please don't do that, it's too small. I said I'll try to get my husband to bring me by and we'll take a look at it. I said if I can't keep it, I'll find it another home. And so we went down there, we saw it. My husband fell in love with it and wouldn't let me find it another home. It was his dog. That's the way he looked at it. It was his dog. And so we ended up keeping her. But, and that's what she was. She was a Russian toy spaniel, and they're pretty new over here, I'm not
Okay.
sure what they're mixed with,
Mm,
I think they've got maybe Papillon and maybe a little bit of long-haired Chihuahua. I don't know how the breed came about, but they're so damn cute.
mm.
Actually, we named ours Susie. She was
Oh,
Susie
really?
Q. Yeah, she was Susie Q.
Uh-huh.
Susie Q and Little Bit. Everybody called her either Susie Q or Little Bit.
Oh,
Because she was so tiny, but she had a temper, boy. I mean, she was with my Papillon and my Chihuahua, and boy, she stood up to herself with no problem. She didn't have any problem with those other two. She put them in their place,
yeah, that's amazing.
She was so, I was afraid to even let her try to have puppies. 'Cause, I mean, her frame was just so tiny. I'm like, I couldn't do that to her, I mean, she's so little,
Yeah. Oh,
because I thought about letting her have a litter, but then and the more I thought about it, the more I talked myself out of it because she was too tiny, And the vet said she was only a few months old when we had her,
oh,
But yeah, they're sweet dogs.
mm.
And I was always a big dog person, I always had like German Shepherds and Huskies, and my favorite was German Shepherd. That's what I was brought up with. But it gets to a point now where holding and walking, a German Shepherd would walk me. I would not walk it because I
Right.
don't have the strength in my arms and my hands anymore, to hold on to them and to, and even with the training, if something catches their eye, they're going to run, It's just, it's just how they are, They're good dogs, but you got to be able to handle them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love my animals. I'd rather have a house full of animals than a house full of people any day. Your animals are never gonna turn on you.
That's for sure. Brandy, Brandy, I hope I'm
Brandy.
pronouncing it.
Brandy,
Brandy, she's all packed up and ready to go. Don't worry, honey. You will have a blast.
You have a good time, Brandy.
No, her daughter's going away for a month to her the grandparents' house.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
She was saying that she used to rescue greyhounds.
Oh, greyhounds, huh? That's cool. They need rescuing after coming off those damn tracks, you know? Those racing tracks, those poor dogs. And
She'll
then
have a blast. Brandy, she'll have a blast.
yes, you will.
She's just been nervous, that's all. Which is totally understandable.
Yeah, it is. It is. Is she going by a bus or a plane or the mother's gonna drive her there?
Mm. She didn't say. Um,
I bet she's more nervous about her mom than herself, leaving her mom alone.
oh, she's flying. It'll be okay, sweetie. It'll be okay. It'll be good for her.
Yeah, it will be. She'll be fine. She's with her grandparents. I mean, grandparents are golden, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely.
They probably need some love from her too, you know?
Oh yeah. I can understand why the mom is being a bit nervous. I do understand it.
Yeah, I could too.
But told you what Brenda, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly because there's so many Brenda. You have Brenda on panel and then there's Brenda. I see Anaya. Brenda, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Just think of a bottle of brandy.
Brandy. Okay,
Think of a bottle of brandy.
that was easy because I'm Irish.
Yeah.
Right. Um. Yeah. Just remember what I said. Monkey's coming home,
Yes,
and
he is.
your girl is going on a holiday, and you have her phone time set out. So when you're going to be in contact with your daughter and stuff like that, and you could do with a little bit of rest, and you gotta make sure you get some more hours sleep. Sleep is the key. I know it's
And
easier
she's
said
still
than
got one
done.
more. She's still got her little boy, the other child at home, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It will
She could
take a
do
little
something with him.
yeah, it'll take a little bit. It's taking a bit of pressure off her, giving her a bit
Yeah.
of time.
Giving her a break. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
agree.
everything's going to be okay. It'll work out. Just keep telling yourself, monkey's coming home. Your daughter's going on a little break.
Everything will be okay, hon.
That's a bit.
It's
That's the baby
okay.
girl. She's told
It's
it. It's the
okay.
baby girl who's gone off
Yeah.
for a month. But she's gonna have fun. She's gonna have fun times, and it gives you time to rest up, and it's good.
Monkey's mom. The little boy that went missing.
Keep
It'll be good
repeating.
for her. It'll be good for her and it'll be good for Brandy.
Yeah. And Bran-
Brandy's going to be okay. She needs to. It's hard because of everything that's gone on to allow our kids to venture out again. But I think in the long run, you're going to realize that it's probably going to be the best thing because she's going to be safe with her grandparents.
oh,
I mean, there's nothing that's going to go wrong. Nothing going to go, that'll go wrong in that area, And I understand, she's very, very scared of anything else going on. She's hyperly protective over the other children, which is understandable.
she's so excited. She's going to get to see all her sisters and brothers, and as well as her nieces and nephews. There you go.
See?
And you, Brandy, you said in your times to pick up, so she picks up that phone. You have your time scheduled in, and keep telling yourself, "Monkey's coming home,"
Yeah.
and so you need that little bit of time and space yourself as well. And you need to get a lot more sleep than you're getting right now. And I'm glad that we helped you sleep for 4 hours. 4 hours is better than nothing. Oh, hey, Canadian girl. I love your new picture. It definitely will be away. It definitely will be good for her to get away. It's been a tough year. Yes, it has. On everybody. And it gives you that time, Brandy. Now that I know your name is named after an Irish whiskey, it's easier for me to say. Thank you, everybody. You're welcome, sweetie. You're so welcome.
You're welcome, Brandy, hon.
I'll get that suitcase. Tiffany's in the middle of watching. When done.
I hope everybody's having a good weekend, enjoying the holiday. Hey, 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 hey.
Canadian girl, you just got home from the farmer's market.
Oh, I wish they had farmers markets here. They don't have them here. In Texas, they don't have them.
Yeah, they have them here in the UK.
We had
Just
them up
after-
north. We used to go almost every, like at least twice in the summer, and then we'd go like 3 or more times in the fall because the changing of the vegetables and the difference in prices come down towards the fall, so you can get better prices. But I miss going. I miss going to them. When I put up farmers market here on my search bar in Texas, there's none, which surprises me.
Yeah. What a hell of a year. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. I hope it starts to get better. I
Your
really
grandma
do.
gave me my name. I was born on her 60th birthday. And she loves whiskey. There you go. Brandy, now I'll be able to say your name properly because now I know.
He loved his whiskey.
Yeah.
Well, most of the old timers did.
Yeah. Back then, they used whiskey for everything.
Even wounds back then.
Yeah.
Hi, Canadian girl.
Hi, Misdemeanor, honey.
I'm sorry I missed game night last night, real Amanda. I couldn't find that chat for the life of me. I thought I had clicked on the link and my husband and I just got talking and I was going scrolling through and I could not find it, you know?
Well, UK time, it was 2 in the morning, so I gotta look after my sleep, and
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it had to be late for you. All right,
Two-
there it is. Let me
2 a.m.
subscribe. I got it. All right. And I clicked all. I won't miss it next time.
She was filling in for Purple Nights, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
Purple taking a break off. Purple needed some rest.
Yeah, she sure did.
I'm Betty, so we call her Betty Boo.
My
Oh,
papa's name was Elmer, and my nana was Betty. So we
so
called that Betty Boop and Elmer Fudd. That's cute.
I miss me now, honey.
Chicken fingers, sausage rice.
Is he still making the cigarettes?
Who's that?
Your husband?
No, no, he's not. Not yet. It's too early. It's not till after dinner when he rolls. Yeah, no, he's just putting the dishes away.
Oh,
He's always listening. And he'll ask me a question right in the middle. Who's that?
yeah, he probably used to my voice now.
Yeah, he knows your voice, Susan.
Yeah,
He knows Heidi. He's
yeah,
starting to know Purples.
yeah.
He knows Molly, of course.
Of course,
And
yeah.
he knows Jody Sue's.
Right.
She has such a very low tone, you know?
Yeah.
Whenever I watch her, he's, oh, you're watching that one again, huh? Because she's always so humdrum, you know? I've seen her laughing, though. I mean, and I've seen her cry, so she definitely has a heart.
Oh, Jody Sue.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's just
I-
sad what, you know, the
Yeah,
whole
no.
mess dragged them, everybody into it, you know?
What about
Whether they
Jose?
wanted to be, whether they wanted to be in it or not, they were drug into it, you know?
I was used to roll my own when I lived in Canada. It was so much cheaper. It is brandy, but
It
because
is, Brandy, it is.
my neurological problems, I just can't do it.
I
tried.
can't do it with my wrist, but now they
Yeah.
have those electric ones, Brandy, where you can just, but they're expensive. I can't remember, $100? Oh, they're not as much as I thought. But you can put the tobacco in, put your filter on, you press it and it rolls the cigarette. But I haven't got the extra money to buy it. I'm on a very strict budget.
Yeah,
So, but yeah, they are a lot cheaper.
definitely. Yeah.
Because over here for a pack, well, I used to smoke Misties. Misty menthol 120s, and then $9 a pack. And I sure as hell am not paying $9 for a pack of smokes.
And they were only 120 beforehand.
No, the 120s, which means they're a little longer than the hundreds.
Right.
And in the beginning, when I used to buy them, they were considered a generic cigarette. And they got popular and started being bought more than any other menthol. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, hold on.
Canadian girl, your new emoji looks lovely.
Okay, that was just UPS. They don't like that UPS man, boy.
Oh,
They were delivering my strips. I have it delivered. It's much cheaper. I don't have to pay for them. So
the 590 where you're at, Brandy.
well, that's pretty cheap. Where you at, Brandy?
And I got another pair of socks. And I got Nancy. 4 boxes. Handy. Giant. They're in the thing. They're
Oh, she uses Camels. Yeah, well, Camels is your cheapest brand.
200.
Yeah.
It all depends on the brand you smoke. Like if you smoke, like your Marlboros, your Newports, your Misties, which is almost 9 now. I don't know why they changed it from generic to non-generic. And now they have just those Eagle cigarettes that are generic and they're awful. So
Nice peaceful day today with no trolls coming in the chat or anything bad.
yeah, I know it's nice. We don't get that too often.
No, we were under attack for quite some time, but not no more, thank God. I
Yeah,
don't speak. I'm gonna touch wood now because I don't want to speak too soon.
yeah, I know.
She's in Ohio.
Oh, really? Ohio? Well, you're smoking Camels too, and Camels are, I don't know I know how they used to be. One of my cousin's grandmothers used to smoke the Camel with no filter. And oh my God, they were awful. They were awful. See, I'm a menthol smoker.
And
So,
she said Marlboro are about $7 after
yeah,
tax.
yeah, it's still more here. And I figured it would be cheaper here. It was at one point. When I first came down, I was still rolling, but Misty's weren't as high, and now, like I said, they got popular, so that's all it takes. They get popular and they raise the price and they take away the generic and they make them regular, regular cigarettes. And I can't even smoke the Misties anymore because now they put so much of that tobacco in them that makes them they go out quicker. Like I can light my cigarette and they will never go out on me unless I put it out. But the cigarettes today, including the Misties, they go out if you're not smoking them. And it makes you smoke them more because you got to keep them lit. They won't go out. They'll go out if you don't. Where these don't do that. And these are home. I roll these at home. That's a perfect cigarette,
Yeah.
My husband got it down in the beginning. Oh my God. We couldn't, he would roll them so tight, pack it so tight that when I smoked it, you couldn't even get the smoke out of it. So we had to learn, to get to the right aspect of how much tobacco we wanted in them, and I've switched so many brands with different, at the same company, but different brands. Because sometimes, like I had one brand where I'd buy the filters, but I wouldn't buy their tobacco. I'd buy a different tobacco. And up north, I used to go to a guy that made his own tobacco that he would sell himself. And he had a very light menthol and almost like the Misties, but just a little bit lighter than the Misties. And nobody up here mixes their own or does their own. So you can only buy the bags. And so that's the way it goes, but hey, I've switched them quite a few times because sometimes I'll notice a flavor change in the tobacco or a flavor change in the actual cigarette itself. And it gives you that like a hard aftertaste, and I don't like that. I don't want nothing hard. I'm not smoking a cigar, I'm smoking a cigarette,
Yeah.
But and they changed. They were the lights, which used to be white like these, which shows a light cigarette. And they put the brown tips on them. Well, once they put the brown tips on them, and I think they were bought out by Marlboro. Once they put the brown tips on them, they were stronger again. So I stopped buying that brand of filters altogether. And I went to what are these? Golden Harvest. So now I'm doing the Golden Harvest menthol, the tips and the tobacco, right? No, the tobacco is still good stuff. And but yeah, I mean, depending on the stores in the states, you can get them. Like if you go up towards Virginia, you'll get them really cheap. To go down in Florida, they used to be really cheap. I don't know about now. But now they put in so many, like in the beginning when I started buying them, I bought them from an Indian reservation. And at that time, they couldn't charge you taxes if you bought something from another state. Then they added a law where they had to be taxed, but their own state tax, not the state that you buy them in. So I wouldn't pay it. When they sent me the bill, I called and I said, I did not purchase them in Massachusetts. So therefore I am not paying a Massachusetts tax. You want to take me to court, you go ahead. I'm not going to pay it. And it was like a $700 bill. I wouldn't pay it. They never took me to court, but I wouldn't pay it. I said, no way. I didn't buy it in the state. You can't charge me tax for something I don't buy here, But they tried. That's Massachusetts for you. Massachusetts is awful. awful on tax,
Yeah.
on everything, you know. I don't know how half the people, well, I know some of the people that I know still live there that I keep in contact with are, um, they're living in housing now, where at one time they could afford to rent, but they can't, they have to go to housing. And up north, if you haven't got kids, you're not getting on housing unless you're disabled or wheelchair bound. So we could get disability housing, but it would limit us to, like, you couldn't have, if you got grandkids, your grandkids can't come see you and spend the night. You can't have a guest stay overnight. They're just very strict. And I wasn't gonna be controlled like that. I never was, and I'm not gonna be now. And so I didn't put my application in, because just because you're renting from the government or they're paying your rent, if you have a guest come and stay overnight, it's not hurting them at all. It's not affecting them at all. It's not doing anything to the apartment for them to increase or charge you more for a month if you have a guest stay overnight. I got a friend that can't even take her grandkids overnight. It's because someone told on her. So I told her, well, why are you still there? You know, and she's like, I can't afford to go anywhere else,
Yeah.
you know. And this was supposed to be by the VA, for VA housing, which is, you know, should allow her children to come and stay, or her grandchildren to stay overnight one night a week. It should not affect, you know, it's just crazy the way they think. They want to charge you for someone to stay overnight in your house. It's not a motel, you know. Like if you add somebody, if you stay in a motel, you're paying one price. If another person comes on, they'll charge you for that extra person. But that's not these are not motel rooms. These are apartments, you know. Yeah, they're pretty strict up there. Now I don't know. I know Airbag was talking about where he was, and he got his through, he said HUD. Now we have called here in Texas. There was a program that was initiated for, I think it's 40 states. But see, Texas is a stinker about getting involved with anything. Like when we got the last state stimulus that the government gave out, they gave it all to the teachers in the school committees, and none of us got any stimulus out of that. So they gave them to the states to distribute how they wanted. California state people got checks. New York, all these different states got a little check, but it was something. Texas, we got none on that last one. None. They're so bad here. So bad. You know, if I would have known that, I don't think I would have came. I think I would have gone to Florida.
Yeah.
You know, or South Carolina. My sister's there, but I wanted to be in the warm, you know, down in the warm areas, because my body's I'm tired of the cold weather. You know, that's why I came south. I loved living in Florida. I lived in Ocala and I loved it. I don't know if anybody's been there, but Ocala is beautiful. It's what they call horse country. And there's just, you can drive down the street in like, not in the city part, but off of it. And it's just miles and miles of paddock fencing and running horses. And it's beautiful, you know. The traffic is not always good, but you know, I smoke I smoke and make my own for under $40 bucks a month. Yeah. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You know, you can buy your own, and it it used to say on the sign that where I used to go to, um, that one place up north, it costs you $1.90 a pack when you roll your own. That's between filters and and uh and tobacco. It's $1 equals out to $1.90 a pack. You know, that's cheap compared to what I would never buy the prices today. No way.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's getting way too expensive.
Yeah, that's why I rolled, because it was so much easier.
Yeah.
In the beginning, we were rolling, we would buy the Gambler tobacco, you know, the ones that have the little pouches you can get in the corner store. Well, that's how my son started it. And at that point, we just had rolling paper. We didn't have any filters, and it was awful. So that's when we decided to go to, hey, we decided to go to the actual smoke shop, and it cost us $59 for the machine because ours wasn't electric. It was a regular one. It's the Top-O-Matic.
Saving a lot of money down here. You were paying $40 for a 1 pound bag.
I
Now
know.
we're paying 14
We paid $14
per
for a
pound.
pound bag. Up north, we were paying 40. And then you gotta figure in, once you buy your machine,
Seems like 40, 45.
you know, it's I'd say about $50, $49.99. Then you gotta figure what you gotta find your best prices for tobacco,
When you get filled,
you know, and then your filters are cheap. The filters are gonna run you, you know, $3 to $3.50 a pack, a box, you know, with the tube, you know, it's a tube set.
200.
So, and you get 200 in a box. So, depending on how much you smoke, you know, and I cut back a lot, so you know, it saves us more, you know. But yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Do they have smoke shops there in the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you
Mhm.
can't, but if you got an electric one, you could do it, right?
I don't know.
Because all you're doing is putting the tobacco into that little thing, and then you put the filter, the open part at the end, and then you push the button and it rolls it and shoots it out the other side. I think if I was alone, that's what I'd have to
Handy
use.
for me.
What's that?
That would be really handy for me, actually.
Yeah, yeah. And it can keep you busy if you make it like a, you know, just something you do on a nightly thing, you know, before you go to bed or in the morning, if that's what you want to do, you know, and it just takes up. I know if I had to do it myself, I'd have to buy an electric because I couldn't do it. My wrist won't let me. You know, they kink up and then they hurt for days. I cannot, my hands are awful. You know, what'd she say?
I can imagine. My hands are like that as well.
Trade center went down. That's right, Savannah. That's
You
so
know,
true. Cigarettes went up when the Trade Center went down.
Wow.
Try to make any sense of that.
It seems to be that a lot of stuff have went up over in America.
Yeah. That was our downfall, was that right there.
Yeah.
And I remember when Trump was saying, shouldn't say his name, but our last president was trying to say that he had evidence that it was an inside job on the Trade Center and that he was going to show that evidence if he became president. And he never did. He never brought it up again. Because I was really interested to see if he had evidence to prove that it was an inside job. Because I heard, of course, it's all conspiracy, but I had heard by certain groups that that's what they thought, that that was an inside job, so, but he never,
It's very hard to say. As an engineer, I had studied it, and there's some things what do concern me.
Mhm.
But I can't say for sure.
Right, no one can. That's the thing. Just like JFK, we know something's off with his death. Everybody knows it, and just the way, because he was liked by too many people. He was so popular.
Mm,
People loved him, and he was just, he was a great guy, and he wanted good things for the United States, okay? And he wanted to change the money aspect of how the people in the United States got money, and how
mm,
our trading money was going to be a different value. So he had all this money made up in the treasury to start coming out, I believe the first of the year is how
mm,
he planned on doing it. And they didn't want that to happen. And they wanted him to go to Vietnam, and he did not want to. He would not join that war. He said no. And because he wouldn't do what they wanted, they took him out and put Johnson in, who was a yes man to everything. So they're basically puppets. Even if they get in there, they're puppets. They can't do what they want to do. They got to do what the government wants them to do in a whole. Whichever side they go on, whether they're Democrat or Republican, that leader is still a puppet under the government. They can only do so much, and that's it. So it's the government in whole that needs to change. It's Congress, it's Senate, your senators, your mayors, your everybody. They all got to change, because what's going on now is not getting us to a point where we should be. People are thinking, people are planning on, they're saving all this food, they're planting their own vegetables, they're
mm.
going into, what do you call it? It's almost like a panic mode, like pre oh, I can't think of the word. Pre-depression mode. So they have these kits you can buy, and everything is freeze dried, and it'll last 60 to 70 years in these containers. And you can buy this whole bundle and store it in case there's no way to get food. If something happens and there's no way to get food, you'll have food. And they're selling them like crazy. People are going nuts over them. That's what they're trying. That's part of their scare tactic. They really want to take it so that the Americans are so afraid of anything that happens, that of what's going to happen to the United States, because under, I don't even know what to call him anymore, because I never called him by his name. To me, he wasn't a president. So was 47, I think was his number. He didn't do right. He could have done so much more, because he had the people's backing, and still the government was stopping him from doing what he wanted to do, and they do the same thing to Biden. Oops. Shouldn't have said his name. But they did the same thing to the guy now that they did to him. He wanted to change Social Security so that SSI and SSDI could be married and live in the same house. It's two separate people, two separate incomes, just like if they were working. All right. But they don't do it that way. If you're on SSI, you can't marry somebody on SSDI or else you lose your SSI. You lose it. It's gone. From the minute you change and move in with your husband, that changes. And they take it away. They take away your food stamps. They try to take away your medical, and they take away your money. They couldn't take away my medical, though they tried. They tried to convince me they could, but they couldn't. They had to eat what they were saying. They had to eat their own words. But I am getting SSA, which is a spousal support included in SSDI. It's not a lot, but I'm entitled to it as a wife. So that's what I get, which brought our pay limit way down, you know. But I had to do it because I was tired of us living separate in different places and different addresses, and it was crazy. Just to make them happy. So you can't be with who you're in love with because they don't want you to. Makes no sense. It really doesn't. But I don't mean to take over your chat, Susan. So if you want me to jump
No,
down,
you're fine. I'm enjoying listening. No, I'm enjoying listening. I could listen to you all day, honestly.
well, I just try to talk about things that are,
Yeah, no,
you
hi,
know,
Faye.
yeah. I don't know if anybody else wants to come up. I mean, I don't want to stop anybody from coming up if they want to come up.
A lot of people. I'm watching who's in chat, and I don't see anyone who does panels so much. But no, Brenda, you're fine. I mean, what you're saying is so interesting, to be honest.
Well, I'm educating. I'm educating people.
Yeah.
You know. And I know a lot of stuff that, you know, on an outside view that people look at different than I do, you know. And I don't try to change anybody's mind or anybody's opinion, anybody's political side or religious side. You know, that's not me, you know. I just want America to be the America I knew, the America I grew up in. You know, I was so proud of, that my father fought for, that my grandfathers fought for. That's the America I want back, you know.
Teresa saying Brenda is awesome on panel. Just so you know.
Who?
Teresa. She's saying Brenda is awesome on panel.
Oh. Somebody not seeing me? Oh, it's awesome. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Teresa. Thank you, love. I appreciate that.
You're educating people. Everyone's listening.
Yeah. If I could hack into a computer, I would have all my grandbabies' pictures. Why, you can't get their pictures? Yes, I know, Teresa. We all want the old USA. I know. It was the time when I grew up, when we grew up, most of us in here, it was, we were, everybody got along with it. There was none of the stuff that's going on today. I have never been afraid in the school. I never feared when I went to school. That should never be something that is allowed, you know. And I was watching yesterday when they were talking about, right, a much safer free world, when they were talking about the shooting and the governor, Greg Abbott, which I'm not going to say, you know, he's a governor. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say my opinion, but he was on the up there with the, I don't know, with some people. They were talking about the shooting. He did not know that it took them so long to get into that school. All right. Because there were parents out there saying, give me your armor, give me your gun, and I'll go in and save my child. There was a woman put in handcuffs for trying to go in and save her child because the cops sat on the outside and did absolutely nothing for over 40 minutes because they thought he was hidden and they didn't think he was shooting, and he was. So I blame them. You know, they were wrong. What they did was wrong, and they got that blood on their hands. You know, I mean, come on, people. Let's get this world together. Let's stop with all this shit. There's no need for it. There isn't. You know, there really isn't. These people that can get a hold of guns and do what they do and get away with it. This kid didn't get away with it. But look at all the other ones, the ones from the church. He hasn't been executed. He's still in jail. Then you get the one Columbine. I don't know what happened to him. Then you get the kid that shot the people at the race in Boston. You know, I mean, he's still alive. He was supposed to be executed. I mean,
He's in jail.
he's supposed to be in jail. God knows if he's still in jail. He could be walking the streets. We don't know. We don't know for sure what they do with these people. We're not seeing the executions. We don't know what kind of plea deal they're making. You know, we just don't know. You know, and it should not be this way. We should not have this fear. And it just seems to be the fear mongering in this country is what they want. The marathon, yes. That was horrible. That was horrible what happened on that day. Oh my word. Those people, boy. And it took them so long to find them because they were hiding in a boat. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it took them that long. They knew where he was, you know. It's crazy. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what this country's come to. You know, our forefathers warned us about things happening in this country that would happen if we did not stay a free world, a free country. If we allowed certain people to run this country the way they wanted to run it, they would not stay free. And that's exactly what's happened. We are not free in our own country anymore. We will never be until they change it. Yes, that's right. God did say that. He's not happy. We've taken God out of everything. You know, he wants everyone's exactly. I agree with you, Savannah. I agree. They took God out of everything, you know, and it's crazy. People discard babies like they're garbage, throw them in trash cans. What the hell is wrong with people? You know, we need to clean out, starting with the swamps and starting with the people that are getting paid to do what they're doing, and find out who's paying them off and get those people as well, because they're not doing it for free. I still believe people get paid to do things. I'll never change that thinking. That's a mafia method, and it was installed in our own government. And no one's going to tell me different. That's right. He does want the word in everybody's home. I've got my word, you know. I've got my word in here, and I listen to my Lord every day. I watch whatever I can to learn whatever. I'm so scared of Revelation. I mean, I am so scared of what's going to happen to the people that don't know the Lord. I'm scared to death what's going to happen to the people left behind. You know, I can't imagine. You know, they're being put up. There's like a veil over their face, and they can't see what's going on in the world and how they're being tricked and how the devil manipulates. They're not looking at that. You know, it's scary, you know. I mean, people just don't want to see. This world was based on God's word, period. God was always first and foremost. God, in the home, it was the God, it was the Father, the mother, the children, or the father, the work. There was a way of doing things. We went to church on Sunday. My father went to work Monday through Friday. You know, my father was I want to say the boss. They shared in everything, but he was the head of the household. Okay. Back then, that's the way. And today, women have to step up and be head of the household because the men are too lazy to do that job, or they run off on their kids. You know, it's crazy. Preach, Brenda. It's all different these days. It's crazy. You know, if these things happened back in the day when I was a kid, oh my word. No way. No way. No way. Babies are a gift. They're a gift from God. And people take it all for granted. They take their spouses for granted. It don't mean anything if they beat the shit out of their wives. They leave them on the side of the road. I thought that stopped in the 20s. That's what I thought, you know. When people started coming from other countries, they thought they could beat their wives and get away with it. They found out soon that that was not allowed. Now they're still doing it and not getting prosecuted for it. And it's not right. You know, it's just not right. Kids are getting abused. Babies, 5 years old, getting SA'd. What the heck? You know, come on, people. This is your country. Your country, not theirs. You pay their wages. They work for you. You don't work for them. You know? Hey, Kim.
Hey, Kim. How you doing, honey?
You know when our kids went crazy, hon, was when DSS and all those agencies got involved and decided they didn't want kids to be disciplined. All right. If you disciplined your child, they would take your kids away. They would charge you. They're your kids. You're disciplining your child to stop doing wrong. Today you do that and your kid gets taken away and you get sent to jail. That takes away all the discipline, all of it. They don't listen. They do what they want. You know? It's sad. It's just so sad.
You still at work, Kim, or are you finished?
How's Colorado, Kim?
She's glowing.
You glowing over there, girl? Oh, here we go. Huh? She's glowing over there. Well, that's what they used to say, Teresa. You know, you spare the rod, you spoil the child. I mean, I never got beat to say I got, you know, abused. If I got a spanking, it's because I deserved it. You know,
Yeah.
very seldom, but if I got it, it was because I deserved it. I didn't say I'm going to call DSS on you. I'm gonna press charges. If I ever said that to my mother, oh my God, I'd be picking up my teeth off the ground. Really, I would have been, you know, because that's respect. I mean, you don't just give respect. Respect is earned. You want your parents respect, you give them respect. It goes both ways. And that's taught starting young, not just as they get older. It's got to start young, you know? Right.
Respect doesn't go far, guys.
Mm-mm.
And to love
And
one another as God has loved you, and talk to one another as you respect to be talked back to. You know,
Exactly, exactly. You know, I
go
mean,
back to basics.
you can't, and they teaching these kids at young ages to go out hunting animals. They're not teaching them. Yeah, they teach them how to use a gun and how to hunt. Hunting was hunting only. It wasn't you went out hunting and then you took your shotgun and took it to a school and shot a bunch of kids. It did those one I-40, whatever those guns are that they use today, AKA 47s or whatever. Yeah, that it was
AK-47.
never on the streets. You couldn't get that gun on the streets. They should never be on the streets. That's a war weapon, you know.
Yes.
Anything that's got that automatic whatever on it is an army weapon. It does not belong on the streets. I mean, you want to carry a gun for protection, I'm all for it. But you want to take it and shoot up a school or a church, or you have a mental issue, you should not own a gun. Period. End of discussion. Too many babies are being lost. God
Savannah,
warned us.
AK-47.
Yeah, God warned us. Things were going to be chaos. They
They
are
shouldn't be selling them
chaos.
kind of weapons.
Right.
They're military weapons. They should not be selling them.
Exactly. They shouldn't be able to get them, but they do.
I can understand the pistol. I can get that. It's not hype of it's not enough. It's not an AK, is it? An AK
Right.
is a
No.
semi-automatic.
Exactly. And that's what we shouldn't be allowed to get.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. I mean, I'm afraid to get. I mean, I thought about getting a handgun, what they call a woman's pistol,
Mm.
and just for protection, because we never know when things are going to get really bad and when you're going to have to protect your own property. It's going to get to that point where we're going to have to protect our own, somebody coming in your front door, taking your things, you know, I'm not going to let that happen. I'll be outside my door with a damn baseball bat if I have to. And that's not going to happen. I don't care who they are. I'm not letting them in. And I'm not afraid to punch some 15-year-old punk in the face if I have to. I mean, I'm not afraid to do it. If you can't handle your kids, I'll show you how to. The respect is gone. You've allowed your kids and your government to take control of your lives by putting in these laws that don't protect parents anymore. Back in the day when my mother was in school, my father, the teachers were allowed to hit the children if they were disrespectful.
Yeah.
Okay? You don't see that today. In the Catholic school, I remember getting hit across my hands like this, palms down, palms up, across my hands with rulers in a Catholic school. Okay? Yep. I told my parents, and you know what my father told me? Well, what did you do? What did you do? And when I told my father, he said, well, you deserved it. I was mad at my father for a while, but he was right. I was very cocky and disrespectful. I mean, but that's, these are things that they've taken away from the parents, from the teachers, from everybody. You can't. When I was growing up, if my neighbor saw me doing something wrong, they would call my parents. My parents would know before I came home. I'd be afraid to go home, because I knew what I was going to get. I threw eggs at a man's house one time because his field abutted a fence that crossed into an open field, which allowed us to go through to get home quicker. Well, he chased us off his property one day, and he told us we couldn't do that anymore. Well, that Halloween, I went there with eggs, and I bombarded his front windows, his side windows, his car, everything with eggs. I was so pissed at him. I got in trouble. He knew it was me. He knew it was me that did it, and he called my parents. And I had to go there and clean his car and take the eggshells off the grass and wash his windows. That was my punishment, you know? And I told him why. I said, you wouldn't let me cross that little path right there to go through to my grandmother's house. You wouldn't let me walk that. Why? Was I bothering you by walking that? You are on my property. I said, was I bothering you? He said, no. I said, then what's the problem? He couldn't tell me. He just didn't want me doing it, you know? Which it was his property, I guess, but, you know, it was kind of dumb, if you ask me, because nobody else minded when we crossed their yards. It was just him. And nobody ever bothered him. You know, nobody ever gave him. But that one year, come Halloween, boy, we got even. You know, we got him with the eggs, you know, and I got in trouble. I know your father, he said. I said, so? You know my father, big deal. You know? Big deal if you know my father. I know my father too. You know? So I don't want to be on center stage, Susan. Where'd you go?
No.
Uh-oh. I don't know where she went. I got the whole screen. What am I supposed to do? That's not right. All right, I'll stop talking, Susan. She wants to give me the floor,
Very shy.
you know? I'm just stating facts, you know? I had one lady tell me I should run for office. I said, no, I don't want no part of it. No, I don't want no part of it. Yeah, she could have rebooted. She grew up in the military base with, if we ever was being bad, our parents always knew before we got home. After school schooling by our neighbors. Yep. Yep. Back then, it was a neighborhood. It was a group that raised the children. It wasn't just your parents. You had your friends' parents. You had neighbor parents. And if people saw you doing things, they weren't afraid to call and say, hey, I saw your daughter down here. She was doing this and doing that, you know? Susan, it does hurt like hell. It does. Stings. And if you get the side with that little metal bar on the ruler, oh my word. It hurts so bad.
1 second. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. I was like, why you put me on full?
hear
What are you
me?
doing? I hear you. You having trouble?
Mm, Maybe I don't them the volume. Hold on.
All right.
Mm. Can you hear me?
Yes, Susan, we hear you. Where'd you go?
Hold on. Volume up. There you go.
Is that better?
I grew up on a military base. I'm
Yeah.
here. I don't know what.
Exactly. A neighborhood. Back then was so different, you know?
You should be able to hear me now. Brenda, you can hear me perfect, right?
Yes, I can hear you perfect.
I just need to do a little bit of a refresh. Something
Okay.
like, yeah, I did a refresh. Um, Hi Iris, Rainbow and things. How are you doing?
So you have to refresh.
That's
Can you
why
guys
I
hear her
refreshed.
okay?
Yeah, everyone's hearing me perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It was a refresh we needed.
Oh, no, you're breaking up. It's like a little robot.
So we did it. Uh,
No, Susan, you're doing it again. I gotta go potty. I'll be right back.
my sound like a robot.
All right. Okay.
Sounds great, Susan. You're telling me I sound great. Do I sound okay? Sound like a robot. Yeah.
Relax.
Am I sounding like a robot now? Am I sounding okay?
Lay down.
Am I sounding like a robot now?
No, you sound good now.
No, I did a refreshment.
There, gotcha.
Um, so
Hey, grab a couple of things from the store.
there we go.
No, you're back to sounding like a robot again.
Sometimes you need to refresh them. I didn't refresh it all day.
Uh-oh, I'm back alone again. I can't sing, so I can preach, though. I don't want to send the numbers down. What's that? Crappy jobs. Don't pay the rent or other bills. No, they don't. They don't want to bring up minimum wage. Hey, SoCal. Something is updating, you think?
That's your case. I'm gonna go to the store.
I don't know how many hours she's been online. So I have no idea. Hey, level-headed. Yeah, I know. You came in and right after I came in, Teresa. I don't know how long she was on before that. 8 hours. That could be it. Nine hours? Holy shit. Maybe she needs to shut down. She better come back in and close it out. I don't want to leave it open. Ooh, that's cool, Brandy. Hey, you're nothing to complain about. Stop.
Probably you, Miss Reddy. All right, go pick up the suitcase.
Okay.
Go to the store.
All right.
Have a problem.
Okay, it's all right.
Jeez. Love you.
I love you too. Aw.
Might be 10 or 15 days.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's a good guy. I don't know if I should jump down. Yeah, Lily, he is. He's going to help my daughter with something. Susan, maybe you should shut this chat down and start a new one.
Right. Myself like a robot now?
No.
Yeah, I just need to do a refreshment. A proper refreshment. Susan, can anyone call Susan? No. No, I'm here. I was just doing a refreshment. I had to restart boost up the whole system.
Yeah, you were sounding kind of robotic.
Yeah, so we don't want that.
I don't mind if that's the way you want to sound, but you know,
Oh no,
don't bother me.
my son's not coming till Monday. My father
No.
calculated it wrong. Well, my dad calculated when we were calculating it. He calculated the 30th as being the weekend, but it's not. It's not until Monday. But yes, I'm very
Okay.
excited, and that's fine. He's coming in at the perfect time when the cleaners come in. So,
Oh, that'll be good then.
oh yeah. So no, it's okay. Welcome back, Susan. Thank you, Canadian girl. I just had to
I
do a
just,
total reboot.
I felt bad because he didn't come. I knew you were
No, no,
looking
no, no.
forward
My
to it.
dad, I kept my phone turned off, and I had to change my phone number, which I changed it yesterday because I was getting my phone number was passed out, and I was getting the
Yeah,
most abuse.
that's why I changed mine because I got hacked.
Yeah,
My phone number's
uh,
changed. I wasn't putting up with prank phone calls. No way.
yeah. So the number was changed yesterday, and I had asked my dad on WhatsApp, well, when is the 30th? Because the calendar's on the mobile, and he says to me, well, that's on Saturday. So when I turned on my mobile after a long time, I looked at the date and I said, that's not the 30th. So that's
No.
typical. No, well, no. It's the
Well, that's
28th.
okay. Yeah.
It's okay. My father fucked up by telling me the wrong date, but anyway, it's okay.
Yeah, it's
He's still
fine.
coming.
It's fine.
He's 100% still coming.
That's good. That's good.
So,
She's very excited, Lily.
oh yeah. Well, we're coming out to spend time with me, and we're going to be organising which company to pack up this apartment when the time comes. And for those who don't know, let me pick it up. Oh, isn't the army so nice? They did some pages in pink for me. And it took me quite some time to collect these ones because I wasn't mad and collect them, so I'm going to turn on the camera just there for just a little bit. If the camera allows me to. Here is the blue folder I was talking about, what I was looking for. And look,
Yep.
of me being a female, typical British Army style. I'm going to turn it backwards so people can see. They even did some pages in pink. How nice.
Oh, how nice of them.
Very kind of them. And it even says on the front of it, due to be collected.
Right.
Because I took my time in collecting them when the time was. You see? Due to be collected. There's my Miami records. Mine is different than Jory's, obviously, because I had been injured more. And in time, I'm gonna slowly start filtering out stuff and releasing a few bits and pieces. I'm not going to be releasing everything.
Right.
Because I don't want to go through the drama again. I was warned by my own mental health team not to even go there with that. But I've been feeling I'm backed into a corner, and I need to do it. And no one in this world should have the need to do anything. And will I get apology? Probably not.
No, probably not. I don't think he's man enough.
I'll prove my stuff. I have them there. I found them because they've been bothering ever since that video was put out. You can be guaranteed I've been searching around this apartment, and
Right.
I seem to have come across them only today. I goes, oh, there's the blue folder.
Susan Faith Ward wants a link.
She doesn't really come up and talk. She's a young girl. I will give her a link, but she'll drop off a couple of hundred times because that's what she does. And she won't really talk, to be honest. But I'm being a nice person, so yeah, she can have a link. I had her up here a couple of times before.
Okay, as long as you're safe with it.
No, I had her a few times. I met her on a camera there one time, and she is who she is.
Okay. I'll take your word.
Trust me, I know who she is.
All right.
She won't stay up on the panel for long. She won't talk. She's only about 18, I think, or 22. She's just quiet and shy. Yeah, we did make her turn on her camera, and I've seen her. So
Okay.
that's her real name, even. So, Purple Night does the same thing more. So she's kind of known to us. She's a nice girl.
Okay.
There's your link. Hey, there's your link.
She said okay.
Mm,
Come on up, Faith.
come on, then. She won't talk anyway. And she likes to sit by me for some. I don't know what it is. She just likes to sit by me.
Okay.
Okay, Faye, turn off your camera, honey. I can see you.
Hey, stop. Oh, you can
There you
switch
go.
it over.
Hi,
I'm a
Faye. How you
sandwich
doing?
now.
Hi, Faye.
on. Hold on for a minute.
So, Teresa, you enjoying today? It's such lovely weather, and I've been out a few times. Oh, can someone please get the fake Amanda? We're not going to
Thank
react
you,
to it.
Canadian girl.
We're not going to react to it. Bye, Amanda. I was going to rent you up, but maybe another day. Fake Amanda. There's no one giving you any attention anymore, Amanda. We don't care.
Run along, girl. Run along.
It's 21 people in chat. Put one in chat if you think when I show my documents, I deserve an apology. Which I know I won't get. And if I don't get up an apology, I'm going to do a video right back at him. Mercy, someone. Apology has to be given. Keep going, guys. One or two. Two no, one yes. Simple. I have one person in 22 people who thinks one person thinks I should get an apology. That's a good question.
That's true. She doesn't have to prove anything, but I think because of the video that Jerry put up, making himself all big and proud, once she shows her papers, he's not going to have a leg to stand on. Will he even be a radio host at that point? Or just known as a liar?
I mean, do bear in mind 1,000 people seen that video with my name underneath it, my real full name. But there's the evidence there right in front of you. Like I was told you was a blue. Didn't just show Jerry it. Yeah, I could do that, but you know what? He didn't just show me that. He had to go and make a video. It's about personal reputation. He destroyed my reputation.
Not to us. Not to us in your room, but to
Yeah.
other people, you know?
Yes, the 1,000 people who've seen that video. And I begged it for it to be taken down. Everyone's telling me no. Don't do it.
It's
I'm
your
going to
choice.
take time. I'm going to take time. I'm not going to go and jump into anything too fast. I'm going to take time.
No, you don't want to do that. And you want to make sure what you show, you keep your stuff covered.
Yeah.
What you don't want shown.
I'm not even meant to be looking at this paperwork because it's going to damage my mental health and probably send me back.
Like I said, I would just show your discharge from the Irish Army, and your discharge from the UK Army, and that you did not go AWOL.
Oh God, no.
You know,
No.
and that's what he's saying, you know. You went
Mm.
AWOL. So that would take care of that fact. And your discharge. That's it. I wouldn't show nothing else. You know, he doesn't need to know anything else. He's lucky he's getting that.
He can look it I'm coming on and show him that paper work in its original file. And even at that, I showed you the little sticker on it. It says I needed to pick it up because it took me a long time to even pick it up.
Right.
At the time, and you can see the folder's old. It's not a new folder. It's not. There's nothing new about it. And my mental health team told me not to be looking at it, not to be reading it. But that's the advice I've been given by my mental health team. Last thing I want to do is set myself backwards.
Exactly. That's why I said I'd only show him two: the discharge from the UK and the discharge from the Irish forces, and that's it. And I
But
would just leave it at that.
I can tell you what the Irish Forces says. It gives you reason for leaving on her own request.
Right, right.
And then that allowed me to go into the British one. The next thing they will do is want you to prove
Your C-section. It's got nothing to do with that. You can't prove a C-section. How are you going to prove that? You going to show your scar?
I know, right, Canadian girl? Yeah. But she's not saying that mad. She's saying that as in how stupid it all is.
Right, right.
You know. Because it was mentioned as well that I had no kids. And I turned on my camera and I showed all the beautiful pictures around my flat of my children when they were younger.
They were just trying to show it as something on you, to ruin your reputation, to ruin, your channel, to get your people to go against you.
Yeah.
We believe you. We always have. We don't want you to have to prove anything to us, because we know.
Mm.
But that, as far as you showing him, that's the only thing I would show him. I wouldn't go into anything else.
Canadian girl said, Brenda, they said she never had children. So they would want to see proof of that as well. I'm not sure. I have my children's birth certificates. I will be not showing them. That's their private stuff.
That's right. I don't blame you. I wouldn't either.
This is YouTube. It's not a judge or a
This
jury.
is not court. This is not court.
Exactly.
What you got to show, he's not no judge, and you shouldn't be judging anybody. Nobody should be. There's only one judge in this world. Only one. They said she never had children. And then they said she had children. She gave them up. They said so many things, I mean, they were just talking BS.
Everything was BS. Then I heard that my daughter was 24, my son was 19. I'm like, no, my daughter's 22 and my son is 18.
Right.
And then I was told my son was I don't know, 6. Yeah.
Right.
6 years of age, driving from London, cooking his mom's favorite meal. Come Monday. I don't want to put him on YouTube. I don't, because what they're doing to me, what are they going to do to him? He's half Asian. Next to be saying that he's not my son. Just saying. Yes, Canadian girl, you're 100% right, Susan. You do not want people in your life who treat you like this.
Exactly. Some people just need to go on their way. That's it. Nothing
Some
to be
people
seen here. You know.
even go on their merry way.
Lay down.
People need to get a life. Well, you know what? There's lots more troubles going on in the world.
Exactly.
Like Amanda said, like I was said, affect the trolls, affect the haters. Just saying, yeah. Just saying, oh yeah.
Good night, Lily.
Yeah, we've been on all day, Canadian girl. And not once did we have any stress. Everything has been so nice. There's no rubbish, there's no anything.
No, it's been good.
Well, apart from the Amanda coming in. But that's usual. She visits us every now and again anyway.
Yeah.
And what I've learned with her is not to give any attention. You get the mods to delete, and that's the end of that.
Been a lot of different topics we've discussed.
Yeah, there's loads of good topics. Yeah, Canadian girl, I've enjoyed today as well. Been really nice. With no trolls whatsoever. Well, apart from the false Amanda, which is normal.
She's
You
really
know,
not even a troll anymore.
yeah,
We've
I
all
don't.
gotten so used to her.
Yeah, I don't even write to it anymore, to be honest. I mean, I'm like, did the mods get it? Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
Oh, you got to get her monsters fed.
Oh, Canadian girl, take a look at our count. Yesterday we had our full numbers were 349. Take a look at the numbers now. You might get a shock. Bear in mind, when that video went out, I had lost 40 subs. But take a look at the numbers now. You might get a great shock. Because I did. Brenda's been on all day educating us, which is great.
Just preaching, that's all.
Well, we speak a lot of truth.
Yeah, I try to. I try to keep it real. I don't like fake people, and I don't like to put out fake news.
There you go, Canadian girl. We took a massive jump on our numbers. I guarantee you by the time I wake tomorrow, there'll be another jump. Because we have a beautiful person helping us. And it doesn't come from America or anything. 471. We almost got the community page.
Almost. It'll get there.
Yeah, I reckon we'll have it in the next day or so.
Exactly, Canadian girl. It's quiet. It's decent conversation. It's Susan singing. It's calmness, it's love, community, friendship, compassion. It's all here. You know, none of the other stuff was allowed. I mean,
I think it's ever since I changed the name and
oh, that
changed
has a lot to do with it too. Yeah.
the rules as well. You know, it's been a major big thing, and now
Hmm.
I'm learning every day as a YouTuber. I've made mistakes and I've let things go and I've done silly things and but I'm
Well,
learning
none of
every
us
day.
are perfect. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't think any one of us can say we are perfect. And those same people are not perfect. You
oh
know,
God,
what does God say? Those that can, you should not cast the first stone if you have skeletons in your closet,
mm,
or just like if you live in a glass house, don't throw rocks. Same thing,
don't throw, don't
I
throw rocks at
mean,
glass houses.
right. I mean, think about it. It's common sense.
That's right, Canadian girl. The hate and the drama's gone.
Hmm.
There's no drama. Um, we had the privilege of having. I mean, I listened to so many stories out of Brendanton. It was just amazing. I mean, I'm one of these people. I love listening to the older generation. I mean, like Glamour D as well. I listen to Glamour D all day.
Yeah, she's great too.
Yeah, I love listening to all that. What it used to be like beforehand.
Right.
And what,
And that's what people need to remember. You know, this is not the way it's always been. Kids growing up today, they've never experienced it. They don't know. And they can't hear it, unless we tell them.
yeah, Faith's okay. She's up here with me. She knows our minds are. She just likes to come up and be around me. That's all. You okay, Faith? I don't know. She fell asleep. Faith, are you okay?
She said she'd be right back. I heard kids.
Uh-huh. Right. She does like to come up and sit up here with me. I've seen her on camera as well before she came up. She's a little sweetie. She just recently graduated.
Oh,
She,
congratulations, Faith.
Brenda, she's special needs.
Yeah.
So I like to be very compassionate with her. I don't know what I'm going to do with this community wall when I get it.
I have no idea. I know everybody talks about it. Um, I don't know. I don't know what it's for. It's to post to your community. It's to give highlights, I guess, or
You tell
whatever
them
you
what.
want to put on it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have someone special talk. You're gonna have a game or some kind of event.
And Brandy got 4 hours sleep today listening to me, which she was very thankful for. I told her to take her device into the room and listen, and I guarantee you she'd fall asleep. And
Right.
she's having severe problems sleeping, and it worked. So I'm really happy on that one. It did work.
Yeah, that's good. She needs to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably will know better about the community wall. I reckon we'll have it tomorrow or maybe next day. Let's see. But this person's not going to stop until we meet the 1,000 mark with subs, and we'll be monetized after that. And what they're going to do with the likes of these videos we're making right now is dump a load of ads in on top of them. So
Right.
if you're a replay watcher, it's a bit of a pain. And I'm going to apologize on behalf of that. It's not me, it'll be YouTube. They throw in a load of ads. So when you're watching something, then you have to skip the ad just to get to the next part, which is a bit of a nuisance.
Right.
We need 2,000 watch hours. Well, I've 10,000 watch hours. Hell, I could give
And
some
you're
away.
all set on that.
Yeah, I could give some away. But no, it's been absolutely a beautiful day, a beautiful, nice, beautiful day.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet, you know,
Yeah,
and people interacting and, you know, joining in conversation. And we've been including their comments. And
oh, definitely, yeah. Definitely, I always do that. Oh, thank you, Brandy. That's so sweet. She says, I definitely help her sleep.
yeah, I
Yeah,
see that.
that's lovely.
We've got a calming voice. Me, I'm meant to be preaching, you know. When I get going, I'll talk about all kinds of things, you know. Oh, she dropped down.
Yeah, she does that every now and again. That's normal. This is how it should be, yes. Yes, Canadian girl.
11 and 12 years old. Those are great ages.
Yeah.
Well, I remember my kids at that age. They were so much fun.
Do you want to come back up, Faye? You can if you want. She was putting her medication on her legs and her arms. And
Yeah,
she
I
dropped.
saw that.
Mm. Yeah, Crystal, I do the same thing.
They're still your babies. They'll be your babies when they're in their 40s. My son is 40 something, and my daughter is in her late 30s. They're still my babies. They'll always be my babies, you know?
Hi, Lisa.
I did watch the trial. Um, I did watch up until yesterday when they were talking about they were doing the closing arguments, and that they left, you know, the jury left, and now they're just waiting on the jury to come back with an answer. But yeah, I've been watching it. Have you been watching it, Canadian girl? I feel so bad for Johnny. If that girl could actually cry and shed a tear, I think I would feel sympathy. But she doesn't even cry a tear. You know, it's
Hey, Chris, how are you doing, honey?
hi, Chris. Yeah, they say between Tuesday and Wednesday But I don't know if it's a quick decision, they can, as soon as they make their decision, being on a holiday weekend, I think they'd wait, until Tuesday or Wednesday, but you can never tell. I know everybody's waiting for it. I know, me too. I hope it's Tuesday.
There's two things that's going to happen. They're either going to throw it out, or someone's going to win.
Well, right, because I don't think Johnny's totally innocent,
No.
I mean, but she is such an instigator, and she's got that personality disorder.
Mm.
So if she don't get her way, she stirs up something to start a fight to get what she wants.
Right.
And that's just her personality. She could have listened to Johnny and settled it all out of court,
Mm.
and she refused to do that because she didn't think he would go on and say, I've been an abused husband. I don't think she thought he would do that. He sort of shocked her. Yeah, they were. Johnny had some great stuff. Does it really, Chris? It's gone by pretty quick. Here, it's already 5:30.
Feel like it's the longest day. I think the day went really well.
I agree. My son didn't like being called mama's baby, even though he was. And my daughter won't say, even though she's the baby, she don't like being called mama's baby.
Hey,
Not
Kimmy.
now. I could get away with it when they were in their teens, up until mid-teens, and they still don't like it. But who do they come to when they need comfort? They come to mama.
Yeah.
Hey, Kimmy girl.
I haven't seen Laurie or Bling. You getting your
Made a
nails
nice
done,
chicken
honey?
parmigiana for my family and my sister's family. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I think my battery's dying on my iPad, so I'm gonna jump down before it just leaves me up there.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, Brenda gone. Where's Tony? Tony was on today, but she has her grandkids, so she's spending time with the grandkids. But she has been on today, just for a little while. I haven't seen Laurie or Bling around. So the real Amanda, you gonna go live if she's in there? Will we go over to real Amanda's live? Show her support. You seen Laurie? Where's Laurie, Chris? Haven't seen her in a while. Haven't seen Laurie or Bling. Yeah, some people may be away because it's on a weekend. Very true. Bling is resting. Amanda, are you gonna go live? We can drop your link and we can all go over and support you so you can get in some hours. Damn, I have so many hours done. Oh, you're having some food. Okay. Just let us know. Let us know. Let me jump over to yours. No problem, Brenda, honey. There's the Real Amanda's link. Everybody jump over to the Real Amanda. She's going to be going live pretty soon. Just let us know when, Amanda, you're ready. We can come over and show you support. Oh, 30 minutes. Um, the Real Amanda got a very... No, you're very welcome, Brenda. Your conversations are very insightful. Brilliant. I love listening. Real Amanda, you got another subscriber. I love you too, Faith. Yeah, Brenda was great on panel. Just so much knowledgeable information. Really good. Oh, Brenda, you're very welcome. Very Teresa, Dr. Brenda. She's good though. And Mary Teresa's my PI, private investigator. And a great deal of respect for Brenda. Brenda's brilliant. Love and hugs you back, Brandy. Oh, we love you too, Brenda. If anyone wants to jump onto the Real Amanda's link, she's going to go live now. We're all going to go over and show our beautiful Amanda some support, and it gives me a chance to shut down and shut my mouth for a bit, and we'll all go up to the Real Amanda. So if you haven't already subscribed, please do so, and let's go over and show our beautiful Amanda some support. I'll see you over there, Brenda, whiskey name, Brandy, and I love you, and I wish you the best of everything, and we'll talk again. Whenever you need sleep, just ask me to come on and I'll put you asleep. Help you asleep. Good night, Canadian girl, honey. It's been such a lovely life today, honestly. Really, we stayed on for ages, and we had lovely insight with Brenda, and it was absolutely a beautiful life. And I have found my military documentation, which is the most important thing. Whether I share it or not, just give me time. I'll probably share some pieces of it. Love you too, Crystal G. I can give you a call later. Actually, before I jump on to the Real Amanda, I might give you a phone call on WhatsApp. Okay, everybody, good night and God bless, and we'll see you in the Real Amanda's chat room.